What do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Oh! Oh! My God!
Hey, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, wherever you are, whoever you're with, whatever you're doing, however good it feels, however many times you plan on doing it. I'm just, as always, glad you're doing it right here. As you can hear, day 3 of voice recovery. We're probably at about 70% recovered. It sounds good. That's good. We're getting a little less rasp and a little more bass in there. We still can't drop the voice much more than that, but we'll get there. We're doing well. Said not sick, no colds, nothing, just laryngitis or something. Just the voice went gone. But other than that, we're perfectly fine. And we are back for the afternoon of day 3 and the morning of day 4 of this trial. And holy crap, we're good. We've got quite a morning in store for you here, so there's no reason to delay this any more than we have to. And for those of you that are here in the chat that have already seen it, no spoilers, please. This was wild. This was me trying to lay in bed last night after I finished the stream, lay down, and I'll just listen to it as I fall asleep. And what I heard was off the hook. I personally have never seen anything like what happens in court here right now. So that's we're in for a little bit of a treat here in a little bit, and Chandler will be joining us very, very soon, I hope, and Hayden will be joining us when he wraps up his stream. And don't know if Nicholas will be around or not, but we should have a little bit of a panel going here this evening. And folks, 12 hours from now? No, I guess, what is it? I can't do math. 22, we'll say 22 and a half hours from now. 22 and a half hours from now will be my December Merry effing Christmas effing Friday stream, where we are going to throw together a good panel of guests. We're going to go as long as my liver will tolerate it. And what does my liver have to do with how long a stream goes? It's my monthly super duper griftathon, where I grift as hard as possible for all of your money. So we don't have to do it the rest of the month. So yeah, we'll be having a great panel of guests. We have a lot of stuff lined up. Let me pull up the list. These are the people that'll be joining us real quickly here, and then we'll dive straight into our little thing. So collect your coins, bring your frankincense, your gold, your myrrh, your silver and gold, and throw them at my feet, and I will immediately convert funds to alcohol for your amusement and entertainment. We had a goal of $100,000 last month. We didn't really come anywhere near that, so we'll have to set a new, more realistic goal. All right, we have the anticipated guests so far: Nick Ricada, Andrew Branca, Andrew Esquire from Legal Mindset, Ian Runkle, Natalie Wisco, Danny On, Flux, who I hear is under the weather, so hopefully Flux will be there. Potentially Criminal Sean, Chandler Remington, Sally from Talk with Sally, Hayden from Aussie Overlord, Nicholas Darov, Lady Law 5791, MG Law, and more. So, all right, stay tuned for that. That'll be starting at 7 p.m. Eastern time. You're not going to want to miss that. I don't want you to miss it because I want you to bring your money and give it to me, because that's what happens on the Griftathon. All right, anyway, enough of the grifting today. We have our like and subscribe poll set up, so please, as you come in, take a look over the like and subscribe poll. Make sure you subscribe, hit the like button, and then take our little old poll we've got here, which is HP. Like, subscribe, and vote. How bad will this trial get? Now, I should do like one now and then one. We should do that. We should do one right. We'll do this poll right now, And then about an hour and a half or two, or maybe at the end of day 3, we'll put up exactly the same poll and see if the numbers match or change over time. So today is, how bad will this trial get? Our choices are meh, and that wasn't on any bingo card today. And what the actual fuck is going on? Those are your choices for the poll today. We'll check back in a little bit and see how that poll is going. But again, before we start, we have the very important thing to take care of, which is HB has gifted 1 Legal Vices membership. And Vicky Hatherley received that gifted Legal Vices membership, which is really good because I was just over on Hayden's stream, and just before I joined Hayden's stream over on Aussie Overlord a bit ago, HB gifted 1 Aussie Overlord membership to HB. I didn't know you could receive your own gifted membership. But yeah, HB gifted a membership and HB received HB's own gifted membership. And Bella Stella bringing the heat. Glad you're feeling and sounding better. Off to the races with Bella Stella in the lead for the Vice Racks of the Day position. I never felt bad. Just my voice just didn't want to play. And now we're back to about 70%. And HB dropping the $5 heat. Have been on the PRC, on the PRC, been on the People's Republic of China, been on the replay crew, finally caught a good time zone. Love the coverage. Thank you very much, HB. That is super awesome. Appreciate it. All right, that just kicked us off. And as always, we'll read the super chats and the natural breaks, the natural pauses in the trial, whatnot. That's when we'll read the super chats if any come up. Not required. We kind of pay a little more attention to the chat during these trials, but super chats are not required, but they are graciously and gratefully accepted each and every time as you part with your hard-earned money. I will guarantee you, I will do you the respect of reading your super chat. We'll flash it up first and then read it during the break. Otherwise, we'll kind of pay attention to chat. We'll joke along with chat and pull up particular comments that catch my eye as we go along. And with that out of the way, let's get this afternoon of day 3 shit show on the road. Buckle in. Just buckle up. Put on your safety helmet. Put on your safety goggles, because it's going to get crazy in here. Let's go present screen. Where is the screen to share? How am I got 3 screens to share? That's impossible. Oh, I know how I did. All right, never mind. I'll have to take care of that and fix it. Why is that like that? All right, there we go. And let's start with the afternoon of yesterday, day 3.
To reference some of those today.
About it.
Hurry up. We'll try 1.5 and see if we can stomach that. If not, we'll boost it down to 1.5. Hurry, coming on in. All right. Beautiful. Beautiful ceiling tiles. They look like my high school ceiling tiles, like where we'd like throw pencils and stick them up in there and then get in trouble.
Thank you. Would you mind to come up? We wanted to talk to you about some photos that I might need. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I love this judge. She's a good judge. Holy shit, I owe everybody an apology. I literally owe everybody that was here for the last 2 days an apology. I thought up until this, I would have sworn, and I did swear on my life, my life is now useless, that this was the court clerk typing. It's always the court clerk typing. Holy crap, that was the judge typing. All this clackety clack is the judge typing. All of you that were saying it's the judge, I apologize. I said the judge has no reason to be typing during testimony, which I still don't see why they'd be typing during testimony. That would be the court clerk's job. But that all this clickety clack you hear is the judge typing. Well, I'll be effed. All right. I bow to your superior wisdom, everybody.
Thank you. Is Tom ready to call our next witness? Thank you.
All right. Well, we need to hear what the witness's name is.
Hi there, good afternoon. You can come right up here to the witness stand.
Ouch. Okay, so now we know it's also the judge
And I would like
coughing.
to raise your right hand, please. You swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank you. You may have a seat.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Jeffrey Scott Doyle.
And where did you work?
Okay. Jeffrey Scott Doyle. Oops. Let me type his name up here. Jeffrey Scott Doyle. It looks like if you literally took a conglomerate of Fraser Crane and Niles Crane and made like one Crane person out of it, that's kind of what he would look like.
Hand, please. You swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank you. You may have a seat.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Jeffrey Scott Doyle.
And where did you work?
I was employed by the Kentucky State Police Forensic Laboratory from 1979 through 2019. I retired in October 2019.
Are you still retired?
Wow.
I am.
Good. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So in 2016, obviously you were at the lab.
Mhm.
Did you receive some evidence in this case?
I did.
And is this noted with a certain laboratory number so that you can track what you're about to talk about?
That's correct. Every case submitted to the laboratory was assigned a unique lab number. Each item of evidence was assigned a unique item number, and that was all tracked through the system and to keep everything organized.
In this case, before we get to this case, what sort of things did you do at the lab?
Well, primarily I was in firearms. My job as a firearms examiner also included looking at things like tire and shoe prints that's related to this case. It was all a form of comparative analysis. So in firearms, we're looking at bullets and cartridge casings and comparing those microscopically to samples from a gun that may have been submitted. In addition to that, shoe and tire print identification is a form of comparative analysis. So we're looking for both class characteristics and individual characteristics that may exist on a known item that may have transferred to, say, through your shoe prints or through your tire prints. And so that comparative analysis was a part of my job that I did for basically 40 years.
And did you receive training and continuing education to do that?
I did.
That's a very
Early on,
long
back
time
in
to do anything.
1979, I was trained at the Central Forensic Laboratory in Frankfurt to be a firearms and tool mark examiner. That included training from the FBI, gun manufacturers, other forms of training. I was a distinguished member of the Association of Firearms and Tool Mark Examiners, and which we had an annual training seminar that I attended most of the time. And so, yes, there was ongoing training as well as we had peer review. So every case we worked was reviewed by another examiner. The results were examined. There was a extensive amount of training early, but then there's a lot of on the job, just working cases as well during that course of 40 years.
Did you receive a number of items of evidence in this case?
I did.
How does the lab get the evidence?
The lab would receive the evidence from the Louisville Police Department Evidence Technicians Unit. So whenever something happened, the evidence technicians would go out, they'd collect the evidence, they would package it, they would organize it, and then they would submit it to the laboratory for examination, and then I would conduct my examinations.
In this case, did you receive 2 tire imprint casts?
I did.
What is a tire imprint cast?
Well, the technicians would go out, and at the crime scene, they may see a tire imprint in the ground. And to preserve that and to record it and to collect it, they would mix plaster, a plaster substance. There's different types, but they would pour that into that imprint that was in the ground, let it harden, and then they would collect that. After it hardened, they would pull it up and they would submit that to the laboratory, and they would have the negative image of that imprint. And then that would be used
salad and
compared to
scrambled
if they had
egg.
tires. Let's say if we're talking about tires, it would be compared to any tire samples they may have, or if it's shoes, they would be compared to any shoe samples they may have.
Did you also receive 2 shoe imprint
I did.
casts from this case? And what did they provide you with to help you analyze the imprints?
Well, they had taken pictures from my report. I can see that there was a compact disc of pictures that they had taken of tires that were on a vehicle, I believe. And there's photos and five printed photos from the scene. They also printed out 5 pictures from pictures that were on the CD. And then there were a number of shoes that they submitted. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pairs of shoes that were submitted.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Did you
I have to
analyze all
put
of
my
those? Were you able to
toboggan
make
on.
some conclusions?
I was some conclusions and not.
Okay,
So,
let's go through them one by one. So is it
There
the
we
case
go.
that you
Now I
had
feel
lab
like
numbers and there's
trial.
also numbers provided from the crime scene unit on the report here?
Yeah, there are, yes.
So we'll start with your item 52, which would be CSU item 2, one tire cast imprint. What, and I guess it's the same thing for, so we'll go to item 53, which is CSU item 3, the other tire imprint. What were you able to determine?
Well, as it related to both of those imprints, my items 52 and 53, I determined that the pictures on the CD of tires, I
Tires.
couldn't make a determination one way or another. I couldn't eliminate those tires as having made those imprints, but I couldn't identify them either. Class characteristics are something we look at first. We'll see if the same pattern, basic pattern is there. So the same basic pattern was there.
Oh,
but
Jesus, it's a tire.
tires, it's very difficult to identify a tire specifically to a tire imprint because tires will wear and they develop, they don't develop very good unique characteristics for us to look at. So in looking at those imprints, and a round tire is very light. If you were to roll out that imprint, it would be about 6 feet long if you rolled it all the way out flat. So just
What about a square
capturing
tire?
one
How long
small
would a
imprint
square tire
that
be,
was made,
sir?
you don't know where on that tire it may have been made. So it could have been at the top or bottom or whatever. So my conclusions were that it was basically inconclusive. I couldn't say whether the pictures of the tires that were submitted, that those tires made those imprints, but I couldn't eliminate them as well.
And was, because we've heard about a number of cars, does it list what specific type of car this is on your report?
It says they were off of a Mazda 3.
Moving on to the shoe imprints. For 54, your number 54, which would be CSU 6, were you able to determine anything about that item?
Again, item 54, it says on my report here that there was an inconclusive comparison again to shoes contained in item 62. So I couldn't identify or eliminate item 62 shoes as having made that imprint. The same basic pattern existed, but there was a lack of individual characteristics present in the imprint for me to make an identification. Shoes were eliminated, it appears.
In item 62, is that CSU 133?
It is.
I'm muted.
What about your
That's called
item
getting in front of
55,
it.
which is
Why would you
CSU
want?
9,
Why would you
the
want to
other
put your
shoe
witness on there to say that the tire tracks don't
appears
match
that
the defendant's
that
tire
particular
tracks and the shoe prints
imprint,
don't match the defendant's shoe prints?
that-
Because you don't want the defense to say that
Make
first.
sure
You
I
want to
get
get out in
this
front
right
of it and try to minimize that.
Okay, so I couldn't identify the two imprints as being made by the same shoe. And then I couldn't on item 55, it was not made by any of the pairs of shoes that were submitted. So it was a different pattern present in that imprint that did not match any of the shoes submitted.
So to summarize, the tires could not be identified or eliminated. One shoe saying not identified or eliminated, the other shoe print eliminated.
Eliminated, yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Doyle, good afternoon.
All right.
I just want to be clear that you could not positively identify the tire tracks at the scene as being from the blue Mazda 3, correct?
That's correct.
And you could not positively identify or match any of the shoes that were given to you to the shoe prints at the scene, is that correct?
There was one pair of shoes that I couldn't eliminate. The others I eliminated.
Anything else? All right, thanks for being here. You're free to go.
Thank you.
All right.
Who would the Commonwealth like to call next?
Taylor.
Thank you.
Jacory Taylor. The other defendant, the guy that was involved in the murders, that pled guilty to facilitation of murder, who also was sentenced to 10 years, who also did only a couple of years before he got out and was freely walking the streets. He just hasn't been
Okay, come
rearrested
right up
yet.
here to the witness stand. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank you. You can have a seat.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury? And sir, we're, if you lean closer to the microphone and speak louder, we need to be able to hear you.
Jacory Taylor.
Mr. Taylor, how are you connected to this case?
You need to answer the question. Sir, you need to answer the question.
Sir, did you know Larry and Maurice?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know them?
This is my friend.
They were your friends? Did you know or do you know Anwan Carter? And I know that you're nodding, but we have to be able to hear you. So if you could say yes or no as appropriate. Did you know Anwan? How did you know him?
It's my cousin.
He's your cousin.
So, they mentioned that yesterday when Anwan was on the stand. They mentioned that he was Ja'Cory Taylor's cousin, but we kind of glossed over that real quick. But yeah, this is where things start to go wrong.
Is that on your mom's side or dad's side?
Mom's side.
Did you know Brice Rhodes?
You must answer the question. You all want to approach? Come on up here, sir.
So he's not answering questions. Now you recall he was given a 10-year sentence under a plea agreement that he would testify against the defendant. He gets in here and doesn't
We're going to take a short break.
testify.
Need about 10 minutes. If you all can come back at 1:30, please.
So yeah, that's now they can't just Turbo Goat says pull his plea and lock him up for life. You can't just lock him up for life. I mean, what would happen, and they'll talk more about it later, obviously, is if he doesn't fulfill his obligations under the plea agreement, they can pull the plea agreement, which means that he doesn't get the 10 years. That's off the table, and he will likely be arrested immediately for contempt of court, pending whether or not he actually continues to testify. And then if the plea deal is ripped, he gets all of the murder charges against him reinstated, and they try him for 3 counts of murder.
Judge, I'm not trying to overstep. I wasn't sure if he had counsel and if we needed anything like that.
I mean, I'm just going to talk to him about how he has to answer.
She's saying she wants to talk to him, that tell him he has to answer the damn questions.
I understand that, but we still have to have some kind of an answer. It can be yes, no, I don't know, I don't remember, but you can't sit there and not answer the question. Do you understand? Mr. Taylor, I'm speaking to you. Please look at me. Do you understand? Okay. Can you all approach, please?
He wants no part of this testifying stuff. And that's probably the reason there. See, this is the thing, you do dumb shit when you're 15 years old, like assist in the murder of 3 people. And part of your plea deal says one day you're going to have to get your ass back on the stand and you're going to have to testify against this mother effer that you're afraid of. And you think that day is never going to come. But that day comes, and that day for him is now. Now he doesn't want to testify. And I mean, looking through the law and crime chat, and when I was like, "Oh, sweet Jesus, please take mercy on this boy's soul. Please protect him. Please give him your light and your guidance, and take care of him and shelter him in your glory and keep him safe at all costs, Lord." You mean the guy that stabbed one of his best friends admits to running over another dude who was shot randomly in the street and helped pack up and clean up the murder of his other best friend? That guy? No, this is when the piper comes calling. He's 25 now. He was 17 when it happened. He was 25 now. We're going back to the time when it happened. He was 17 years old when it happened, just about to turn 18. So yeah, he's and people are like, oh, he just fell in with the wrong crowd. He watched a dude get murdered. He helped with the murder of 2 of his best friends. He ran over one of the dead dudes that was shot. He helped stuff the bodies into a plastic bin, load them into the back seat in the trunk of a car. He cleaned up the blood as best he could at the side. Yeah, this is no angel. This is no kid that's just fallen under the spell. And oh no, he needs the Lord's protection. This is the piper coming calling. Now is the oh shit moment. It's finally sitting, if it hasn't settled in already, that he is in a shitty position. He rats. He's probably going to get taken out on the streets. He doesn't rat, he's probably going to go to jail and get taken out in jail. And you know, if he's lucky, and otherwise he's going to be locked up for the rest of his life, probably. So he's in a bad, shitty situation, and it's all coming home to roost. This is what happens when you make bad decisions. He had the knife. He had the knife in his hand before. You know, when he said that the who was it? The Anwan said, his cousin said, "Well, hey," and Anwan Carter said, "Well, after Brice killed the dudes, he gave us the knife. He had that knife. He could have taken out Brice right then and there and claimed self-defense, probably, because, you know, I mean, who else? But he could have gone to the police. He could have done anything. He could have ran. There's a number. He could not have been there in the first place. But yeah, I don't have a lot of good, warm, fuzzy feelings for this guy. I mean, let's just for giggles, let's look at the law and crime chat here. Where do we get to top chat replay? Meh. Oh, it's a good chat replayer. I guess it's got a load or something. Maybe it doesn't load too well at 1.25 speed. But yeah, this went on for a very, very long time. And it's starting to set in. You can see in his expression, he's getting a little teary-eyed, he's getting a little misty-eyed there. This is the last place on earth he wants to be. We're not going to get the chat to load up quickly here. But yeah, he's not in a good way. And it's literally no one else on earth's fault but his own.
This is the jury's not here, and I can talk about this. So the attorney that had previously represented you no longer is with the public defender's office, but they're going to send an attorney over for you just in case you need somebody to talk to while you're here. Okay.
Oh yes, he does need someone to talk to. So his previous public defender ain't there no more, so they're bringing another public defender over for him.
All right. Whenever the jurors are back, we can get started again.
And the dog in him for $5. Thank you so much. Getting in with the wrong crowd doesn't absolve you of your actions you've taken. Exactly, especially when it involves the murder of 3 people, 2 of which are your best friends, allegedly. Don't do things you might regret when you are young. Absolutely.
Don't get the pictures you needed. I could get the pictures you needed.
At some point, you're going to have to pay one of the pipers. There's the state piper. There's the defendant piper. There's, if you're a believing kind, there's the whatever God you happen to worship piper you got to pay.
J-cut into here. And I guess what I have to do is switch it over me.
All right, we can fast forward to the jury coming in.
Mr. Taylor, how old are you?
25.
Thank you. How old were you in 2016?
17.
So when you were 17 years old, you were friends with Maurice Gordon, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were cousins with Anwan Carter. You are cousins with him. Were you running around with your cousin Anwan? Did you all 4 hang out?
Yeah. Yeah.
How did you know Larry and Maurice? How did you meet them?
I met one of my cousins, Antoine.
You met them through your cousin Antoine? And how is Antoine related to Antoine?
No subtitles.
Hey, brothers.
They're brothers. Okay. Did you all hang out with more people?
No, it was just usually us.
Okay. What sort of stuff would you do?
Murder people,
Males, cheat,
females.
hard and stuff like that.
Where did you go to school?
Went to Lassiter. I went to Butler High School.
Where'd you say?
I went to Lassiter Middle. I went to Butler High School.
Butler High School? So did you go to school with any of them?
Now my cousin Antoine did. That's how I met them. They went to school together. And they came to my granny's house one day.
What neighborhood did you live in back then?
Lived in the South. My cousin.
What do you mean by the South?
South there, like by Olmsted Middle School, our boys' school. You know, in the
Is
South
that where
there.
they all went to school?
Yeah, they all went to school there.
So you would hang out with them after school?
Yeah.
Were you and Antoine friends when you were little kids?
No, not really. I mean, he's just my cousin's like blood brother. So I looked at him as like a brother too.
So you were closer to Antoine at first than Antoine, is that what you're saying?
Antoine, me and Antoine grew up together. His mama, my mama's sister, she passed away. Stacy, she passed away. So me and Antoine, we've been tight since I was young.
Was Antoine his little brother? At some point, did anybody in that group introduce you to Brice Rhodes?
Maurice and Larry,
Brice and Larry did?
Mhm.
About how long did you know Maurice and Larry before they died?
about 4 years.
Dude, you're 25 years old. Stop bawling like a bitch and man up. It's time to pay for what you did, dude. This was
I
it.
don't remember.
Had you known him, would you say weeks, months, or years before the murders?
I don't remember.
Years?
Probably about, it wasn't that long though. It wasn't no year.
Wasn't no year?
No.
And you met him through, I believe you said Maurice and Larry?
Hmm.
Okay. What sort of things would you all do with him?
Yes, his cousin was the one we had yesterday that got arrested in Florida.
Really.
Would he take you all out
Time to time.
from time to time? Did he take you all out to eat?
Time to time.
Did he buy you all stuff?
Time to time.
Sure.
And here we go into another lengthy, he ain't talking about nothing.
Damn,
When would you all hang out with him?
I hung with Amon more than anybody, and Maurice and Larry more than anybody. So I can't say how many times we hung together, or how often, but it was often. But more than I hung with them two and Amon.
I'm so sorry, but I could not hear all of that. If you could lean closer in.
We hung with them sometimes, but I mean it was mostly me, Maurice and Larry, and Amon. It wasn't, you know.
So it's mostly you four, sometimes him.
Yeah.
How old was he, if you recall?
It was who?
Mr. Rhodes.
I don't know.
Was he older than you?
Older than us.
Did you all ever, well, anytime you hung out with him, were they there, your friends there too? Or did you ever hang out with him, just you and him?
It was mostly just me, him, and Maurice and Larry and Butter. Amon.
Okay, and I believe you just said Butta. What is,
It's Amon.
that's Anwan's
Yeah.
nickname? All right,
I'm sorry to interrupt, but let me ask the attorneys to come up. Mr. Faccio, would you mind to come up too?
More of this shit's got to happen. This went on for a long time.
I ain't got nothing to say.
Thanks so much. Sorry for the interruption.
I ain't got nothing to say.
okay, Mr. Taylor, I want to turn to the May 4th.
I ain't got nothing to say.
That's not an option.
Leading up to May 4th of 2016. Can you tell us what happened?
I ain't got nothing to say.
When you cut a plea deal where you say I will testify in exchange for a lenient sentence, I ain't got nothing to say is not an option. As you heard from her exasperated sigh.
I respect what y'all doing here, but I ain't got nothing to say about the incident.
Well, that's not true, right? You don't want to. Right? But you do have something to say. Can you please tell the jury about the May 4th incident? Can you tell the jury what happened the night Christopher Jones was shot? On 41st Street. Sorry, I know it's hard.
Now, put yourself in the place of the prosecution right now. Put yourself in the mind of the prosecution team right now. Their star witness that for the last 6.5 years has been ready to testify, who I'm sure they thought 25, 30 minutes ago was good to go. He's one of the backbones of your case. You put him on the stand, he clams up. One of your two main eyewitnesses shuts down. Both her and the other dude have got to be shitting bricks sideways. Yeah, this is not a good position to be in.
Mr. Taylor, were you on 41st Street the night this person was shot?
I ain't got nothing to say.
On May 4th, 2016, were you in a car on 41st Street?
I ain't got nothing to say.
Sir, do you understand this is a court
Yes, ma'am.
and that witnesses get sworn in? That they answer questions? You understand that, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I ain't
You
got nothing-
understand that you have information that the jury needs about this case, right? Do you understand that? Do you want me to ask it in smaller questions? Is that helpful?
You too dumb to understand what I'm saying, boy.
With those people that you have just talked about, Maurice, Larry, Anwine, and Brice Rhodes on May 4th, 2016. Answer that question. Were you with them that night? May 3rd into May 4th, 2016. So there are 3 answers you can give to that question. You could say, yes, I was with them, no, I wasn't with them, or I don't remember.
John Byrne, I was just thinking about you this morning, thinking you hadn't been around in a bit. Welcome back. He was it. John Byrne is responsible for all of our membership emojis.
Mr. Taylor, do you remember a conversation that you had with Tenelli? And we're going to need you to say an answer. It could be yes, no, or I don't remember. Yep.
He's not answering the questions, John. He's refusing to answer questions on the stand. No, not me. And mind you, this is at 1.25 speed. It's going slower in real life. Oh, yes, it's contempt. Very much so.
We'll just say 2 o'clock, take 15 minutes.
Yep, so now there's a come to Jesus moment with him here. This is the beginning of the come to Jesus moment. Wait for the jury to leave.
John, can we lock the courtroom door for a moment? Does anybody want to leave for a minute? I'm going to lock the door for a moment.
They are locking the courtroom doors. She's.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Taylor, I'm going to give you some time to talk to Mr. Ferraccio, who is here at my request as your attorney. But let me say this. When a question is asked of you, you can answer it yes, no, or I don't remember. And if you want to, you can explain more beyond that. But simply not answering will result in me holding you in contempt of court and putting you in jail likely. Additionally, it could open you up to other consequences, such as your prior plea deal being taken away and all of the charges against you being reinstated. Now, I do not care how you answer, but you will either answer or remain in the jail. Mr. Ferraccio, I'll give you some time to speak with him now.
He's not in custody.
Yeah, he's not in custody. Yeah, conference room.
That's the guy that just got the phone call to go, can you come down here and talk some sense into this guy here?
Yeah, John, I'm sorry. The outer door is the one we'll need to secure.
All right. Well, while that's going on, let's make it a little bit smaller here. He's flabbergasted. They just go on talk for a few minutes here. All right, so we got a couple of questions about this. We'll answer them while things are going on. But first, Ike with the $10 Australian. I'm seeing the witness clam up as the defendant. Is the defendant intimidating the witness? And it would be heavily tipping my verdict in a direction that is not good for the defense. Well, that's one thing I want to talk about, and we'll talk about that in just a quick minute, sort of the ramifications of all of this, what it could possibly mean. Alan asks, how is jail a threat when he's in prison? He's not in prison. You know, he's not wearing his prison clothes. He's wearing street clothes. He took a 10-year plea. Again, as a minor, he served just as Anwan Carter did yesterday, served for a few years, and he's out. He's a free man. He is free to come and go as he pleases. So the threat of jail means that he's going to go to jail on contempt until he agrees to testify as per his plea deal. That doesn't work. They'll rip his plea deal and put him back on trial for 3 counts of murder and 1 count of, what was it, the desecration of a corpse or something like that. Or tampering with evidence or something. But yeah, that's the options. They put him back on trial for 3 murders and the other charge. Mamasaurus Rex says he ain't no snitch. Well, he's already snitched. He's guilty. He's already been found guilty. He pled guilty. So he's already snitched to the cops a bunch of times. Now is the time to snitch in court. And he's balking at that because it's setting in. And so what if he does this? Will this guy think he's scared of have access to him in prison? And that's why. If he does this, he stays out of prison, but he's on the street. There's street justice. There's a reputation. There's that coming in. But if he does go to jail, he's going to still be in there with the guy. So he's very much in a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of scenario here, which is a situation of his absolute own creation. But it's time to, as I said, to pay the piper. So how will this, how will not answering the question affect the whole case or the trial? It can go 2 ways. Oh, Pastor Flash, that answered your question. Is he in jail right now? Nope, not right now. If he starts testifying, he'll stay out of jail likely. And Giselle T says, he can't plead the 5th. That is correct. A lot of people, especially in the law and crime chat, are saying, just plead the 5th. Plead. No, he's already pled guilty. He's already admitted to it. Now he can't go back and say, I'm not talking about nothing. He's already talked. Everything he said after he was read his Miranda rights is now officially part of the record. He's already talked. When he made his plea deal, he signed all the bad stuff he did and agreed to talk about all the bad stuff. So yeah, his 5th Amendment rights they're gone long time ago. Pleading the 5th is not an option. That's why the judge was saying you got the option of going to jail or talking. Those are the only 2 options you've got right now. And Bella Stella also gifted 10 Legal Vices memberships. If you got one of those Legal Vices memberships, please give Bella Stella a super thanks. Awesome. Thank you so much, Bella Stella. And John Byrne with the $10 Aussie super chat for the cough syrup fund. Hope you're feeling better. I was never feeling bad. It's just the voice. The voice just gone. It just shit the bed like 3 days ago, and now we're working our way back. See, we still have no audio. So what this? I mean, this can go one of two ways. I mean, just assuming he doesn't start talking, he doesn't start testifying. This can go one of two ways. One, the jury could go, wow, this prosecution really sucks. They put on a weak argument up to this point. The last eyewitness was a shit witness. He admitted to lying a bunch of times to the cops. His story didn't make a whole bunch of sense when he was on the stand, but now he wants us to believe them. He's also been arrested for another crime after he got a super lenient, and they may take it out on the prosecution and go, hey, these guys suck. They can't prove anything. Even their witnesses suck. Even their witnesses won't testify for them. So we're gonna side with the defense. That's one part. That's one option. The other option is that they can be saying, "Ooh, he looks scared. He looks nervous. He might be being intimidated. He might be being threatened. That would look really bad for the defense, and they might hold it against the defense." So this could go either way. They could hold it against either side. And if I was the defense and he keeps doing this, and they ultimately get rid of him as a witness, they say, okay, this guy's not going to talk. We're just done with him. I would make a motion for a mistrial on the grounds that him acting all scared and shit was causing prejudice to my client. I highly doubt that a mistrial would be declared. The chances would be probably very, very small, but I would give it my best damn shot. See him up there acting like a bitch after all of this was, But anywho, all righty. Once they start the court back up here again, I will have to take a quick phone call because people calling the law racks at 11:19 p.m. All right, let's get up here. All right. He's been outside. He's been talking to his brand newly appointed dude from the public defender's office to try to talk a little bit of sense into him. Let's see if it works, shall we? Who's coming on in? Well, I hate getting Mexican Vader. I hate getting work calls anytime. Okay, the first question: were you there when he was killed? When Jones was killed? Yes, ma'am. His lawyer talked him into talking. His lawyer probably laid down the law and said, "You signed this agreement. You got your choice. You snitch, or you go back on trial for 3 counts of murder plus whatever the other minor one was." And apparently it sunk in because that's what he's doing. Let's hear what he has to say. Well, I'll take my call. I'll boost the sound up really high.
I was in the backseat.
Backseat of the vehicle?
Mhm.
Whose car was it?
It was Brice.
What color was the car?
Blue Mazda.
Mazda?
Mhm.
Who was driving?
Maurice.
Who was next to Maurice in the front?
Larry.
Who was in the back?
Brice.
Were you behind Maurice or Larry?
I was behind Larry.
And the defendant was behind Maurice?
Mhm.
So driver's side rear?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were you, was Anwar there?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was Anwar?
He was behind us in the truck.
What truck was he in?
He was in the truck he had that day. He was following us.
He followed you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how he got the truck? Was it a truck that he had had long term?
Nah, just for short term that day. Just for that day.
You showed up in the truck that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did y'all go to 41st Street?
Looking for somebody.
Who were you looking for?
I don't know.
Did you ever know specifically who you were looking for?
We never knew. We just went along with it.
Who knew? Who was the person who knew?
Bryce.
Sorry.
Bryce knew.
Did he tell you all who he was looking for?
No.
But did he tell you why he was looking for someone?
Somebody price on the head or something like that.
Somebody with a price on their head. What does that mean?
Somebody with a price on their head, like looking for him.
Does that mean that somebody else is going to pay if
Means
this person gets killed?
It means the person who did it get paid.
The person who did it gets paid? Okay. How did you all know that there was somebody with a price on his head?
Bryce told us about it.
Did he tell you all about this before that night or that night?
It was at night.
Did you, okay, so y'all driving down 41st Street, you're in the backseat, and one following, what happens?
Rode around. Maurice rode around. And, stopped the car. And he seen somebody in the middle of the street. And Bryce told him to get out the street. Shot him.
Who shot him?
Bryce.
Brice Rhodes shot him. So you're in the passenger side rear, right?
Mm-hmm.
So were you all, was the person who got shot on the other side of the street from you all?
He was on
You don't know? It's probably an unclear question. Was the fellow on the sidewalk or in the street?
the street.
Okay. Was he crossing the street or what was he doing?
He may be crossing the street. He was in the street, but he may have been crossing the street, but he was in the middle of the street.
Did Mr. Rhodes shoot him with a gun? Well, that's obvious, but just to be clear, it was with a gun, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of gun was it?
9mm.
How did he get the gun?
Got it from me.
Where did you get the gun?
Friend of mine.
How long have you had the gun?
I didn't have it a day.
You didn't have it a day, so you got it that day.
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you get the gun?
My own protection.
And how did Mr. Rhodes end up with it?
He was with me that night. He's with all of us at night. He told us that somebody had a price on their head, so he wanted the gun. So I gave him the gun.
Could you describe how he shot Mr. Jones?
He pulled up and he was in the street. I just remember that he shot him. I don't really remember. I just know he said, "Get out the street," or something like that. He shot him.
And were you sitting next to Brice Rhodes when he shot Mr. Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, there was the mention. Okay, I'll pull the volume back down here a little bit. Probably not much because they're both mumbling. But there, and I saw John Gary saying very leading questions. Apparently, that was that was clearly one of the things that they agreed on during the break. It was that they, just to get something out of this guy, that they would be allowed essentially to declare him a hostile witness and ask leading questions. So that's the fact that there's no objections to the leading questions and things like that tells me that this was an agreed upon thing where they decided, okay, we'll let them do this.
Did you know Mr. Jones at all?
None of us did.
Had you ever seen him before?
No, I ain't never seen him dead in my life.
Had
Perhaps
did you
literally,
ever find
Eric,
out
perhaps
if he
very,
was
very
present?
literally.
That's the statement. You want to approach?
No, I can rephrase. How did you feel about this situation?
I was young. I just went along with it, to be honest with you. We all did, you know what I'm saying? We just
I'm sorry, what was the last thing?
we just went along with it.
Did Mr. Rhodes, to your knowledge, did he ever show up with money from this price on the head business?
I don't know.
After the shooting, what did you all do?
Went to Maurice and Larry's house.
Did all 5 of you go or just some of you?
We all went.
What happened at their house?
We didn't really talk about much. We just basically just told us not to tell nobody. That was it that I remember.
Okay. Did you all discuss it later amongst yourselves?
Not really. I mean, to be honest, we ain't never seen nobody like get shot, you know what I mean? So I'm not gonna lie, we was all scared, you know what I mean? It wasn't just them two, we was all scared, you know what I'm saying? Maurice, Larry, all of us, we was scared, man.
You're scared?
Scared.
So we didn't really, we just went along with it.
Did you all, any of you, discuss this prior to May 21st?
Yeah, me and Maurice did. And Larry.
See, now I think he is telling the truth here. I believe him way more than I believe Anwan Carter's testimony yesterday. I think whatever his lawyer said to him and the threats that the judge and the prosecution were making him, I think this is scared him even more than the other shit he was scared of. To me, this rings true. I might be wrong, but it feels, and again, with how it feels is not really an objective determiner of whether or not he's telling the truth. But this feels like he's telling the truth. Like that, we were scared from jump. We were 15. We were just following along. That makes a lot more sense. But that still does not excuse the behavior and get you off the hook. And while we're paused here, Burning Sensation says Jeffy's probably not going to get into the witness protection program. Yeah, no. Some young kid that's pointing a finger at one dude. I ain't gonna get the witness protection program is where they basically set you up for life and protect you for life and it ain't worth it. That's for like if you testify against someone in the mafia or the president of some other crime organization. Those are the people that get in the witness protection, like really high, really important people. This is just you testify or you go to jail for the rest of your life. You choose. John Gary, very leading questions. Yeah, we talked about that. And that dog in him, like the problem he has is he's already snitched. He's never testified in court about what he said. And now with the plea deal, he has to, and he's bitching out because he's in front of the defense. Absolutely. That's it. And the super chat, the $10 super chat. Thank you so much for that. He said, I'm sorry about my volatile language. Oh, hell, we say much worse than that around here. But as someone who grew up in the Black community, this stuff gets under my skin. It's so frustrating watching someone clam up when the piper comes calling. Yeah, that's like the old saying goes, if you want to sing the blues, you better be prepared to pay the dues. And he's got to pay the dues right now. And it's sunk in with him. I said, the president of some other crime organization, not the president or some other crime organization. the president of some other crime organization.
He told me he wasn't messing with Brice anymore because of the situation.
You don't mess with Vice, bitch. Oh, sorry.
Did Brice Rhodes say anything?
No.
Okay. Did he say anything about Larry and Maurice?
Just said that he can't mess with them no more because they told their mom about the situation. He feared they would say something to the police.
So he believed they told their mother?
Yes, ma'am.
Bryce, that's not very smart.
Can't mess with them.
No,
What did you, I know you don't know, but what did you understand that to mean?
I'm gonna sustain that.
Okay.
Mm.
Did he tell you anything that he thought should happen?
He afraid they would tell him, so he was saying we can't mess with them no more. We got get him back for telling him. That's all I remember.
Get him back for telling?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he say anything more specific?
Not really, not that I remember.
Do you remember talking to Detective Tenelli about this?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think if you saw a transcript of your conversation that that might help refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll answer that here in the next break, Josh. That's a very good question. See, Brice Rhodes isn't thinking very smart. It's like he told his mother, so now we have to kill him. If you're going to kill him, you should have done it before they told their mother. Because now she goes, oh, yeah, he told me
What
about
did he
this.
tell you?
Then he went over to their house and he turned up dead. Gee, wonder who did it. Not smart, Brice.
Kill him.
She said, we got to kill him. So I talked over some important
What did he
testimony.
tell you
we go.
he wanted to do to them?
So we gotta kill him.
At that time, did you believe him?
Shocked. I mean, I didn't know what to believe, to be honest, because of Chris situation. I didn't really know. I just I don't really know.
Where were you when he said this?
As I remember, it was just we was in the car one day. I don't remember what day. I don't remember what day. I just know we was in the car and he was telling me this because Maurice was scared. You know what I'm saying? Like he was scared that he was gonna tell or whatever. So he was telling me that.
Judge, it's difficult for me to hear the answer, but I believe it's a mix of hearsay and objective hearsay.
Sustain.
Let's move on to, well, in this time period, were there days when you saw Maurice and Larry?
We was still with him every day after that.
Okay.
Me and Amon was.
Were there days that you saw Brice Rhodes?
Yeah, at times, not often.
Tell us about May 21st, which I believe would have been that Saturday.
So I remember riding around with my cousin, Q. Me and Amon was riding around with Q that day.
So Q is the nickname of your another cousin?
That's my cousin.
So Q and Anwan and you were in a car?
Yes, man.
What were you all doing?
Just riding around, females. Q had a girlfriend. We were just riding around. I was calling Maurice and he was calling Larry because we was trying to go back to their house today. And, just kept calling and stuff like that because we usually we'll go out, we'll be out that day, and like at the time I really didn't have nowhere to go. You know what I'm saying? So
Where were you living then?
that's the house.
House to house?
Different friends' house.
What was going on with your, did you typically live with your mom or your dad?
I had issues with my family.
Okay. So did you, how long when you were really little, did you live with your mom or your dad or both?
My mom, for the most part, my dad got killed.
At that time, were you living with your mom?
Yeah, I was living with my mom off and on. That's the reason why I was bouncing from house to house, because I didn't know where to stay at the time.
Okay. Okay, so you had a cousin Q who was driving around that day with Anwan. Was he also Anwan's cousin or was it the other side of the family?
Q didn't really look at him as a cousin, but you could say that because Antoine, which is Anwan's brother, is Q's cousin too. That's my mom's sister.
Okay.
So we was all cousins anyway.
So do Anwan and Antoine have different moms or dads?
They got different moms, same dad.
Okay. So Antoine was your all's cousin and he was Anwan's brother. So you are related to Anwan through that? Okay, got it. So you're riding around with Q. What happens?
Calling I was calling Reese, calling him back to back, trying to see we was trying to go over there that night. Something as I remember, I said that Reese actually he called me and let me know he was, I forget at the time. No, I'm sorry about that. Rephrase that. I called him to go over there, and we finally went over there. They was gone. Me and Butter went over. They was gone. And
So you went to the house where they lived with their mom
yes, ma'am.
over by Yorkwood Park,
Yes, ma'am.
and they were not there?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And I was confused because he told me after Maurice telling me that he wasn't hanging with him no more, and fooling Brice no more. I was confused on why he was still with him and why they were still, with Brice after the situation with Chris. So I went there to spend the night. Me and Butter did, and we got there. Their cousin answered the door, and they wasn't there. They wasn't there that night. When we left, we kept calling Maurice's cell phone. I called Brice's cell phone. And I was like, "Where Maurice and Larry at?" And said that they right here and stuff like that. And Maurice is in the background and Larry's in the background partying. There's people over there. I just thought everything was fine at that point. I didn't really think nothing. Like back when you asked me, like, was he serious? You know what I'm saying? Like about doing it to them. I mean, at that point, I didn't think he was serious no more. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I didn't really think nothing of it.
See, this just rings true to me.
He was all gonna be cool. Stuff like that. I didn't really think he really gonna do that. I thought we was gonna party, so I insisted on going anyway. Even though Q and N1 told me not to go, I insisted because I ain't got nowhere to go. Q and N1 really could have went to a family meeting. I just wanted somewhere to stay at night. I ain't really thinking about hurting nobody. Nothing like that. We wasn't thinking like that. N1 didn't want to go. My cousin didn't want me to go, but I insisted on going anyway.
So you went to get someplace to stay?
Yes, ma'am. So we went to Brice's apartment that night. My cousin Q dropped me off. He dropped me and N1 off.
Why didn't Q go?
Q didn't want me to go anyway. Q didn't really fool. He didn't really fool too much with Brice anyway. He didn't want me around him, so that's why he didn't really want me to go. We went that day. As I remember, it was people in the house. I believe a female and two guys, a female and a guy, as I remember. So and they was drinking. Everything was cool at that point. You know what I'm saying? Everybody was just in the house, chilling. I remember two other people being there, and I never seen them before. Me out, N1. Never seen them before.
Were Maurice and Larry there when you got there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it was Maurice. Tell me if I get this right. Maurice, Larry, Brice Rhodes, a female, and two dudes you'd never seen before.
Well, that does coincide with what Anwan said yesterday.
So at first, everything's cool.
There was other
Okay,
people
how
that
long did
never
everything
got
stay cool?
charged present.
Everything was cool until we was out drinking and we was all just there, and I didn't know the other two people that was there, the two gyms there. So I'm really confused at that point. I didn't really we just partying, we kicking it, and then I remember that Brice said he asked Maurice, "Are you telling on me?" or something like that. Are you telling on me? Are you telling on me? Or something like that. Something like that. I just remember that part or something like that. He was asking questions and stuff like that. And Maurice had said something to me, and we was kind of arguing. We got into a dispute. And as I remember, that was before Brice had asked him, "Are you telling on me?" It had nothing to do about, the situation. Me and Maurice just got into a dispute over the fact, like, we was out drinking, we was partying, stuff like that, and stuff kind of, you know what I'm saying? So he asked him, like, "Are you telling me?" And he kind of denied it, like, "Nah, I ain't doing this," stuff like that. At that point, he said we got to violate him and stuff like that. I didn't understand. He just wanted, like, he just said violate him. And then, as I remember, before that, I just remember Maurice picked up a knife on me or whatever. And Brice had grabbed the knife from Maurice. That's when he hit him. You know what I'm saying? He hit him.
All right, we're just about to get into the real testimony here. So before we do that, let's bring on Aussie Overlord, Mr. Hayden. How are you, sir?
I am better. Completely forgot about the audio.
Okay. Me too.
Yeah. Sorry, peeps. Yeah, can't complain. That was a hell of a game. That may actually be one of the better ones we watched. What have I missed?
Oh, him not testifying. He just clammed up, didn't testify, went silent.
Oh, that's this guy. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Not a problem.
They gave him a good old come to Jesus talk. Do you want to go to jail for contempt until you do talk and then have your plea deal ripped and you stand trial for 3 murders and whatever the other charge was? Or do you want to tell us what happened? He's decided he wants to tell them what happened. And he's just about to get into the actual murder. And as I was saying for you guys, he seems to be scared enough that he's telling the truth. Unlike Anwan Carter yesterday. And they're cousins, by the way. He and the guy that got arrested in Florida are cousins.
Right.
And so the two cousins killed two brothers. So
Keeping in the family. Nice.
I think he seems, like I said, I don't know if he's lying or not, but he has me convinced that he's telling the truth, at least as far as he understands it.
Right. Okay.
I think he's just resigned at this point. No, he's either going to get street justice, prison justice, court justice. Something's coming down on him, and I think he's just resigned at this point. Josh says, why do people join the public defenders? I know some people see it as moral, ethical good to defend those with nothing. It seems like you're overworked. Well, you're incredibly overworked, but the public defender's office gives you an immense amount of experience. Before a good trial attorney will try a couple hundred cases in his life. A public defender will quite possibly try a couple hundred cases a month. When I was a third year law school, we had it was called a third year practice rule. You could either help out at the Indigent Civil Law Center, or you could intern at the public defender's office. And as a third year law student, you could actually try cases under the supervision of an actual licensed lawyer. And I had like four cases. I can't remember, so damn long ago that I did during my third year. But when we would go in, my supervisor guy, he would literally be carrying 20 cases a day going into court. So you get an incredible amount of experience writing motions, making arguments, testifying to, trying cases before juries, trying them before judges, trying them before justices of the peace. It is a huge experience builder. Plus, a lot of places will let you forgive some student loans if you do things like that. But mostly, a lot of people want to gain experience, and they believe in justice for people, as you say, who have nothing. So that's kind of a long answer to that question. Any particular comments?
No, basically. I do. It's not that different here either. In law school, if you can find a law firm that is part of the legal aid panel and will take you on, you can basically do the same thing. It's just that with government funding cuts and that sort of thing, legal aid is few and far between. There's very few panel lawyers anymore that'll actually even do it. But no, it's exactly the same. It's you're overworked, underpaid, and over here, basically.
All right, and let's see. Another one. What's the other comment here? Where'd it go? Damn it, where'd the comments go? Here we go. Eric Fulham says, I just want to know why they call him Rambo. Does he eat things that would make a Billy Goat puke? That was his rap name, because he is also a rapper. And if you just go search for Brice Rambo Rhodes on YouTube, you'll get a video that without question is worse than what the business from Darrell Brooks. It's like way worse than that. And unfortunately, in the first few seconds of that video, if I remember, we'll play the first few seconds without sound. But the two victims, the two young teens that were killed, are in the music video waving guns around. Oh, so yeah, they're actually in it.
When I was doing searching last night, I think I actually found one where someone actually managed to put Brooks and his music and overlaid them.
Oh, nice. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
It's bad. It's bad rap. But as I said yesterday, when the other guy, when Anwan Carter was on the stand, my offer still stands for this guy. Of course, it's too late, and I doubt he's going to do it. I will give him $1,000 if he says, "God didn't make Rambo, I made him." That's my goal, is to hear that at some point during this trial. $1,000 to anyone on the stand that says that. This guy seems rehabilitatable. If rehabilitatable isn't a word, it should be. Rehabilitatable, unlike the guy from yesterday. I agree that, this guy's managed to stay out of jail. He hasn't been rearrested, so good for him. Aaron Hack says, I feel stupid for feeling bad for him. Well, you don't have to feel stupid for feeling bad for him, because the law and crime is, as we were saying, was just full of this. Oh, dear Jesus, I'm praying for this boy's soul. Please protect him wrap your love and protection around him and keep him safe at all costs. He's scared. He needs your help, sweet Jesus. Law and crime is full of that. Pied Pipers come and call and bitch. You got to pay that. Not the Pied Piper. He was leading Snakes at Ireland and shit. Or pagans, as we used to call them. Now they're called snakes in that story. But time to pay the piper. Don't feel sorry for him. I mean, you can feel like just it's the situation. It's the sociology behind this. That's a sad thing. His father's been killed. That didn't teach him enough to stay the fuck away from this type of a lifestyle. Him and his cousin are wrapped up in shit. His cousin's in jail now. They both dodged a huge bullet with their plea deal. They've had to participate in the killing of their best friends from school. Everybody's in jail. Everybody's dead. They're living in this shitty situation. This is sociologically, societally, this is something to be sad about. Individuals, when you get down to the individuals, you got to take responsibility. As I just said, do you want to sing the dues? You got to pay the blues. Wait, the other way around. Reverse that. you want to sing the blues, you got to pay the dues, and he's got to pay the dues.
And yes, Jeff did just have a Willy Wonka moment. Scratch that.
I did.
Reverse it.
I did.
That was great.
Yeah, that's actually one of my favorite movies of all time. So yeah. All right. Well, that's where we are. He's now going to detail. He's going to give us the details of the murder. He's going to tell us how it all went down.
Did they fix the audio at all, or are we still? No. It works because when he gets real close to the microphone, he can hear him perfectly. But no, neither one of them are talking to the microphone. But we did decide that was the judge that's typing like that. We caught her in the act at the beginning. It's the judge typing. Anyway, that dog in him $2. Thank you so much again, brother. Dude can go across the country and work for UPS. Yep. Stay out of trouble. Him participating in 3 murders and getting out after like 2.5, 3 years, however long it was he served. This guy should be thanking God every damn day for that and just ride off into the sunset. How much NyQuil and Sudafed did you take, Jeff? Just one NyQuil the first day. Sudafed they don't have here in Korea, but did I take a Tylenol? Nope, just that one. I don't really take medicine. I sort of like the body heal itself kind of a guy. But anyway, that's not what we're here to talk about. Let's get right back in here and hear how this works. Go back a little bit.
At that point, he said we got to violate him and stuff like that. I didn't understand. He just wanted, he just said violate him. And then, as I remember, before that, I just remember Maurice picked up a knife on me or whatever. And Brice had grabbed the knife from Maurice. And that's when he hit him. You know what I'm saying? He hit him.
So he hit who?
He hit Maurice.
And who is the one doing the hitting?
He hit Maurice because he picked up a knife on me.
But I'm sorry, just to be clear, who hit Maurice?
Brice.
Okay.
Yeah, see, now he's got to start naming names. We're
Were
down to brass tacks.
Was the female still present at this point?
Female? Now everybody left. The female left because it was too many dudes there. As I recall, it was too many dudes at that point. So she left, and the other two people stayed. And Butter was there, and Maurice and Larry was there. But after that, he kind of he didn't really go at me with the knife. He did, but he didn't. It was aggressive. So he hit him. He hit Brice hit Maurice and made him put the knife. He grabbed the knife from him. And that's when he insisted on doing what he did.
Okay, so everything's cool. You and just tell me if I'm getting this timeline right. You and Maurice kind of get into a little argument. I mean, did you think it was a serious argument?
We've been into it before, and next day we right back. Right back good. So I didn't think nothing of it. We didn't think to do it in that. No, it don't matter.
Okay.
It was that serious to even. You know what I'm saying?
So when he pulled the knife, were you scared?
At that point, we all confused. You know what I'm saying?
No, I meant when Maurice pulled the knife.
I remember lunching, I remember jumping back, lunging back, you know what I'm saying?
And so at that point, Maurice pulls the knife. Mr. Rhodes takes the knife.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you said he hit him, was it a slap or a punch, or what? Describe it however you remember it.
I don't remember. I know it was either slap or a punch. I just know he hit him, and he took the knife from him.
Where were you all in the apartment?
He was in the living room.
And was everybody standing, sitting?
So, we were standing at that point. Everybody was standing around.
Okay, so after the punch or hit, I'll say hit, is all this happening before or after he started talking about violating?
I just know that he said we gotta violate him or something, violate them or violate him
And is that after he hit him?
after he hit him because he
I'm just trying to get the timing, I'm sorry.
yes
Okay, so he says, so is that like disciplining?
yes violate whatever he was planning on doing, violate somebody.
When he said that, what happened next?
He told he said something about he told me to Brice had told me to he said I want you to he said I want you to violate him. I was scared, so I'm like, what you mean? He said it. He's like, I want you to punch him in his chest. And if you hit him in his face, I'm gonna hit you. Tell me it's my reach. You know,
Don't leave a mark.
I just remember he had me punching him. He said stop. Something like that. And he had I thought everything was fine at that point until he said we gotta tie him up. We gotta tie him up or something like that. As I remember. You know, it's been a while, so I just remember certain detail like that. You know what I'm saying? That I can remember. But I just remember that he said we gotta tie him up and tied him up and you know, like pin him down. He stabbed Maurice and
Who stabbed Maurice?
Brice did.
Okay. Was Maurice tied up at that point?
Yeah, he was tied up.
What was used to tie him up?
I don't really remember. I just remember that he was tied up. And
Okay, who did the tying?
Brice did. And somebody else that was there. I don't really remember. I just know he was tied up and he had a sock in his mouth and he pinned him down and he began stabbing him. He made anyone stab him too.
Where did you see where he was stabbing him?
Man, stomach, chest, stuff like that.
Do you know how many approximate times it was?
It was a lot. I don't really remember.
What was Maurice doing while this was going on?
Fucking screaming, getting stabbed. What the fuck kind of question is that?
Can you do?
Who was in the room while this was happening?
The phrase "fighting for his life" comes to mind.
Yeah, it was me, brother, Brice, two other people, and Maurice. He's pretty much fighting, you know, trying to, you know, he made N1 stab him, and once N1 stabbed him, he kind of moved him to the door. He just had me standing there.
You were standing by the door?
He, two other people that was in there, I didn't really know. They was already there when we got there, so I'm thinking that, you know what I'm saying? And my man, couldn't do nothing but stand there, worried if somebody's gonna do something to us for, you know, trying to interrupt anything. So he went to he kind of took Maurice to the door. I don't really remember who, but I just remember he going to the door. And, Larry was in the bathroom. He made Larry come out, and the same thing happened to Larry. And once he did Larry, he made me stab Larry.
So I'm sorry to make you talk through this again.
You can still be screaming and not make noise because you're sock in your mouth. I'm sure he wasn't going, oh, wow.
While Maurice was being stabbed, where was Larry?
He was in the bathroom.
How did Larry get to the bathroom?
The other two people put him in there.
Did Larry want to go to the bathroom?
They made him.
What do you think, woman?
Could you hear Larry in the bathroom?
I don't really remember. I just know he was in the bathroom until Maurice was pulled out of the living room.
After you said Brice Rhodes stabbed Maurice a lot of times, and then you made N1 stab him.
Yes, ma'am.
Had Maurice stopped moving at that point?
I don't really remember, ma'am. I just know that he pulled him to the side and made Larry come out next.
How did he pull him to the side?
What about the door?
Was Maurice walking, or was he down on the ground?
He was down.
And did he drag him to the door, carry him to the door? You know?
I just remember he was can I grab a tissue? I just remember he grabbed him to the door. He slid him to the door and I don't know, man. Then Larry came out. I just know he had somebody watching the door to make sure wasn't nobody coming in the house.
When Larry came out, could he, was he, were his eye, I mean, could he see what happened to his brother, or were his eyes covered?
Not that I remember.
You can't remember? Okay. So let's walk through what happened to Larry. I'm sorry, but how did it start? Was he tied up?
Same thing. I just remember that. I remember him trying to break free. And he pinned him down and began stabbing him. And then after he was down, he had me the knife and made me stab him as well.
How many times did Brice Rhodes stab Larry?
I don't recall. I don't really remember. I just know that he stabbed him.
To your knowledge, was Larry, did he appear alive when you were stabbing him?
No, ma'am.
How many times did you stab him?
Just once or twice after the fact that
Did Brice Rhodes say anything about why he stabbed Larry?
I mean, not really. I just know once we was in it. There was no, we involved pretty much. We there. We just, so we just as guilty. We there. Couldn't do nothing though. I mean, I was scared. I was scared. I don't know. I just know. Couldn't really say him.
See, this is why he seems very authentic and truthful to me.
Yeah.
This is just someone who realizes everything he's done up to this point is now coming to roost for him.
Did the other two guys participate in the stabbing in any way other than restraint?
After the fact they was already down, he made them stab him as well.
Did you know these two guys at all?
Never seen him. Me and Emma never seen him. I believe Maurice and Larry knew the other two guys, but we didn't know him.
Were you later able to give a description of either of them to Detective Tenelli?
So brown skin or light skin or something like that. Well, I can remember.
So you described one of them as light skinned and one of them as darker skinned?
He was light skinned.
Okay.
Brown skin, light skin.
Did you have anything else to go on? After Larry was down, what happened to his body?
Same thing. He moved to the side of the door. He made us put him in like laundry totes or something like that.
Laundry totes. When they were, to back up 1 second, when they were in the living room, were they just on the carpet or was there anything down on the carpet? When they were kneeling down, if you recall, was it just that they were on the carpet or was there a blanket down or anything, sheets, anything?
I don't really recall.
Okay.
Oh, weird. Me and somebody in court.
So you all put them in laundry totes?
Time.
Yes, ma'am.
Are we talking like laundry hampers, like you would carry your
Yes, ma'am.
laundry down the steps in?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, they're in laundry totes. Now what happens?
He made. I just remember. He made us carry. He made all of us carry him to the car.
And which car was that?
Blue Mazda.
Did you all put them in the Mazda?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did the bodies go? Oh, like what part of the car?
It was either the back seat or it was the trunk. I don't really remember. I just know that he took the blue Mazda.
Okay. Did you all get in the car after that?
No, me and Emma actually stayed back. He told us don't go nowhere. He made us clean up.
How did you clean up?
I just told Emma, we gotta pretty much like gotta get out of here. We gotta use bleach. We gotta use bleach to get this up. We cleaned it up with bleach.
What happened next?
Cleaned up until he got back.
He got back?
Yes, ma'am.
By he, who are we talking about?
Brice.
And did he come back alone?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he tell you what happened to the bodies?
Said that someone said it was burnt.
He said he burned them? Well, did he say who burned them?
I don't remember, he just say he dumped them in the backyard.
And he told you the bodies were burnt?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he tell you where he dumped them?
West End somewhere.
West End?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he satisfied with Darrell's cleaning job?
I don't know.
Did you all clean more when he got back?
He was just trying to dispose of all the evidence, pretty much.
So what happened with that?
He made him want to clean the blood. When he got back, he was disposing the evidence. So
What type of evidence?
could have been clothes. It could have been, you said sheets. I don't really recall. I just know it was evidence.
And was it stuff with blood on it?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you all do with that stuff?
It was took to a dumpster and they burnt the stuff up.
Okay. Why didn't you and Anwan just leave during the night?
You said, why didn't we?
Why didn't you? While he was gone.
I was too scared, to be honest with you. I wasn't even in my right state of mind at that point. I mean, me personally, I never witnessed or seen nothing like that in my life. So, man, I don't know why we didn't leave, man. To be honest, I just know we were scared. We just went along. We just did what he told us to do.
So when he got back, and you all dealt with the evidence, what happened next?
I just remember riding around and getting dropped off, as far as I remember.
Where did you get dropped off?
I know we went to a few spots, but I don't really remember the spots we went to. I just know we took us somewhere. I went home, and then M1, he got dropped off somewhere. So, after that point, I went to my grandmother's house, and that was it.
Did you eventually, did you have a pair of black Timberlands?
Yeah,
Tell us about those.
those was originally mine. Those are my boots that I got. I let Maurice have them at that time. I don't know if I had them on that day or the situation. I don't know if I had them on that day. I just know they had blood on them. And then everything that I had on, I just was trying to get rid of. Stuff like the only thing I had was the boots on. I just remember putting them in the closet at my girlfriend's cousin's house. And I put them in the closet. And I kept them there until I was picked up by police.
Was that Monisha Anderson? Monisha, was that her name? Your girlfriend's cousin?
Yeah, Monisha Anderson.
And was that on Liberty Bell?
Yes, ma'am.
And after, were you arrested on this 3 days after it occurred?
I was arrested on May 25th after the 22nd. So, I was arrested. I knew they was coming for me, obviously. They already arrested Brice and Anwan, so I knew they was coming for me.
And that day, did you talk to Detective Tenelli?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you tell him what you just told the jury on May 25th?
Around that time, everything, my first statement, I did.
What sort of statement did you give at that time?
I just told him that I didn't know.
Why did you say that?
Scared. I didn't know. I just didn't want to say what was going on at the time. Be honest, I really didn't want I didn't know what to say, man. I didn't know. I just didn't tell him everything. I just remember saying certain things. I didn't really tell him everything that was going on in the situation.
Later on, did you give a different statement?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what had changed at that one?
Everything I just said, pretty much, in the first one. Everything I just said.
Is this the true statement?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, did you receive some correspondence from Brice Rhodes? A letter?
Yes, ma'am.
This is the you better do anything else other than snitch letter, I bet. Well, while they're approaching, do you think there could have been a fun size S? Do you think there could have been a time when he could have left and not turned back? Probably after the first murder, and not hung around for the next 3 weeks until he was forced to murder his school friends, that would probably be the time I'd go, okay, peace out. I'm going to go anywhere else. I'm out. Or as Ozzy says, fuck this shit, I'm out. That would have been the opportunity. Well, before you murdered the first guy would be the best time, but you know. This is why the prosecutor's like, meh, this is open shut for him. I was mentioning this, like, I think I was mentioning it to Flux last night. If he's convicted, if Brice Rhodes is convicted, I think this witness is going to be one of the main reasons. I didn't find the other dude credible yesterday, Anwan Carter, at all.
No.
I found him a snaky sociopath.
This guy seems to be showing genuine remorse, and he is, as a defense attorney, he's really the guy that you don't want on the stand, frankly. But yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with you on that.
And came in late. If he's involved in the murder, why no orange sweater? Just like the other guy yesterday, just like Anwan Carter, he served about 3 years and was released because he was a juvenile. Then he became an adult. But unlike Anwan Carter, he didn't get rearrested for doing dumb shit in another state. He's kept himself clean to this point, or at least he hasn't been caught. What do I know? But he stayed out of jail. Boost, they all did plea deals. This guy did the same thing, got 10 years. Was released. Same thing. All right, let's fast forward until where he starts talking again.
Make sure that we have, we know what we're talking about. Do you recognize this page? Did Brice Rhodes give this to you? Okay. And what about this page? Did Brice Rhodes give this to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he give this to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the fourth
This
page?
is a letter.
Yes, ma'am.
And did he give these four to you at the same time or different times?
It was the same time.
Did you-
4-page letter.
Did you see him as he gave these to you? Like you physically got these from him?
Not that physically getting from somebody gave them to me.
Okay. Did you see that all take place?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves to admit these.
Judge, we would object to move to master approach.
Sure.
Jeff nailed the Southern accent. When did I do that? When did he do a Southern accent? I don't recall doing one, but all right. I could have reverted to my native Utah tongue. But we're Utah accents, rural Utah accents, where we kind of sort of similar, little bit of Southern in them. So, dude. Someone was amazing. Disgrace also mentioned him playing with his pube beard is annoying. It's annoying me too.
Was
All right.
I mean,
He's going to talk about the letter, which I believe is the letter that Brice allegedly sent him, saying, "Whatever you do, don't testify against me." But before we do that, the person we would definitely want to testify against us in court, Chandler Remington, whatever that means.
Hi, morning, guys.
Well, look at you all dolled up at ass early in the morning.
I have so much to do today, so I figured it was better to put on my makeup so I wouldn't have to do it again later.
It's B. Handler, our local, our local blood expert from the YNW Melly trial.
Yes,
Chandler
I
Remington,
am
everybody.
very hood.
And we're on kind of a little bit of a final approach for the witness here. When we're done, we'll all grift ourselves here in a little bit. But welcome, Chandler.
I mean,
Thanks for having me, as always.
I know it's passed to me. I don't know if he writes like it or not. That's what you asking. I don't know if he writes like it or not.
There.
Sir, was any of this, was killing Christopher Jones your idea?
That was none of our idea. It was brought to us.
It was brought to you? Whose idea was it?
Brice's idea.
Who shot Christopher Jones?
Brice.
Was killing Larry and Maurice your idea?
Oh, man.
Whose idea was it?
Brice.
Who began the stabbing of Maurice Gordon?
Brice.
Who began the stabbing of Larry Ordway?
Brice.
Who told you to stab Larry Ordway?
Brice.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jones Brown. Somebody need a break? Yeah, all right, let's take a 5-minute break. Back outside the doors. Well, let's just say 3:05.
All rise for the jury.
All right. Well, while I fast forward this here, Ozzy, why don't you tell everybody who and what you are and why you're here and where we can find you?
I'm here because it is 2:12 in the morning and I have nothing better to do, apparently. No,
Thanks, question mark.
What?
Thanks, question mark. Got nothing else better to do. May as well hang out with your dumb ass.
Would you rather I go to bed?
No, stay and play with us.
Aussie Overlord. I do law news and laughter. I am starting to move into interviewing people. I'm revamping the show a little bit, but I've also got my secondary channel that I'm going to try and move over as well too. So if for any of you have not seen that, Aussie Overlord #2 now. Once we get that one monetized, I'm going to move across there because, as it turns out, after spending time with YouTube and having them tell me that my channel is basically stuffed, that I'm ripping the Band-Aid off and I'm sort of restarting, which hurts. But anyway, that's me.
All right, make
That
sure you
was
get on over there and
terrible.
subscribe to him. Well, whatever. Chandler Remington, who are you and what are you doing here?
Well, I'm Chandler Remington, and I'm a paralegal from Los Angeles, California, and I am currently, what am I currently doing? I'm currently, well, the holidays are over finally for me, so I'm gonna get back into YouTube stuff, and you can follow me at Remy_legal, REMY legal, and I'm gonna be putting up some new content next week, so look forward to that.
Awesome. And both of these fine upstanding citizens will be joining me for my Fuck It Friday stream in I don't know what 8.5 hours from now. Stay tuned. All right, let's jump back in here if we don't mind. Oh, currently, by the way, we have 502 viewers, 488 viewers, correction suddenly, 285 likes. Half of you haven't done your job. Jump on down there and hit that like button. If you haven't subscribed, I would be honored if you would do me the pleasure of not only subscribing to these two fine, upstanding people, but also give me a little shot. Take a chance on me and hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, take our like and subscribe poll. Let's see where we are now. The like and subscribe poll today is, how bad will this trial get? 20% of you say, meh. 12% of you say, 28% of you say, that wasn't on my bingo card today. And 40% of you have said, what the actual fuck is going on is how bad this trial is going to get. Time will tell. We'll check back in the poll. What I'm going to do is I'm going to shut down the poll at the end of day one. And then we'll, in light of what we just saw with this witness, we'll put it up again, the exact same question, and see if we get a similar reply from you folks. But in the meantime, we obviously have the fringed flag here, so we're in a maritime court apparently. So, but that's not a thing, by the way. It really isn't. Let's get back to this here. At some point, the courts will get smart and stop hanging the damn flags with the fucking gold fringe on them in their courtroom. That's all it takes. Just don't hang that.
I've never understood. I don't understand it.
It looks purty. It harkens back to yesteryear. Yeah. It looks pretty. I just want to see her wrestle somebody to the ground and just.
I can tell you right now, it was hard to hear you sometimes before, so I'm going to ask.
And I don't like this defense guy. I think this guy's just weak. He's weak sauce. But let's see if he does better.
Yes, sir.
We have a lot of things I need to ask you. And I'm going to ask you about a lot of the same topics that the prosecutor asked, but I have some different questions. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
If my questions don't make sense, tell me. Okay. Mm-hmm. And the prosecutor had transcripts because you talked to the police multiple times, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. I got them too. can start off with some things we can agree about, okay? So you were definitely involved in these deaths, right?
I was present. Yes, sir. I was there.
I really shouldn't call them deaths. I'm going to call them murders. You were involved in all three of these murders, right?
I was present.
You're not. You don't really want to answer that question, right?
He did.
Right?
If I was there,
That you were involved.
involved, I was there. Just as guilty, right?
In fact, you have not wanted.
This is why I don't like this defense guy. He said he was there. He wanted him to say, yes, I committed the murders. He kept, I don't like this guy. I don't like the way he questions. He did answer the questions, and that's why he put him in his place there when he said, I was there. I'm just as guilty, right? And even the lawyer had to go, hey, you got me there. Guess I better fucking move on. When this guy on the stand befuddles the defense lawyer ain't in his element.
What happened to the lady? Why is the female lawyer not doing the question? She gave a really strong opening.
No, she'll be back for somebody else, I guess.
I hate when they use it's just unfortunate when they use the wrong attorney. You know, don't you ever feel that way? Like that, like, don't you wish that the other attorney was doing the questioning of particular witnesses because they just don't really do their job very well?
Well, the female defense lawyer is way better than the male dude here.
I mean, at least at prepared opening statements. I'm not sure how she is on questioning. I haven't seen her yet, but I would venture to guess she might be a little bit more skilled. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, well, let's see how it goes. I don't like this guy's style. Yeah, I haven't liked a single line of questioning.
Maybe he'll, get there.
Talking about this, right?
No, sir.
You were hoping that you never get caught, right?
Yes, sir.
No, I hoped I got caught. What the fuck kind of question is that?
I want to ask you about another thing we agree about. The gun. Gun that you admitted when the prosecutor was questioning you, the 9mm, right?
Yes, sir.
You purchased that?
Yes, sir.
You purchased that by yourself?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you buy that?
Out in the home that night that it happened.
Tell the jury where that home is.
Maurice and Larry's house.
You purchased that gun at Maurice and Larry's house.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
You purchased it the night of the first murder.
Yes, sir.
Which room of the house were you in when you made that purchase?
No, I was downstairs.
I really couldn't hear that.
I was downstairs.
Was it in the living room, the kitchen, a bathroom?
Said
I'm not trying to be a jerk. I really couldn't understand that.
downstairs. I don't remember what room. I just know I was downstairs.
So you're saying it was downstairs, you just don't remember which room?
Mhm.
Okay. But you remember buying it. Was it with cash? Did you buy it with cash?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember how much?
Like $200-300.
Where'd you get the money?
I don't remember.
Who'd you buy it from?
A friend of mine.
Who?
A friend of mine that was there.
I understand that. I am asking you who the friend is.
He was kin to Maurice and Larry. He was kin to Maurice and Larry, and I bought the gun from him.
So you bought it from someone related to Maurice and Larry. I'm going to ask you again. I'm not trying to be a jerk here, but you really haven't answered my question. Who?
God damn it. See, yes, he has answered your question. You just are not. That's, who did he buy from? A friend. That's the answer to the question. He should just say, what was the name of the friend? And then we don't have to go through all this. Well, who was it? That's why he's not asking he's a bad questioner.
It's bad questioning. It is.
he expects the witness to give him exactly what he wants, and instead of becoming more specific with the next question, he just pushes with the same question. Like it's really inefficient. I don't like it.
Yes, I don't think he's being a jerk here, Robert Lawrence. He's answering the question the way he understood it. Who did you get it from? A friend. Yeah, but who? A friend. Who is the friend? Well, he was related to the. He's answering the question as he understands it, and it's the lawyer's responsibility. Okay, I'm not being a dick. I meant to be asking you the name of the guy. Like, that's all he has to say is what was the guy's name.
He's no Barry Shack. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
He's really, yeah.
Oh, the lawyer's a jerk. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. I don't think he's a jerk. He's just a bad questioner. All right. So we agree that he's borderline. Because this is the problem, and some of you in chat may disagree. I don't know, but as an old, bearded white man, I'll say when you get an old bearded white man on the stand questioning a young urban black kid on the stand, they're not speaking the same language. There's a language barrier going on here.
Right. And I mean, he's not working with the witness exactly.
Yeah.
Which you kind of have to. It's essential that you figure out how to get on their level. Even if you don't speak the same language as somebody, you can figure out how to be, generally, I don't know, communicative enough in a way where, you're trying to figure out, okay, what am I saying wrong? How am I phrasing this wrong? He's obviously not getting what he wants out of him. And instead of thinking, well, I need to change my tactic, he's thinking, well, no, he needs to change what he's doing. And it's like, you can't.
Yeah. He's taking a sledgehammer to the approach, and it's not working. He's not realizing that he needs to be asking what effectively is more narrow and tailored questions. He's asking obtuse, open-ended questions that have multiple answers, and he's getting frustrated and pissed off because he's not getting the answer that he wants.
Exactly. I mean, what was the name of the person you purchased the gun from? Has two answers. This is his name, or I don't know. That's it. But who did you get the gun from? The neighbor, a friend, this guy's relative, a friend of the defendant, be a guy that just showed up. I don't know who. It could be. You can have any of these answers, and they're all answering the question because that's who he got the gun from. He got the gun from a friend.
Right, and he has to approach the question understanding that this guy's not going to want to answer that. He's not going to want to implicate whoever the person is who sold the gun to him, because obviously that goes against, a lot of social codes, a lot of, aspects of that. I mean, thinking about how he's approached this so far, he's been reluctant to answer questions on the stand. He almost didn't testify. So think about the repercussions for him, especially when he goes back to his cell, especially when he's back, with the other population of wherever he's being held. He has to finesse this, and he's not able to.
Yeah. And if we stop this every time he asks a bad question, we'll never get through it.
Who sold you the gun at Maurice and Larry's house?
It was a friend of theirs. I know he was there that night.
I'm not trying to be trick.
It's a friend of Maurice and Larry's. I bought the gun from him. He was there that night, and I bought the gun from him.
And folks knew you were there buying that gun.
Yeah, M1 did. Maurice and Larry did.
You said that it was the same day as the first murder. I'm not asking you exactly what time, but was it at nighttime?
It was at night.
So it was a few hours later that it was used in a murder.
Yes, sir.
You said to this jury today that you got it for your own personal protection.
Yes, sir.
That's because telling this jury you got that gun for murder sounds pretty bad, doesn't it? Doesn't sound good, right?
Doesn't sound good, but I didn't get it for that. I didn't purchase the gun for that.
Again, bad question. That was a dumb question is what that was. I'm surprised that
used for your protection, wasn't it?
I didn't have it long. I didn't have the gun long to even use it.
That's exactly where I was going. That's exactly where I was going next. And you got rid of that gun, right?
No. Give it to Brice.
That gun was disposed of that same night, right?
Correct. That's right.
Your cousin, in one, right?
Mhm.
You call him Butter?
Yes, sir.
Am I pronouncing that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Butter?
You agree that he was in a truck the night of the first murder?
Yes, sir.
Pickup truck?
Yes, sir.
He was driving?
Yes, sir.
Stolen pickup truck.
Say that. Wasn't his. He was too young to drive.
Buddha.
I know your answer was you can say that.
Yes, it was.
You helped him steal.
No, sir.
That truck ended up getting burned, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
Where did it get burned?
I don't remember.
You helped burn it.
Not to my knowledge. Not that I remember. Anyway, sorry. Not that I remember. I didn't help burn no truck. Not that I remember.
Your answer to whether or not you set fire to a stolen pickup truck is not that I remember.
I don't remember burning no truck. I didn't burn no truck.
Was it burned here in Jefferson County?
Yes, sir. In Louisville.
You know the county pretty well. Where was it?
In Louisville.
Yeah.
Sir. I don't know where. I don't remember where, but I know it was in Louisville. Yes, sir. It was burnt in Louisville.
About when was it burnt?
Same day or the next day. I know it was after the Chris incident. I know it was burnt after that.
I shall return. The seal has been broken.
I notice you have face tats.
Yes, sir.
Is it one or two right there?
It's one. It's a name.
Okay. And I'm not sure. Do you mind angling yourself just a little bit? I'm not trying to jerk. So the jury can see. What is the name there, sir?
My daddy. MDIP Corey. My daddy.
And you also have an additional tattoo that I can see on your neck, right?
Angel Wing. Mm-hmm.
I want to ask you about something else, okay?
Yes, sir.
You talked about today about the murders. When we first came in this room, you didn't want to answer those questions, right?
Sir.
It's fair to say that this isn't the first time you have not answered those questions. That may be a bad question I just asked, so I'm going to ask it different.
Okay.
When you spoke to the police, you didn't want to answer any questions about your involvement either, did you?
No, sir.
Who does?
What you're saying today is that Larry and Maurice, good friends of yours,
Yes, sir.
but you're also admitting to this jury that you were involved in the murders.
Yes, sir. I was there.
A little bit more than there, right?
I was there.
Well, let's talk about some of the differences between just being there and what happened.
Well, let's do that.
You're telling this jury that there were a whole bunch of people there, right? More than 5.
Yes, sir.
You told this jury that Maurice actually started something with you.
Yes, sir.
Prosecutor minimized it a little bit, but I want to make sure that I understand what it is that you're saying. You're saying Maurice pulled the knife on you.
Yes, sir.
There are different knives in this world, okay? Right?
Yes, sir.
Is the knife that we're talking about a knife that folds, like a you understand what I'm asking?
Yes, sir. I don't recall what kind of knife it was. I just know it was a knife. I remember it was a knife.
So as opposed to like a kitchen knife or something like that, they're different. So you're saying you can't identify.
Is this dipshit really about to argue delineating variations on
It wasn't no regular kitchen knife.
assault with a knife?
It was a knife.
All right, Hayden, you're required by law to answer this question.
So you're saying you can't identify, don't know what knife at all?
It wasn't no regular kitchen knife. It was a knife.
That's not a knife. This is a knife.
Thank you. I didn't have to tell you what question I had to answer, and you knew it.
Everybody and their uncle knew it, Jeff. I knew
Thank you
it.
so
I'm not
much.
You don't have to be Australian.
I'm gonna have to get a prop knife just purely for when that comes up, you know.
Like a little rubber one.
Thank you for playing along with that, Hayden. I've waited approximately 22 hours to have you say that.
I think a prop knife, you got to hold it up. You got to, like show the blade, yada yada.
How does it work with YouTube? Is it like with the guns and you got to have an orange like tip along the blade or whatever else to show that it's a prop or something?
I don't know. Find out. Just don't use your new channel.
Just fuck around, and then you'll find out.
All right,
fair enough.
Here we go. We just had to take a little break there, so Ozzy could fulfill his duty as an Australian. Anytime someone shows you a knife or says something about a knife, you have to say that line. I think it's somewhere in the Australian Constitution.
I'm so sorry, hated this. Jeff, you're the worst.
I just know it was a knife. It wasn't no kitchen knife.
Okay, not a kitchen knife. Did you see, and I'm asking you under oath, did you see him where he got it? Out of his pocket, someplace else,
This
That's
prison.
what I recall. I just know it was a knife there. He kept a knife with him.
So was it his knife?
Was it his knife?
Yes.
Yes, it was his knife.
So
No, you talking about Maurice's knife?
I am.
No, it wasn't his knife. It wasn't his knife. I'm sorry about that.
All right.
He picked up a knife that Brice had, that Brice carried with him to attack me with it, to charge at me with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the knife, and if I'm being confusing, you tell me, all right? That knife got pulled on you.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that knife? What did it look like? How big was it? Stuff like that.
Like I said, I don't remember. I just know it wasn't no kitchen knife.
I think you just told me, but I'm not 100% sure I understood it. So where did he get it? Was it on a table?
I don't recall where he picked it up from. I just know he picked it up and charged at me with the knife. Okay. I don't remember where he got it from. I just know, yeah.
He charged at you with it.
Yes, sir.
Can you show us with your hand how he was holding it?
I just remember he was like this, not like running with it, just like this, like holding it, like trying to come, trying to come towards me. Yes, sir.
Okay. What was he doing with that hand that was holding the knife?
Holding the fucking knife.
Coming toward me with the knife. I don't remember what the whole.
Okay.
How he looked.
Was he running? Was he slow walking?
He wasn't running. He wasn't walking. He was just trying to come towards me. People was pulling him back to not come towards me.
So other folks were holding him back.
Yeah, to not come towards me, to stop him.
All right. Was he also talking while he was doing that?
I don't know. He was just mad.
Okay. But he was mad. You could tell he was mad.
Yes, sir.
You said, I'm trying to get this right. A minute ago, you lunged back. So you went back.
Yeah, I stepped back.
Yep. Okay.
Cancel, why don't you approach and I'll show
You did
exactly
that
what he
because you
did with
didn't
the
like
knife.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And the only reason you didn't get stabbed is because other people grabbed him, right?
He wasn't gonna stab me.
No, you lunged back because you were concerned he might, right?
Yeah, I lunged back, but he wasn't gonna stab me.
But he didn't stab you on this particular, he didn't, right? In part because people grabbed
Me
him.
back. Yes, sir. Mhm.
Now, all this stuff we're talking about right now, everything we just talked about with Maurice, the knife, and all that. When the police first questioned you, you didn't say any of that, right?
I mean, I said something, but I didn't say about the situation. I didn't say about the murders.
Well, what you actually said was, I don't know what you're talking about. I wasn't there. Does that ring a bell?
That's what I said.
So all these things you're saying here to this jury, the first time you were asked about them, you said, I don't know. I can't help you. I wasn't there.
Yes.
You said, why are you holding me? I didn't do nothing.
Didn't do nothing.
In fact, you said that over and over and over. That wasn't true. Right?
First statement. So me saying, me denying,
All those things, right? Those are all lies.
that wasn't true. The first statement, it wasn't true.
But you swore it was true. You said it's true. It's true. Let me go. I didn't do anything.
Did he swear it was true? Was he under oath?
Yes, sir.
Now,
Again, this is all just
your
to
testimony
attack
to
his
this jury
credibility. And he's doing it poorly.
sound like
Makes it sound like that's a jury conclusion. The
You
jury
didn't
will
do
decide
anything
what it sounds like.
you were there, you were watching, but you didn't really participate. Because that's what you eventually convinced the police, right? That you was there, but you didn't participate.
Yep. That's probably what she's objecting to. The jury will decide what they think he was doing. The jury, it's up to the jury to decide, not him, not the lawyer. The lawyer should be testifying like that.
I think you're using talking about.
I don't like this guy at all.
You were talking about people being violated, right? That's the term you use.
Yes, sir.
I think you're using that term kind of to mean punished. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, I missed the sidebar opportunity. Sorry, Bush.
Before that happened, was there a vote?
Yes, sir. It was. And I remember. It was.
When you just testified to this jury, when the prosecutor was asking you what happened, that didn't come up.
No, sir, it didn't.
But now you're telling this jury that in fact there was a vote.
Yes, sir. It was.
You were one of the people voting, right?
Nah, we didn't vote. He asked us. We said no. We didn't agree to it.
So your testimony under oath is that you said no.
Yes, sir.
So there was a vote or there wasn't a vote?
What about your cousin? And why?
He said no as well.
What about the other folks who were there?
I called that yesterday when he said, no, everybody else voted yes. I said no. I said, okay. And everyone else is going to say they voted no as well. Did call that one. So that's a little bit of a conflict with yesterday's testimony from Anwan Carter. At least he said everybody
We
said
didn't know
no.
them, so I don't really recall them even saying anything. I don't know if they said yeah or no. I don't remember that. I don't.
You don't. Your testimony is that you don't remember.
They could agree with it. They could not. I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember.
This is a vote that, according to you now, resulted in 2 deaths, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're telling us you don't remember the details?
7 years ago, man. I don't remember who actually said, let's do it, let's not do it. I don't know, 7 years ago.
But you want this jury to believe that you, in this vote, voted no.
Yeah. You said no.
It wasn't long after that before you were holding a knife, right?
I was past the knife.
You were holding a knife.
Yeah, I was past the knife. Yeah.
And you want it to be passed because you think that sounds better.
Oh, for Christ's sake.
He's
Okay,
kind of
now the
admitting
lawyer's
witness
being
is
a jerk.
smarter than him. He's admitting the witness is more intelligent than him because I mean his use of language is actually really clever here. He's making it clear, you know, somebody passed me a knife. What happens when you're passed an object? You take it, right? I mean, he's very much making himself look more, you know, passive, I guess. And the lawyer's he's just not as smart as the witness is. And he's making that very clear.
I don't think he's trying to be clever. I think he's yeah, he passed me the knife.
I mean, maybe that's how it really happened.
Yeah, so I mean, and as you said, well, clearly he's passed the knife. Clearly he has it. But then to do this extra step, you're using the word pass. You want it to be passed because you don't. That now the defense lawyer's being a dick.
Yeah. No, I mean he is a dick, definitely.
What do you think, Hayden? Who's right?
Oh no, he's absolutely being a dick. I mean, we're seeing it. It's not a point that needed to be argued. Yes, he held the knife. Yes, someone passed it to him. Fine. I mean, we're still making the arguments, though. To be fair, is it okay for him to have murdered someone if he's just following a vote or orders? I mean, you know, that particular argument hasn't really flown in a number of occasions. So move on, counsel. You've made your point. Now you're just looking bad in front of the jury. So no, he's just being a dick.
That's what my Bush saying. I don't think he knows how to get the answer he wants. I think that's exactly.
Yeah,
it.
I'm inclined to agree with that.
And Bernard said, or it comes off he's trying not to look as involved as he was. We know he was involved because he pled guilty to it, and he was sentenced to jail for his involvement in the murder. He can't say he wasn't involved or he was lesser involved. He admitted to stabbing the guy. He admitted to doing this. He admitted to having the knife. It's just he's just being a dick, and I agree with Bush just doesn't know how.
Well, so I have a question. I mean, so
Yeah.
in opening statements, you I mean, I listened to your response to it, and I liked how you were like, well, just let him go. I mean, it sounded like there was significant um reasonable doubt that was introduced there. Do you think that this guy is being completely truthful, or do you think that he's kind of obfuscating his level of responsibility? Because I think that what this attorney wants to do is make it look like this is the guy, he's the one who was really, responsible.
Yeah.
Brice wasn't involved. But the
Yeah.
problem is that when I'm listening to his testimony, he's crying, he's, like with legitimate tears, he seems emotional. It's hard to figure out whether he's being totally honest. Do you think he's being totally honest? Or do
Well,
you
I feel
think
like
he's
compared to the
he's
guy
trying to-
yesterday, I find him a whole lot more believable, a whole lot more trustworthy. Especially after the I'm not saying nothing until he gets the come to Jesus. You start telling the truth, or you're gonna go back on trial for all 3 murders and face
Right.
life in prison. So yeah, and I just feel like I believe him. I think he has way more credibility than any witness so far. As I was saying earlier, if he gets convicted, if Brice Rhodes gets convicted, this witness I think is going to be one of the primary reasons.
I think so too. And the issue that I have is that, I was thinking they've got the wrong guy, they're implicating this guy. I mean, I really went along with the defense opening, but it does sound like he was involved. And I'm really not sure about like the thing with the tire tracks and the shoe prints. I mean, I just don't know at this point. I'm kind of changing my mind,
Yeah,
and this
well,
witness is doing it for me.
There's a lot more evidence to come, so we'll have to see.
No, sir.
Because I'm not asking you how it ended up in your hand. I'm asking you, was the knife in your hand?
Yes, sir. Knife was in my hand.
Was it the same knife that you've been threatened with?
Been threatened with?
Yes. By Maurice minutes earlier. It was the same knife that ended up in your hand.
Yes, sir. It was the same knife.
And you took that same knife, according to your testimony, and you stuck that knife, you stabbed with that knife into Maurice. Yes?
No. No.
You told us under oath minutes ago that you did.
Larry. He made me stab Larry, not Maurice.
See, the fucking lawyer doesn't even know who he stabbed.
Is that you did not stab both?
No, sir, I
He
didn't.
never said he stabbed both. He said from the beginning.
So that knife that you've been threatened with, you only stabbed one of your friends.
Jesus Christ,
Yes,
that's
sir.
the 3rd time you've answered that.
3 times?
I don't remember. Once or twice, as I told her.
These details matter to you, right?
Yes, sir.
They're important, right?
Yes, sir.
They're important to everybody in this case.
And you want to make sure that the jury and this court don't know what really happened to Maurice and Larry. Isn't that true?
No, that's not true.
Good answer.
Well, when you spoke to the police, you felt very strongly you did not want them to know what happened, right?
Of course.
Yes, sir.
As you told us earlier today, because you didn't want to get caught. It was the first thing I asked you. And you talked, I know you may have talked with multiple people. One of those people you talked to is in the courtroom, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you point at the officer in the courtroom who spoke to you? you know his name?
Detective Tenelli?
That is correct. Do you remember if Detective Tenelli was there every time that police were speaking to you?
Yes, sir.
He was.
Yes, sir.
Was he running the room?
Run in the
I don't
room.
remember. I just know he was there. He was present.
Okay.
Mhm.
He talked to you a lot, right? These weren't short conversations, right? And that's not a trick question. I mean, it's not like you didn't talk to each other for 5 minutes or something. You talked to each other for hours,
Mhm.
right? Okay.
See, even the witness now is
One
is
of
giving
these
him the
meetings is 126 pages, just one of them. Does that surprise you? That even just one of them is 126 pages long?
I don't surprise me.
Okay.
So even the witness is now getting this lawyer to realize that he's asking dumbass questions.
And the
without even
police
saying anything.
told you that you were going to get charged with murder, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you didn't want to get charged with murder, right?
Well, you
No,
know,
sir.
I'm sure you wanted to get fuck this guy.
Who wants
So
to
you
get
lied
charged with
to this
murder?
man right here.
Does anybody?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And you didn't lie once or twice or
Mm.
3 times. You lied over and over and over.
Banger vibes, definitely.
Yes.
No. Just that day I got picked up. Yeah, I lied. The day I got picked up. Yeah, I lied. I'm gonna get charged.
And you were
Your
hoping
point? Your point,
that
sir?
if he believed your lies, they just let you go, right?
Fuck yeah.
He was
was your
17,
hope.
so yeah, sure,
Yeah,
of
but
course.
wasn't. I knew I wasn't going nowhere.
He pled guilty to facilitating murder,
Yes,
to
sir.
facilitating 3 murders, was sentenced to 10 years, served 3. Then he became an adult and was paroled.
I'm having a
He
hard
told
time.
you he wanted to help you. Remember
This
that?
lawyer
He said it
doesn't even know
over and over.
who
I
this
remember the
guy
conversation.
stabbed.
I just remember
Yeah.
him speaking to me. I don't remember the conversation.
He told you that you could get life in prison for murder. Do you remember that?
Like I said, I don't remember what he said. I just remember him speaking to me. I don't remember.
When he was telling you
I could believe that.
that he wanted to help you, he also told you part of your job would be to help yourself. Remember that?
No, I don't remember the conversation. I remember me speaking with him. I don't remember the conversation, everything, all the detail that was spoken in the interview. I don't remember.
Well,
Would any
he
normal
told you
person
details about
remember?
his own life. And I'm not
after
going
all
to
this
ask
time?
about that. But you remember him, they got you food, right? Something to drink?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And you sat together. He wasn't yelling at you, right? He didn't yell at you. He just told you needed to help yourself. He wanted you to give him details of what had happened in both of those, all 3 of the murders.
Yes, sir.
And he told you that you need to take care of you. Do you have a relative who ended up getting a lot of time on a robbery? You ever telling him about that? I mean, I said a lot of time.
Robbery. Not that I recall. No, sir, I don't remember that.
Do you remember him telling you some stories about different things that happened to him when he's a police officer?
No, sir, I don't remember the situation. I don't remember him, the details in the interview. I just remember speaking with him. I don't remember.
At the end of the first interview, do you remember him?
No, this is
getting
the
a little
this
bit
is the defense
frustrated? I
lawyer.
don't mean yell at you. A little bit frustrated.
Prosecution witness being cross-examined by the defense lawyer.
Remember that?
No, sir, I don't.
Remember him cleaning up the papers and saying, it's gonna be your last chance.
That part I do remember.
Okay. But it turned out it wasn't your last chance, right? Because he came back. Right? Came to talk to you again. Right?
He could have. I don't know if he came back or not.
You remember that there was more than one time you met with the police, though, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When he was
Yeah, this is
telling them
Colonel
things,
Sanders.
like that he could help you, that this was your last chance, You still didn't want to answer his questions.
No, sir, I didn't.
And you, in fact, didn't answer his questions truthfully, right?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay. But at a later time, you changed your mind.
Yes, sir.
You decided to start telling him some of the details about
You're
the
helping.
murders.
You're
Yes, sir.
helping this witness, dude. Stop.
Because you, in fact, got charged with 1, 2, 3 murders, right?
Yes, sir.
Nothing. I believe this is a public defender's office. I don't believe it's costing him anything.
You didn't want to start answering his questions, but you decided that it was the best way to get out of trouble.
You can say that, but it was just the right thing to do at the time.
It wasn't the right thing to do when you were first talking to the police, right?
It's too scared to do it, man.
And you were so scared in this whole situation
Mhm.
that you took Maurice's shoes.
It wasn't me. I don't recall that.
We've already talked about how those shoes, the Timberlands, were recovered at your girlfriend's cousin's house.
They was my Timbs. All black Timberlands. That was mine.
That you took off the body of your friend.
No, sir. I don't recall that.
See, I think this guy's getting the details mixed up. This attorney doesn't know the details of the
I'm
case
holding
as
in my
well.
hand
Is it just me?
plea agreement that you signed and executed, okay?
Yes, sir.
I'm giving this to you. I'm gonna ask you some questions about it, okay?
Mhm.
All right. First, recognize that signature.
Yes, sir. It's me.
All right. Yeah, and that signature is on the plea agreement itself. About this signature right here.
Yes, sir. That's me.
Right. And that is on your motion to enter a guilty plea. Now, looking at this, looking at those charges, how many murder charges were you looking at? Right there.
I was looking at 3. 3 counts of complicity in the murder.
And a fourth count, what's that fourth count?
Tampering with physical evidence.
Do you remember what your plea is on this?
10 years. I believe 10 years, 20 years probated. Sorry, my sentence out.
Well, first, all 3 of those murder charges were reduced, right?
Yes, sir.
As part of this plea agreement, they were reduced from murder to what's called facilitation to murder, right?
Yes, sir.
And instead of looking at a life sentence on count 1 of murder, what were you looking at on just that count? Do you remember?
What account? Keep referring to it. The one murder charge?
The first murder count.
It's no murder's 25 to life.
And because of your plea agreement, that charge got reduced to facilitation. And then what we look at instead of life in prison. I can bring this back to you.
When it got reduced, when I got reduced, I was looking at 1 to 5 for each count.
Correct. Instead of looking at life, you were now looking at 5 years, right?
For each count.
On the first count. On the
Mhm.
second count, same thing, right?
Yes, sir.
And on the third murder, same thing. On the tampering with physical evidence, same thing.
Yes, sir.
It says on this recommendation, the Commonwealth recommends a sentence of 5 years on each count. 3 counts of facilitation to murder, 1 count tampering with physical evidence. The Commonwealth recommends a total sentence of 10 years if to serve, or 20 years if probated.
Yes, sir.
When you decided to enter that plea, to cut the deal, that was your understanding of the deal, right?
Yes, sir.
Instead of looking at life, you now would be looking at either 10 years in prison or 20 years over your head if you got probated.
Yes, sir.
It says further that the Commonwealth, that's the prosecution, objects to probation.
Yes, sir.
But it had another condition in there. It says the defendant agrees to testify truthfully in any and all proceedings of these events.
Don't do it. Don't ask that question.
Yes, sir.
That was a condition.
Yes, sir.
And that's why you're here today.
Mhm.
He's helping this witness. He's supposed to be trying to undermine his credibility, but he's helping him. You promised to tell the truth on the stand today, right? Yeah. And that's why you're here today, right? Yeah. So you're telling the truth on the stand. He's helping him. What he wants to say is you're lying just to save your own ass. And we don't think you're telling the truth, right? That, you know, a more I mean, that would be a horribly objectionable question to ask, but you know, you can ask it correctly. And I was saying, the question I was saying, don't ask is so you lied then, and why should we believe you now? Or so you could be lying now, or some variation of that. Say, don't do that, because then the answer to that is, I didn't promise to tell the cops the truth. I promised to testify to the truth. I lied to the cops, and I'm testifying to the truth in fulfillment of my obligation under the plea agreement. Comments, anybody?
No, he's being incredibly ineffective. I don't like his strategy. I don't understand how or why. I mean, it's because, okay, there are two. So do you think that he's just trying to confuse him when he's giving him the wrong details?
No, he doesn't know what he's talking about. This is a bad lawyer.
Because I'm seeing in the chat, you know, chat thinks that he's trying to give him the wrong details to deliberately trip him up, and I don't think he's that smart.
No,
I actually think that he's mixed up the details of this witness, what he's said, what he's done, what he's responsible for, because it confuses the jury for the defense attorney to misrepresent the facts of the case. If the jury is hearing the wrong facts from that attorney, then they're going to think that the attorney is going to be representing things accurately. So if he's an authority, right? He should know the case inside and out.
Yeah.
He should be able to say, you know, about the shoes and about who this guy stabbed. I mean, he doesn't even know who he stabbed. That's ridiculous. I don't think that it's a strategy or a tactic on his part, particularly because it wouldn't go well for the way that he's representing the case. It would make the jury think the wrong thing. I mean, it's the whole thing is just a mess. He's making a huge mess of this cross. It's like one of the worst cross examinations I've ever seen. It's totally backfiring. And this witness has him over a barrel. So yeah, no, bad attorney, bad. He needs to go in the corner and think about what he's done.
Okay, I agree.
That was pretty well put. All I would say is that as a lawyer in a trial, the golden rule is you don't ask a question that you don't already know the answer to, or that can majorly F up your own case. And this guy seems to be doing it left, right, and center. I'm just unclear whether or not he actually took evidentiary procedure or not. Like, it's to that point where I'm questioning whether or not he's got the credentials to actually be doing this. So
it's bad.
Yeah, he's already he has no Fifth Amendment rights not to testify. He cannot take the fifth on the stand because he's already been found guilty of what he admitted to when he pled guilty to these very specific facilitation of 3 different murders.
Right. But I made a mistake earlier. I thought this guy was in prison or in jail. He's not.
Nope.
Okay, that was my mistake. My apologies for that. I'm
that's why he gets to wear the cool jacket.
I mean, I can make that mistake because I'm not on this trial. The lawyer has less excuses than I do.
And it says, should the defendant fail to testify truthfully as determined by the court,
Yes, sir.
Maybe.
then the Commonwealth reserves the right to withdraw from the plea and proceed against him, with the original charges.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand what that means?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What's your point? So what?
That the Commonwealth, at the end of your testimony, could ask the court for a hearing and argue that you haven't been truthful, argue that they're not satisfied. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Which is why I'm testifying to the truth.
Yeah, he's basically the lawyer here is just trying to make the argument that he's going to say whatever the prosecution want him to, on the basis that if he doesn't, they're going to revisit his previous charges.
But that's the question you ask. So you're just up here. You'll say anything to make sure this plea bargain stays. You'll say whatever the prosecution wants so that you don't violate your. That's the only question he needs to ask in this 20-minute bullshit line of questioning. Just ask what Hayden just said. That's all you got to do, dude, and sit the fuck down. It doesn't matter what his answer is. Plant that in the jury's head and sit down.
I've been to prison. I don't want to go back. Of course, I don't want to go to prison.
You in fact served about 6 years on this. Is that right?
Roughly 6 years, almost 6 years. Yes, sir.
You got out on the 1st of September, 2021. Does that sound right?
Yes, sir.
You weren't happy to answer any questions from the police officer truthfully, right?
I didn't answer truthfully. No, sir.
But in order to keep from a life sentence, you did, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I guess it was a little longer
didn't
than
wanna come
I
here
thought it was
today
3 years too. Is it
testify,
what, 4.5, 5 years?
No, sir.
But in order to keep this plea agreement intact, you did.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any further questions? Judge, we would move to.
He didn't even ask the specific question. All of that was leading up to that fucking question that Hayden just brought up. That was it. Oh my God. Now the prosecution is just gonna go dance on this lawyer's grave right now. Except for there doesn't seem to be enough time.
It would have been better if he hadn't done a cross-examination, honestly.
Kind of.
He made this witness look way more credible.
Yeah.
So admitted and redirect.
Backfired. Really shitty lawyering.
Mr. Taylor, jumping back to the beginning of the defense cross, he actually had the gun from the Christopher Jones murder. What happened to that gun?
I know he got rid of the gun. I wanted it back because, of course, it was my gun from begin with, for my protection. I wanted the gun back. He wouldn't give it to me, so he did whatever he did with the gun.
And when you say he, to whom are you referring?
Brice.
And by Brice, you mean the defendant in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
The conversation that occurred, it was characterized as a vote. Walk us through that, because what do you mean? What happened in that conversation?
Okay. Great
And
question.
he said something about the vote. I do remember it was a sort of debate on what should happen. And I just remember we didn't really agree to it. We didn't want to do it.
Like, was this a vote where you all wrote down yes or no on a piece of paper and he added them up?
No,
Great
we
question.
just talking. He was just speaking to us about it happening.
Where did this occur?
In the living room, in whatever inside the apartment. I don't know, somewhere in the living room, hallway. I don't really remember. No.
At that point, was Maurice tied up?
I don't really remember at that point. I just remember it was a vote. We didn't agree to it.
Was it within earshot of Maurice? Like, do you think he could hear you all talking about it?
Possibly. It was out. It's not a big apartment, so and it was five of us or six of us in that night. So it wasn't, he could hear.
Do you remember where in the time frame that occurred?
No, ma'am.
Was it before he got stabbed?
Could have been. Yeah, before. Yes, ma'am. It was
Yeah,
before.
they're gonna have the discussion before they stab him. Duh.
Do you remember, I know you said the knife was not a kitchen knife. What do you mean of like, how would you describe a kitchen knife?
Kitchen knife that, you just cut things on, like cut something with, like, but this is a personal knife.
Okay.
A personal knife that you carry around with you.
Would you have it in your pocket or?
A pocket knife. Yes, ma'am.
How old are you now?
I'm 25,
And how old were you in 2016?
17, ready to be 18.
Do you, what was your birthday?
June 20th.
So did you turn 18 while when the prosecution first started on this case?
Yes, ma'am.
So at that time, did you move from a juvenile holding facility to adult jail?
Yes, ma'am.
When you were talking to Detective Tenelli on May 25th, 2016, at age 17, did you have any family you could ask for advice?
I'm sorry, repeat the question again.
Did you have any family you could ask for advice?
About the situation?
Yeah.
I didn't have no family to really go to. I was tired,
Between the 22nd and the 25th, did you talk to anybody about this case? Like between when it happened and when you got picked up by police?
I don't really remember. I might have, but I don't really remember who I talked to.
Who would you have talked to?
Anybody was a friend or ex-girlfriend, something like that. I don't really remember.
Friend or girlfriend? Did you, you said your father had been killed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go to your mom and ask her for advice?
our relationship was kind of rocky at the time, so probably not.
Did you have any older siblings?
I'm the oldest on both sides.
So that night, you talked to Detective Tenelli for, I believe it was 126 pages. Is that correct? I mean, it was several hours, correct?
That defense lawyer annoyed me. He made my cigar go
You
out.
told
Now I
him
really
to
hate him.
summarize that you didn't know what happened.
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you say that?
I'm just scared. I didn't know what to say in the situation.
The defense lawyer is also
And just
the
to
reason I
clear
was
up
late
the
today.
thing with the
It was
Timberlands,
his fault.
so did you all kind of share clothes? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we all did pretty much. Yes, ma'am.
Who had the Timberlands on?
That's
when
so
that night started?
cute.
I believe I did, as I remember.
But they had
It
started out
was.
as Maurice's shoes?
We was
Okay,
trading
murder.
shoes. I used to wear his shoes. He wore my shoes, time to time, stuff like that.
Okay.
I had them on.
And why did you
Just like
wear
a
them on
pack
your
of
shoes?
girls.
I remember that
Very
they had
girly.
from all the blood and stuff on the crime scene. At the scene, my boots had a spot of blood on, so I put it in Monisha's closet. And it was found there.
After you talked to Detective Tenelli that first time on May 25th,
Yes, ma'am.
at the end of that, were you arrested?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then did court proceedings start?
I was a juvenile, and I went to court, and then I turned 18. I came to jail.
And did you come to court from time to time?
Yes, ma'am. I did.
At that point, did you get a lawyer?
Public defender. I didn't get a lawyer, personal attorney.
And then in 2017, you gave the second statement, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And those were the only two times that you sat down and gave a statement to Detective Tenelli.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Or any police, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did
I
you
love it.
give the second statement?
That was good.
Oh my god.
Just to
You
come
could
forth,
totally
to be
do like
honest.
Okay.
I felt
And that,
there's
and
something
also,
there.
I mean, I'm not trying to skew what you're saying. You wanted the deal that you got, right?
yes, ma'am.
I mean, it's better than going down for murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But did the promise of this great deal cause you to tell a bunch of lies to Detective Tenelli and the jury?
So I say it again.
Did the promise of this deal cause you to tell a bunch of lies to Detective Tenelli at the second statement in 17? or
That's
to
a
the jury
compound
today?
question.
No, ma'am.
Bad question.
And the
He's not going to object
plea
though.
agreement was that the charges of murder would be amended to facilitation of murder, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your understanding of facilitation?
Yes. So it's my understanding.
Yeah, what does that mean to you?
He was pretty much there. He was there when it happened, but you didn't do nothing about it. You didn't call the police or try to, they say stop the situation. So I see you was there. You facilitated by being there, present when it happened.
Like helping it along to some extent?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that how you feel about your role in this now?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, what do you feel?
Right now, I just looking back, we was just kids. We was just young. We didn't really, you know what I'm saying? I know me, I wasn't even thinking about stuff like that. I was too busy worried about where I was gonna sleep at and being home and stuff like that. I didn't have a mentality. I didn't have a mentality of all that. I was just, I was just present when it happened. We never knew this was going to, happen. We never knew. It was talked about, but we didn't believe it. At the time it was partying and stuff. We don't believe this stuff, man.
I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Rhodes.
I don't have any further questions.
Good.
Mr. Taylor, you're free to go. Counsel, you all would approach.
All right, that is the end of day 3. We're going to jump into day 4 morning where we are now. We're about an hour behind. So we're doing good. I do not like everybody. Do not leave. We're going to just kind of cleanse our palate here for a couple minutes. Give us 2 or 3 minutes, then we'll jump back in. Just kind of want to get everybody's thoughts on what we've seen so far. My thought is I really, really do not like that defense lawyer.
Nope.
He's a terrible questioner.
He really is. I don't understand what his strategy was there. Lead up to the main question that you've got to ask and then fail to ask it?
That was terrible.
Don't do me like that. We all seem to be in agreement that it was just a bad line of questioning. We do have some super chats that address some of these issues. Marv White from a while ago, from like 50 minutes ago. Can we get a 1-hour summary for us late arrivers? He didn't testify. He wouldn't testify. He didn't say anything on the stand. He got to come to Jesus statement and from the judge saying you got two choices. You cannot not testify now. You go to jail for contempt and probably get all of your murder charges reinstated, or you testify. That's your choice. They quickly appointed him an attorney, a lawyer from the public defender's office, who gave him a little discussion, and he came back and he spilled the beans. That's the 1 hour summary. 2 hours and 41 minutes in. Boosin, can you tell the chat what omerta means? I don't think anyone has any idea what I'm talking about, but that's what this guy is doing. It's the Italian mafia code of silence. You don't testify against people, but if you do, you don't say anything that's going to incriminate anybody else, essentially.
Also known as snitches get stitches, or it's a little maybe more complicated than that.
It's more like it's a blood oath, basically. Liam 007, thank you so much for your super chat. He tried to trip him up with giving the wrong name that he stabbed. He didn't come in with false bravado. He got his sea legs now. No, I think you're giving the defense lawyer way too much credit for that. He just legitimately was confused as to which one he stabbed.
Any lawyer who would do that and intentionally confuse the jury about the facts of the case is still not doing a good job. So whether he did it intentionally, if he did it intentionally, that would be incredibly stupid, and it would go against, a lot of the purpose of what he's trying to accomplish. No, he needs to be clear on the facts. He does not know the facts of this case. He does not know who the witness stabbed. He doesn't know, what about the shoes? I mean, he's very confused. And he, I think, was trying to make it look like, oh, I meant to do that on purpose. No, that's not what's happening here. Stupid lawyer.
And the DCV Titan, $2. How much is the defense costing the defendant? As we said, I think $0. It's costing the fine people of the state of Kentucky, I believe. And then you reply with, then he's getting his money's worth. From that lawyer, yeah.
It's a total ripoff, in my opinion. $0.
And again, some more DCV Titan, some more Canadian dollars. I think this lawyer is doing his best to save his client via ineffective assistance of counsel. He's not ineffective. The ineffective assistance of counsel is a remarkably low threshold to reach. Like, does your lawyer have a pulse? Okay, he's effective. that's I'm being facetious, but it's not too far from that. He's not ineffective. He's just not being very good. There's no, you don't get a retrial because your lawyer isn't as good as the other lawyers.
I've almost never seen ineffective assistance of counsel actually manifest. I've never seen anybody go, oh yeah, that lawyer, I mean, maybe if the lawyer wasn't really a real lawyer and they tricked you and they didn't actually have a bar license, then,
you get it for missing deadlines, failing to make certain mandatory motions, things like that.
Maybe if they don't show up to court, I could say that could be ineffective assistance of counsel.
It's just, you got to be a complete and absolute and utter unmitigated fuck up, basically.
Yeah. You show up, you have a pulse, you're good.
Your law license pretty much means you're effective. You get it a lot in civil cases, and because things like bankruptcy, where you have these amazing deadlines every 5.5 minutes, that if you miss one deadline, your client's screwed. Things like that. More so than in criminal cases. I get from my observations, from my anecdotal wisdom. Take that for what it's worth. And Fun Diane, are you just trying to trigger me? I'm voting guilty because this defense lawyer seems like he has no real defense. You're just trying to trigger me. You know that the defense doesn't actually have to put on a defense. The prosecution has to prove it. And I'm thinking they're not doing a really great job of proving it. There's still a long way to go. There's still a couple of weeks to go. So they're going to have to start tying some of this shit together to show that the defendant actually did it. And exactly, Chandler, I think if he does, this witness is going to be one of the reasons. He's an eyewitness and he's testifying against him.
Well, is this witness kind of changing your mind a little bit? Because I was surprised, he seems to really indicate that this guy was involved. I want to know more. I wish that he was on the stand for a little longer. I don't know how much he knows, but.
Well, I mean, he's testified now that, that's why I said, I don't know if it's enough to tip the jurors in favor of the prosecution, but if they ultimately do come back, he's one of the reasons.
Yeah.
What do you think, Hayden?
I mean, look, bad as it sounds, whilst I believe that the guy was genuine in his testimony, the simple fact of the matter is I have yet to see anything actually tying him to it. I mean, the prosecution, as you said, still has to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. There's some holes still. And it's interesting because we cop a lot of flack for generally being pro-defense. Yeah, not this time around for me, honestly. I'm expecting the prosecution to do a far better job than they have been. But I suppose we'll have to wait and see, basically. See what they've actually got in terms of evidence.
I'm on the fence. It could go either way for me.
Yeah, and if it can go either way, you have to go in favor of the defense.
True. I would.
If there's a reasonable doubt, and I think this guy's given them reasonable doubt, so right now I would still have to go with the state hasn't proven beyond a reasonable doubt. This guy gave me a reasonable doubt. So you better come back with other witnesses, other objective evidence to show he did it. In my book so far. Allison the Pie, or I said PI. We'll assume you were like going for PI and not like
question.
Math. You could be like a math wizard. But Jeff, can you go over how the teens' bodies were found? I missed it. They put him in bins in the back of the car, drove the bodies to a dumpster in an abandoned lot, dumped him in the dumpster, set the dumpster on fire, and then ran around the neighborhood setting random dumpsters on fire to throw off the scent. And eventually people started reporting dumpster fires, and they investigated dumpster fires. And this was the final dumpster they were looking at. That's how they found.
Then we wound up with a dumpster fire over a defense argument.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
So, all right, everybody, we're going to jump into day 3 here, but first, make sure you go on over to Aussie Overlord and subscribe to his channel. Absolutely do that. Aussie Overlord and Aussie Overlord 2, subscribe to them both. And Remy_legal, subscribe to her as well. And please, if you haven't done so, subscribe to me and hit that like button. We've got 460 of you here and 346 likes. Get down and hit the like button and take our like and subscribe poll. That's what we're all about here. We're gonna put up a new poll here in a minute. We finished off with 18% of you said how bad will the trial get? Meh. 12% said 30% of you said it's going to get, this wasn't on my bingo card today, bad, and what the actual fuck is going on, bad. That was 40% of you. I'll put up the same poll here for now that we've heard the afternoon of day 3. Let's bring this up and start day 4, and let's get into it. Present screen, watch live, boom. Day 4, here we go. Normal, put them at 125. And as best we can figure out, the only thing I've heard, other than our theory that perhaps this Band-Aid is covering a tattoo, that he may have a chronic scalp infection, was what someone on Law and Crime was saying.
I continue to insist that he's Marcellus Wallace, and the Band-Aid will never be explained. We'll never know.
We got our witness here. Let's go.
9 months worth of scalp infection, though. That's rough.
Can you tell the jury your name, please?
My name is Lauren McAn.
Where do you work?
I'm employed at the Central Forensic Lab, which is located in Frankfurt.
And who runs the central lab?
It's all the laboratory systems are under the Kentucky State Police.
What sort of education and training do you have for your position?
So I have a bachelor's of science in forensic science with an emphasis in biology from Eastern Kentucky University. Upon being hired at the laboratory, I underwent extensive in-house training under qualified analyst and the technical leader at the time, doing written exams, oral exams, observing casework of qualified analysts, as well as being competency tested in each bodily fluid.
How long have you worked at Central Lab?
8 years.
And what is your position title?
I'm forensic scientist specialist too, and I test items for the possibility of bodily fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva.
Did you receive items of evidence in this case in 2016?
Yes, I did.
And what did you receive?
What is with the forensic examiners in this case having weird eyebrows?
So I received a blood standard from Larry Ordway, a blood standard from Maurice Gordon Jr., a buckle standard from Christopher Jensen, a buckle standard from Lenny Frazier, a buckle standard from John Lyle.
Did either of you fulfill our obligation to ask Smash or Pass while I was gone?
Brice Rhodes, a buckle standard from Anwan.
No, I asked why all the forensic people in this trial seem to have weird eyebrows.
From Larry Ordway.
Okay, 1 for Smash, 2 for Pass. Men and women are allowed to participate. Ooh, leather strap.
From Larry Ordway. Right hand fingernail clippings from Maurice Gordon Jr. 2 knives, 4 pieces of carpet cuttings, 2 carpet padding cuttings, a blanket, pillow, a towel, sheet, carpet cuttings, a sock, a latex glove, washcloth, and paper towel,
And a
a Nike
partridge
shoe,
in a pear
a
tree.
Reebok shoe, an Air shoe, swabs from the front driver's side interior door of a Mazda, swabs from steering wheel of Mazda, swabs from gear shift of Mazda, swabs from front driver's seat recline lever of Mazda, swabs from interior rear driver's side door handle of Mazda, swabs from rear passenger side interior door handle of Mazda,
Win.
swabs from front passenger side interior door handle of Mazda, swabs from front passenger seat recline lever of the Mazda, swabs from driver's seat back near the headrest of Mazda, swabs from interior door seal, rear driver's side door of Mazda, swabs from rear passenger side floorboard of Mazda, and Timberland boots.
How do you and LMPD work to ensure that people know what each other's talking about?
Sorry.
Are there numbers?
Oh, yes.
Associated?
Yeah, so the agencies always have their numbers of the items that they collect, and then when it comes to the laboratory, they're given unique identifier numbers and a lab number when it comes into the laboratory. That way it's tracked through the laboratory system.
So,
So my numbers will look a little different.
for instance, on the carpet cuttings, is there an LMP number and a lab number?
Yes.
What would be LMP numbers?
So for the carpet cuttings, I have 63A, another carpet cutting 63B, another carpet cutting 63E, another carpet cutting 63F, and then I've got carpet padding cutting 64B, another carpet padding cutting 64C, and then carpet cuttings I have 75.
So when we're saying 63 ABC, does that mean they all came from what started out?
That would have been the number that from the submission form that it was assigned from the law enforcement agency that submitted it.
When you receive items, what state are they in? How does LMPD send them to you?
They're in
So
Kentucky.
we have a quality
In the
assurance
state of
standard
Kentucky.
being at the laboratory. Every item that comes to the laboratory is properly sealed based off of the qualifications in our quality assurance manual. And so what I mean by a proper seal is it will be taped so that there's no openings. And the person that was last either opened the item would put their initials over the tape.
When you received the items in this case, what did you do with them?
Yeah, so when I received these items and pulled them from the freezer, I performed serological analysis.
What does that mean?
Yeah, so it's the identification of bodily fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva.
How do you do that?
Yeah, so for blood
Taste it.
testing, there's two different tests at the laboratory. I'm going to explain the test first. We have a presumptive test, which what I mean by presumptive test, it's a test used that a positive result is a good indication that a bodily fluid is present. If that result is positive and there's enough staining present, I can take that sample forward for a confirmatory test, which conclusively determines that bodily fluid to be present. So when I'm opening an item, I'll do a visual examination and look for any possible staining that could possibly be blood. I then would perform that presumptive test. The presumptive test is looking for a component found in blood, and in the presence of this component, it turns a swab a pink color. The absence of that pink color is the negative result. And then if that sample is positive and there's enough staining there, I can take it forward to that confirmatory test. And it's similar to a pregnancy test. A portion of the sample is added onto a card, and 2 lines will indicate a positive result and 1 line will indicate a negative result.
Okay. And so for all these items, did you go through and do a presumptive test and then move on to the next test?
So we'll open, every item is opened separate from other items. So each item, if I did perform the presumptive test and wanted to test it for the confirmatory test, it would have been done right after.
And is it your role to test these items against the DNA
Nice one,
submitted by known persons and to conclude if people's DNA is on the items?
Yeah, no, so I just test for the possible presence or absence of bodily fluids. And then if I have any positive items, send it forward for DNA analysis.
Does another analyst do the next step?
Yes.
So I want to go through these items. Let's see, you tested item 20, the strap. What did you find?
So I have presumptive testing for blood was positive on item 20, the leather strap, but the presence of blood could not be confirmed through further analysis.
So presumptive. Oh, so what does that mean?
So I have written in my notes that The staining, so whenever I'm testing an item for blood, if there's not good transfer from the swab, from the
Good
item
so.
swabbing, I'm deeming it QNS hemotrace, which is our confirmatory test. So the quantity was not sufficient. I didn't want to consume any more of that sample from a preliminary standpoint and sent the sample on for DNA analysis.
And did you do any testing of the fingernails?
I apologize, I misspoke. Sorry, I did test this one with hemotrace. I'm sorry. I did test it for the confirmatory test and it was negative. I apologize. The strap.
Okay, so presumptive positive, but not for the confirmed.
Yes, that is.
Did you test the fingernails?
No, I did not.
Did you send those off for testing with somebody else?
Yes, I did.
Let's see, next on the list is the H knife. What did you find on the person?
No blood was found on the knife. No blood was found on the knife.
How do you, did they send you the actual knife?
Yes.
And so how do you,
Yeah, so I would open the items separately and the entire item will be tested. So I will test for the possible presence of blood. If there is, if I do have a positive result, I can then take swabs from the handle for owner user swabs.
looks like the next on the list is carpet cuttings. And I only wrote down 2, but you actually had 4 different carpet cuttings, correct?
5.
Good. Was it 2 carpet padding cuttings?
Yes.
And 2 and 4?
I have 5 listed on my.
So for the group of carpet cuttings, we'll get to the carpet cuttings in a second. What did you find on those? The first one would be number 24. So what numbers?
Items 24, the carpet cutting contains blood. Presumptive testing for human origin was positive. So I took it forward, that presumptive test was positive, and then took that sample on for the confirmatory test. It was positive as well. So it confirms that blood is present. However, our test at the laboratory is presumptive for human origin because our test cards can also test positive for ferret blood, human blood, and higher primates.
Ferret blood?
Yes.
So I am on this chart in a circle in red when it is.
Okay.
Distinguished from the unconfirmed. What was the, and so when you confirm blood, is that the end of your analysis?
Yes.
What happened with the next one?
The prosecutor
Presumptive
really
testing
needs
for
to work
blood was
some
positive on
conditioner
item
into her
25
hair
cutting.
routine.
So it was just positive for that presumptive test. And I did not take it forward for a confirmatory test.
You do not.
I did not know.
I've been thinking it the entire time.
So this exact cutting, no apparent staining was visualized. So when no apparent staining is visualized, I'm going to perform something called a comprehensive swab. So I'm going to be testing that entire item for the possible presence of blood. So where I can't visually see staining, I collected swabs from the carpet cutting that will go straight on for DNA analysis.
So I've read lab 24, CSU 63 on this carpet, so that we can keep this one straight when we talk to the next.
Okay.
Was there further testing of other carpet?
No blood was found on item 26, the carpet cutting. Presumptive testing for blood was positive on item 27, the carpet cutting.
2, just 2 of the carpets.
I have 34. Presumptive testing for blood was positive on item 34, carpet cuttings.
And then the carpet paddings, there were only 2 of those.
Yes.
And those were CSU. LMP numbers over there.
Brag.
Lab number 28.
Brag.
CSU 64B. Then 29. And
Go back and watch the show Oz. It does not hold up well over time. What a horrible show that
Oh,
was.
sorry, 28.
With Cyril and the talking sock puppet. Oh God.
9, yes.
Never seen
I
it.
loved it when it was on. It just does not hold up.
Item 28, the carpet padding contains blood. Presumptive testing for human origin was positive.
Oh, that's funny. Prosecuting attorney Getty Lee. That's actually funny.
Confirmed that it was blood. However, it's presumptive for human origin. Yes.
Will the next analyst confirm if it is human or not?
So our DNA analysis at the laboratory is human specific.
And then 64C.
Presumptive testing for blood was positive on item 29, carpet padding cutting, but the presence of blood could not be confirmed through further analysis.
Then you received a blanket. What was the LMPD number and what was the lab number?
The lab number was 30 and the CSU number was 67.
Okay.
Sorry, I was looking at the CSU number. Item 30, the blanket contains blood. Presumptive testing for human origin was positive.
Can y'all hear Strawberry snoring? She is snoring extra hard today.
Yes, I did send 2 cuttings from the blanket on for DNA analysis.
What about the pillow?
Presumptive testing for blood was positive on item 31, the pillow. I did not send on that in the initial submission due to the fact that it was a small, per my notes, cutting from the fringe of the pillow, so it wasn't a good sample to send forward in the initial submission for DNA.
What about the towel?
Presumptive testing for blood was positive on item 32, the towel, but the presence of blood could not be confirmed through further analysis.
And the sheets.
Again, this is another relatively unexciting
item
part of the
33,
testimony,
the
but
sheet, but the
necessary.
presence of blood could not be confirmed through further analysis.
Yeah, you already spoke to this part of it, right?
34, I have presumptive testing for blood was positive on item 34, the carpet cuttings.
What about for items 36, glove?
So presumptive testing for blood was positive on item 36, the washcloth, but the presence of blood could not be confirmed through further analysis. I did not do any analysis on the glove or the paper towel.
You know the answer, Boosh.
Was there a
Kentucky.
shoe that
Yes. So I have item 37, CSU 80. It's a Nike shoe.
Oh, okay.
No blood was found on the Nike shoe. The Reebok shoe. Presumptive testing for blood was positive on item 38, the Reebok shoe.
I'm wondering if we can put her at a 1.5 speed. It's kind of borderline.
Items, your item 30 is CSU 67, and then just going down this list, we have 68, 69, 71. Let's see, the glove would be- carpet 75, glove 79, and Reebok shoe 81.
Yes.
Did you test any of the swabs from the Mazda?
I tested. The swabs from the driver's seat back near the headrest of the Mazda, and that was presumptive testing for blood was positive.
And was that confirmed?
No, it was just the presumptive test. And I also tested the no blood was found on the swabs from interior door seal, rear driver's side door.
What about rear passenger side?
And no blood was found on the passenger side floorboard.
Okay.
Yeah, we can understand her. We just can't hear a thing the prosecutor's
Yes.
asking.
Item 51, the boots contain blood. Presumptive testing for human origin was positive.
Did we cover everything?
I believe so, yes.
And did you find some hair?
Yes, I collected some hair from items, which is routine, so that if the trace section utilizes them at a later time, that they're collected off of the item.
When was your report complete and sent back to OMPD?
My report was issued on February 7th, 2017, and the items would have been released after that. They were released at the end of February, it appears.
And
I
by
went back
release,
to
did
the
you
tape.
send someone for further analysis and some back to LMPD?
Yeah, so I sent some samples that were positive for DNA analysis, and then the other items will be returned to the submitting agency.
So did you send all the blood standards and buccal standards on for the next analyst?
Yes, that is correct.
And what else did you send to the next analyst?
So all the standards, the left hand fingernail scrapings from Larry Ordway, the right hand fingernail scrapings from Larry Ordway, the leather strap from Larry Ordway, the right hand fingernail clippings from Maurice Gordon. 24.1 is cutting from carpet. 24.2, cutting from carpet. 28.1, the cutting from the carpet padding. 28.2, a cutting from the carpet padding.
Secret, what,
30.1,
like,
a cutting from
before I
blanket.
do the trial streams, I
30.2,
come
cutting
home and I
from
sleep
blanket.
for 2 or 3 hours
34.4,
so
cutting
that
from
I
carpet.
sleep quickly. I actually
41,
sleep
the
with the
swabs from the
dogs
steering wheel
just
of
for
the
that
Mazda.
reason. Just their
42
snoring
swabs
puts
from
me
gear
asleep.
shift of the Mazda. 44 swabs from interior rear driver's side door handle of the Mazda. 48 swabs from driver's side seat back near headrest of Mazda. 51.1 swabs from left boot. 51.2 swabs from left boot. 51.5 swabs from right boot were held for DNA analysis.
Now, you said 2 different swabs from, for instance, the carpet cutting and carpet padding cutting. Why did those get broken into?
So when I'm testing an item such as a carpet padding, and if there's a positive area, I would take either a swab or a cutting from that large item to send that small portion on for DNA analysis. The DNA analyst won't get the bulk item.
So did you take more than one swab from, for instance, a piece of carpet?
Yes, yes.
More than one swab from a piece of carpet padding?
Yes, I took multiple cuttings from the carpet and carpet padding.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, that was short and to the point. No, I guess
Any questions?
we can drop her. We didn't get her name, or Lauren somebody or other.
I'm gonna start off with an easy one. My report has a different last name for you.
Yes,
right?
yes.
That has changed.
Yes, it has changed. I was with line when I issued the report. Yes.
I'm confused there for a second. I want to look at. You're doing your testing. I think you told us you test lots of cases. This is your job. You're doing this all day.
Yes, that's correct.
When you have a case like this, the reason that you have sort of a variety of possible results is because you're casting a wide net. Right? You're trying to figure out as much as you can.
Yes, so I'll test. Yeah, I'll test and collect based off of the positive results. That is correct.
Now, one thing you were talking about is presumptive tests. A presumptive test is not a positive test. That doesn't necessarily tell you what the ultimate conclusion is.
Right. It's a good indication that a bodily fluid can be present, but that's correct. It cannot conclusively determine.
That's why it's called a
That's
presumptive test.
sort of an indication to you, hey, we should look more at this.
That's correct. Yes.
And we've already heard testimony in this case about things like Blue Star and luminol. Those are other examples of presumptive tests.
Yes, they are. We don't utilize them at the laboratory, but they are used out in the forensics field.
I was going to ask you that. So your presumptive test is a different sort of presumptive test.
Yes, that is correct.
But you're familiar with those.
Yes.
And those are also presumptive tests that are used to look at something and say, maybe there's something here worth testing.
Yeah, that is correct.
But they're not the ultimate answer to the question, right?
Right. Yes, that does not conclusively determine a bodily fluid to be present.
There are multiple things that, for example, can make luminol or Blue Star hit. Maybe I should use, is that the right word? You guys say hit?
Well, I don't utilize that testing, so I don't. There are other. I know it's not. There are other things that can test positive. Yes.
And you told us that there are multiple things that can cause a positive test. Let me be careful. Presumptive, a presumptive positive test.
Yes, there are other things that can test positive.
So that's why some of the things that you got a presumptive positive result actually ended up not producing a result for blood. Right?
Yes, there are many reasons why. Yeah, that is a possibility. There also could be an older stain. It could be a limited nature. So there are other things. But yes, that could be a reason why it's a presumptive positive, but not confirmatory for blood.
Okay. And the reason we're doing that is to try and get the accurate.
How much do you want to bet the next witness they put on is the person who actually did the confirmatory
You don't want
test?
to guess, right? That's bad science, right?
Yes,
That's
we do not
guaranteed.
accept blood.
So I want to walk you through a little bit of what you were just testifying about. I may jump around a little. If I am confusing, tell me.
Okay.
You're confusing, pal.
You examined 2 knives, and I think I'm going to use, your report has 2 different numbers.
Yes.
So should I be using the ones that are in the brackets, or should I be using the other one?
You can use the other one. That would be good.
All right. So, and the jury may not care about this, but I just want to make sure you and I are talking about the same things. So I'm talking about number 22 and number 23.
Okay.
All right. Those were 2 different knives,
Yes.
and you examined those.
Yes. Item 22 was a chefmate knife, and then item 23 was a stainless steel knife with a black handle.
Okay. Both of them are different types of kitchen knives. Is that fair? One said it had the word chef in it.
Yeah, I put in quotation marks. That was what was on the actual knife itself. I don't have any indication of if there was any words on the other one.
Sure. I guess I was just trying to distinguish, since we don't have a picture of it. They're not butter knives.
Right.
They're more. I'm not trying to be tricky here.
Yeah.
They're
Tricky?
knives that you would have in the kitchen. Right?
Based off of my notes, yes.
Tricky?
And both of those knives were tested by you.
Yes, that is correct.
And you were able to conclusively testify that there was not blood on either one.
No blood was found on either of, let's see here.
All right. You also did some testing of, I shouldn't say the Mazda because it's swabs from Mazda.
Yes, that is correct.
You actually got a lot of swabs from the Mazda, right? About a lot is probably not one you like. How about this? You got 10. Is that right?
Yes, roughly, yes.
And based on the information you were given, they were from a variety of spots.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. You said one was a question mark. You weren't sure. And I think you said maybe you sent it on. Is that right? Number 48.
Ooh.
So I have presumptive
Going
testing
some
for blood
old
was positive
school-
on item 48.
old
swabs
school
from the
song with
back headrest,
that.
or back seat near the headrest.
And then you sent that on then to the lab.
Yes, that is correct.
But you were given 9 other spots, and those different spots around the Mazda were negative. They showed no.
So I did not test the other ones. I just sent them straight for DNA analysis.
Okay. I thought that there were some that you had tested and they came back negative. For example,
49. Yes,
49 and
sorry.
also 50,
50,
right?
yes, sorry.
Okay.
Yes, so the 49, the swabs from the interior door seal and the rear passenger side floorboard. No blood was found, yes.
I'm gonna try.
Yep.
I'm gonna do a better job finding this photo.
Well, that was some intense questioning.
Was it? I was listening, but I missed.
No, we were being
little.
sarcastic.
It seemed a little mundane.
I apologize, but you guys don't have any photos, do you?
Can you open up for a second? I think I can help.
Come on up to the bench, Mr. Defense Lawyer. I think I can help you. You clearly can't do it by yourself. Oh, he's
These are
taking the
not photos that
time.
you took. Okay. But with some assistance, I have no problem. These are not photos that you took.
Okay.
Okay, but these are photos that we saw of the Mazda.
Okay.
Right. And in particular, this is, do you recognize, you said you don't use Blue Star, but but you're familiar with how it works?
Yes, I am familiar with that.
Okay. And this is a photo that was shown to the jury. I'm showing the witness photo number, exhibit number 137. And you can see the blue lighting up there, which is a presumptive positive for Blue Star, right?
Yes, presumptive for blood, or presumptive test used with Blue Star, yes.
This exhibit 137 is actually a photo of the rear floorboard from the Mazda,
Okay.
which would line up with which of your items?
The passenger side floorboard?
Yes.
No blood was found on the swabs from the rear passenger side floorboard of the Mazda.
So a positive or a presumptive positive result from Blue Star, for example, when tested further by the lab, shows in fact no blood.
Yes, presumptive, or no blood was found on item 50, the swabs from the floorboard.
All right, I promise I won't show you any more photos. I want to turn to a different item that you tested, which did show not only presumptive, but actually showed blood, and that is the item 51. Am I right that you actually broke down? Well, first, let's, so the jury knows, we're talking about Timberland boots.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. You actually tested that in multiple spots, is that right?
Yes. So the boots were black. I swabbed some visual staining in my notes, but also performed comprehensive swabs too. So any positive areas I did take forward for DNA analysis.
Can you explain to the jury why that item was treated a little bit differently? You got it as one item, but you broke it down into multiple. How does that work?
So the sub items that were created were the positive collections from the item itself. And so the DNA analyst doesn't get the bulk item. We'll take either swabbings or cuttings from items and send those for DNA analysis.
And in fact, on those boots, how many spots or items did you isolate?
I took 8 different swabs from the boot, but only sent a few on for the first round of DNA testing.
Why did you take so many from one item?
So the staining, per my notes, was pretty small. The areas were pretty small, so just sending additional items on for DNA analysis.
Well, I'm going to contrast that for a second with, for example, items 37, 38, and 39. Those were also shoes,
Yes.
Sneakers to be specific.
You're muted.
Thanks. Sorry for the pause here. We just had to pause here because people are leaving, and by people I mean everybody but me. So
I know. I wish I could stay for longer. I have a prior engagement, but I will come back if I'm able to. If you are going on longer later, I will see if I can make that happen. If not, have an excellent stream, and I'll see you for Fuck It Friday.
in however many hours, 7 hours. We'll see you in 7
I'm
hours. If
really,
we don't see you before
really
then.
excited for this Fuck It Friday. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have amazing guests. Please make sure that you show up, everybody who is watching right now. And if you haven't liked this video, what's wrong with you? Please hit the like button. I have to go, but I'm really excited for later. And thank you so much for having me on for this. I will be listening for a little bit, and I look forward to seeing you later.
Bye, Chandler.
All right,
See
bye.
ya.
Thanks for having me. See you, Hayden. I'll see you later on
Remy
tonight. So,
_legal, her channel.
yes, subscribe. Enjoy, everybody. Bye. See you.
Bye. Are you gonna leave us too, Hayden?
I'll stick it out till the end of her testimony. It should only be a few more minutes, shouldn't it?
Yeah, just about 3 or 4 more minutes. You should be done.
Yeah, because it's
Alrighty.
4 a.m. here, so I do need to get some sleep at some point so I can be a good dad.
Alrighty, let's do it.
But am I correct that you did not do multiple swabs on those?
So for the item 37, no blood was found on item 37, so I wouldn't have collected anything from that.
Right.
The Reebok shoe, I have, that was a comprehensive swab, and it was positive in one area, so I took the collection of that one area. And then 39, it was the same. Let's see here. I took one sub item from item 29 as well, or 39, I apologize.
Okay.
Yes,
But from the Timberland boots,
or 2 swabs, sorry.
no, you're fine. From the Timberland boots, it ended up being 8 swabs, right?
Yes, based off of getting both of the shoes, I just collected multiple areas from each shoe.
And in fact, those swabs tested positive for blood.
Some of them did, yes.
Yes, some of them. No, I am. And those were sent on further to the lab.
Yes, that is correct.
When you get things from the field, you have information, they're sealed.
Yes.
You have information, the chain of custody is what
Yes.
I'm going to call it. Part of your job is to maintain the chain of custody.
Yes, that is correct.
And you rely upon the information that you were given.
Yes, that is correct.
You don't go back out and reinvestigate the case or anything.
Right, that is correct.
So when you're doing your work, your results are based upon, in part, the information that you received from the field.
Yeah, it could be location, but the testing is performed based off of our training and procedures at the laboratory.
So you have no way of knowing, other than what you get in that material, exactly how the procedures were or were not followed prior to you receiving it.
Yes, that is correct. I can only testify to when the items come into the laboratory and are given that chain of custody from the lab.
So you have to presume that it's legitimate when you receive it,
Yes, that is correct.
but you don't know.
I can't testify to anything that's prior to me doing my analysis. Just that when it comes to the laboratory, our quality assurance is from this time that the items are into the laboratory to where they leave, that they're being tracked and maintained of high quality.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
This is previously been here. What is this? Do you recognize this?
Yes, I can recognize it. It has that unique identifier on the yellow label on the front. That's the unique identifier that it gets when it comes to the laboratory and is tracked through. I can tell based off of our lab number and the item number and my initials on the yellow label that that was an item that I processed.
And what item number is this?
It is the blanket, item 30.
Something that my lab looks at?
Yes, that is item 29, the carpet padding cutting.
And just for the record. this
Box
is-
of ramen.
And would all the other items that you examined similarly taped?
Yes, that is correct.
No other questions.
All right, thank you for being here. You're free to go. Almost next witness.
The Commonwealth Clause Stephen Barrett.
Good morning. Have you raised your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank you. You may have a seat.
All right, well, that's the end of that particular witness. And Aussie Overlord has advised us he needs to leave.
Yeah, well, in that case, I'll see myself out. Thank you so much for having me. People, give Jeff your likes, and for God's sakes, super chat, people. Because now he's going to have to bring the dogs on to keep him company. So you know what to do. Otherwise, I will... Do I prefer Aussie? I generally, guys, I respond to both. It's just weird if personal friends call me hate. If anyone that isn't a personal friend calls me Hayden these days. I have no idea why. It's just... It takes some getting used to. But anyway, remember, you're not a piece of shit. You do have value, especially if you hit that like button for Jeff. And I will see you all in, what, 5 hours? Holy crap.
7. Or you're going to do shit before for me, you're going to do shit before me, right?
You know what? I might have to skip my show because it's like 4 a.m. If I wake up in 5 hours, I'm going to have the Munchkin, potentially a show, so probably not. And then, yeah, no, probably not, guys. So I'll see you all back here for Fuck It Friday. Peace out, peeps.
Take care. Aussie Overlord, everybody. Make sure you get over there and subscribe to him. He deserves it. Both of his channels, actually. All right, now you just got me. Just little old me until we wrap this up. So, all right, folks. Let's get right back into it.
Could you tell the jury your name, please?
My name is Stephen Barrett.
Where do you work?
I work at the Kentucky State Police Central Forensic Laboratory in Frankfort, Kentucky.
What is your position there?
My current position is forensic laboratory supervisor. Though at the time of processing this case,
I already
was
forgot his
forensic
name. What
science
the hell was his name?
specialist.
Stephen Beckett?
And what training, education and further training did you have for that position?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Western Kentucky University. And then upon being hired at the laboratory, I underwent serology and DNA training.
Did you analyze items in this case?
I did.
And did you receive those from Warren McAn, who just testified?
Lauren McCann placed the items into our temporary evidence cooler, and then I took them from there.
And are the items tracked through the lab to make sure they are secure?
They are.
So I would like to go through these items. Did you receive a number of blood standards and buccal standards?
I called it. That whole line of questioning from the defense lawyer dude was completely unnecessary. The prosecution's doing a great job. Here's the person that performed the presumptive blood tests and weeded out the things that showed nothing, no presumptive test for blood. And we collected all the stuff that tested presumptive for blood and sent them on to this guy to test to see if they were blood. So that whole, it's a presumptive test. It doesn't really prove it. So other things can make a false presumption. That whole line of questioning from the defense was completely and utterly unnecessary, because this is the guy you should be asking all those questions to. This is the guy that did all of the actual blood tests.
I did.
To compare against each item?
I did.
Did you analyze the left-hand fingernail scrapings from Larry Ordway?
Yes.
And what did you conclude?
No DNA profile foreign to Maurice Gordon Jr. was found on item 21.1. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. You said left-hand fingernail scrapings from Larry Ordway, didn't you? My apologies. That one was 18. Also, no DNA profile foreign to Larry Ordway was found on item 18.
So that means that his DNA was there, but nobody else's?
There was no DNA that was not associated with him. That's correct.
And how, can you tell the jury about how you do that analysis?
Sure. The initial analysis with fingernail clippings, it would start with taking 2 swabs, moistening them with sterile water, swabbing over the surface of those swabs as the collection step.
Moist.
And then that and all the other samples that are processed for DNA analysis start with an extraction. And so the extraction is where we are purifying the DNA. We're getting rid of all the other cellular content that's available on the sample. Once we have the DNA purified, we want to know how much DNA we have. That's called our quantitation step. And after quantitation, the quantitation lets us know, do we have enough DNA to proceed with analysis? And if we do have a lot of DNA, we want to normalize it to an amount that we know works best for our systems. If we have too much DNA, then we can't observe anything because it's just so much blowing out our systems and it makes it hard to read the profile. So we normalize it to this amount that through our validation, we know works best for the systems that we have. Once we've done that, we're able to separate it out and develop a profile. And to us, these profiles look like peaks, like ridges. And those ridges are all associated with a number based on the number of times the DNA repeats at that location. And those numbers are what we're using for comparisons.
Were you analyzing, what substances were you looking for? In this case, would it be blood? Would it be touch DNA?
So the DNA would be consistent. DNA is the same throughout your body. And so for this analysis, it's looking at whatever DNA is present on the sample that's being processed.
So does it matter if it's, I mean, can you tell if something is blood, urine, semen, touch, skin cells?
No, because the DNA is the same throughout the body, there isn't a way to
oh my God, I thought we were on normal speed.
Or if the DNA
We're on 1.5 speed. Holy
blood
shit.
or skin cells or hair or whatever the source may be.
And is that why you rely on the
I was
previous
gonna raise
testing
the
to tell you if
speed.
the blood was confirmed or unconfirmed?
That's part of it. The previous testing also on bulk items helps us locate the areas that we want to focus on our testing.
Did you test your item 20, which would be the strap?
Oh, Jeff has 0 alcohol in him because he's going to be drinking his guts out here in about 7 hours.
I received the strap from Morn McAn, and then I swabbed 2 separate areas on that strap.
I'm curious.
One, there was a knot from where it appeared to have been tied. And so I swabbed the knot area and designated that 20.1. And so the DNA profile from 20.1, which was the swabs from the knot, is a mixture of at least 3 individuals. Due to the complexity
Okay.
of this mixture,
It
no
was
meaningful
on
comparisons
normal
can be made.
speed, but it was set
So
at one, but it's weird.
When we're looking at a DNA profile, we have what we
That was weird.
call a single source, which is a profile that appears to come from one individual or a mixture. And this is a DNA source that is comprised of DNA from multiple individuals. So sometimes we can look at that mixture and make determinations about it. Again, when I said we observe it as peaks, sometimes there's parts of the DNA where the peaks are really high, and sometimes there's parts where the peaks are really low. And we can separate those out and determine individual profiles from that mixture. Sometimes the peaks are all relatively the same, and they may even be at such a low level that we can't make any distinguishing characteristics between that. We can't make any discernment about how we would interpret that mixture. And at that point, we don't have enough confidence in the data to make any kind of comparison. So we don't know, we know that there is DNA here. We know that there's enough DNA to assume that it at least came from 3 different individuals. And because of that, we know that because we know that a person has no more than 2 results at each location. And that's because your mother gave you 1 and your father gave you the other. Sometimes they're the same, so they represent as 1, but they could also be 2. And so when we start counting 5 and 6 results at a location, we can determine that it had to come from at least this many individuals there. And so we also have these thresholds that we set for our data. If the thresholds don't meet a certain level, and again, that's based on our validation work, and validation is just where we process thousands of known samples so that we know how the results interact in our systems. But if they don't meet these thresholds, we don't feel that we have enough confidence in the data to make any statements about it. And so in this case, the majority of the data was in that range. And so we thought it was too close to make any determinations.
Okay, so you know it was 3 people, but you don't know what 3 people.
That's correct. And then, so the other part was Laura McAn identified I believe it was phenolphthalein positive stain on the leather strap. So I swabbed that as 20.2. And the partial DNA profile from item 20.2, which was the stain that was identified on the leather strap, is a mixture of at least 2 individuals. Due to the limited nature of this profile, no meaningful comparisons can be made. And again, that when I say partial profile, it means at the 23 locations that we're looking at, we didn't receive results. We didn't obtain results at all those locations. So it's partial. And then the data was at low enough level where I didn't feel that it met our thresholds to make any conclusions about.
When you're saying 23 locations, do you mean on a strand of DNA?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was that word that you said?
Phenolphthalein. It's the presumptive blood test. It's the color change test that is the first blood test that we do.
So the phenolphthalein was something that she put on the leather strap?
No, so she would have, in her visual observation, she would have identified an area of staining, swabbed that area, and then applied the phenolphthalein to the swab. And it has a bright pink coloration if the possible presence of blood is there. And so then she may or may not go on to the next test depending on how much sample is present.
And are you testing the strap or the swab? How does that work?
So the stain, she had identified the location of where the staining was on the strap that she tested. I swabbed that staining and then performed the test on the swab from that stain.
All right, next we have, I believe she sent some items from carpet cutting.
Yes, I have two cuttings from the carpet, 24.1 and 24.2.
What did you do to analyze those?
The same process of extraction, quantitation, amplification, and then obtaining a DNA profile.
And what were your results?
The male DNA profile from item 24.1 cutting from carpet and item 24.2 cutting from carpet matches Larry Ordway. The estimated frequency of this profile is one person in 590 octillion random unrelated individuals based on the relevant United States populations. This profile does not match Maurice Gordon, Christopher Jensen, Lenny Frazier, John Lyle, Emily Southland, Brice Rhodes, and Juan Carter, or Ja'Cory Taylor. Additional DNA is present on 24.1 cutting from carpet, but it's too limited for interpretation. So that's a big statement. And I'm sorry that we have to read it all the time, but we have to provide all the information that's there. And so a male DNA profile. So this means we had a single source profile from one individual, an estimated frequency of one person in 590 octillion random individuals. This means that if I tested 590 octillion individuals, I don't expect to see this profile one time.
That's a meaningless number.
Alive today.
The world population is roughly 8 billion, excuse me.
And how many is an octillion?
An octillion is 27 zeros, where a billion is 9 zeros.
See, that's a made up
DNA
number.
present
It means
on
nothing.
Item 24.1, which is one of the carpet cuttings. And so in this, it's not enough additional DNA to be a mixture, but there is one or two results at a couple of two of the locations that we know it's not part of this single source. There's a big separation in the peaks, right? It's not enough to be a mixture. It's a single source, but there is something additional there. But it is too limited to make any kind of conclusions about.
Which one was that, 0.1 or 0.2?
That's 0.1.
Then you had the carpet padding, which would be item 28, sorry.
There are also two cuttings from the carpet padding, 28.1 and 28.2.
Did you do the same test?
I did. So the results are different on these two, so I'll read them one at a time. The male DNA profile from item 28.1, which is one of the cuttings from the carpet carpet padding, matches Larry Ordway. The estimated frequency of this profile is one person in 590 octillion random unrelated individuals based on the relevant United States populations. This profile does not match Maurice Gordon Jr., Christopher Jensen, Lenny Frazier, John Lyle, Emily Southland, Brice Rhodes, and Juan Carter, or Ja'Cory Taylor.
What about 28.2?
28.2. The partial DNA profile from item 28.2 is a mixture of at least two individuals. 28.2 is the other cutting from the carpet pattern. Larry Ordway can be included as a contributor to the major component. An estimated one person in 820 quintillion random unrelated individuals could be a contributor to this major component based on the relevant United States populations. Maurice Gordon Jr., Christopher Jensen, Lenny Frazier, John Lyle, Emily Southland, Brice Rhodes, and Juan Carter, and Ja'Cory Taylor can be excluded as contributors to this major component. Due to the possibility of undetected genetic information, no meaningful comparisons can be made to the minor component. And so we see that it's a mixture because we see enough DNA represented by at least two individuals. It is partial, so sometimes that happens with what we refer to as degradation, where the peaks on this side of the results degrade, and so that kind of ski slope. So we could lose results on this end of our profile from the way that
We should do a witness judge finger
here,
chub
because
off.
they're
Who has the
shorter
chubbier
segments,
fingers?
They're easier to amplify. And so we can still see a separation between what we consider a major profile and the remainder of the profile. And so these interpretations are done prior to making any comparison to standards. And so when I obtain the results of analysis from the DNA analysis, each of these samples are independently observed and determined what can be said or what can be interpreted by these samples prior to making any kind of comparisons to standards. And so is it a single source? Is it a mixture? And if it's a mixture, can I say anything about that mixture? Can I make any interpretations to that mixture?
Let me just circle back to these two to make sure I'm understanding. 28.1 said that. it matched every way.
That's why I was laughing at myself.
I don't want to say this wrong. 'Cause you just-
Sure. It matched Larry Ordway with an estimated frequency of 590 octillion individuals.
And that, did you say there was a second source on that sample as well?
Not on 28.1. That would be one of the cuttings. 28.1 was a single source profile coming from one individual.
So then on the second cutting from, there was a mixture of two individuals?
Yeah, the second cutting, 28.2, was a mixture of at least two individuals.
And Larry Ordway can be included as one of those people?
Larry Ordway can be included as the major contributor with an estimated frequency of one person in 820 quintillion.
And you listed some people that couldn't be included. Is that for the major contributor?
That's correct. That's only to the major component. The minor component didn't meet our thresholds to be able to make any interpretations to.
So it could be one of those other people or it could be somebody else?
No comparisons were made to any of those standards, and no comparisons could be made to that part of the mixture. So we couldn't determine if anyone was or was not included to the minor component.
Okay, I believe you also tested item 67, a blanket. Is that correct?
Yes, there were two cuttings taken from the agency item 67, which was our laboratory item 30. And those are 30.1 and 30.2.
It's really hard to make this part of the trial entertaining. The science part.
The male DNA profile from items 30.1 and 30.2, which are cuttings from blanket, matches Maurice Gordon Jr. The estimated frequency of this profile is one person in 920 nonillion random unrelated individuals based on the relevant United States populations. This profile does not match Larry Ordway, Christopher Jensen, Lenny Frazier, John Lyle, Emily Sutherland, Brice Rhodes, and Juan Carter, or Ja'Cory Taylor.
The hell are half these
How many
people?
zeros are in a nonillion?
There are 30 zeros in a nonillion.
And is that more than a billion?
It is.
And were, in that case, was that a single source or a mixture?
Both of those were single source profiles.
That's because
I
you're a
believe you were also
sciencey weirdo.
sent,
That's why.
Let's see, the carpet cuttings, 75. What did you conclude from that test?
Yes, I did receive one carpet cutting, agency item number 75, our laboratory item 34. No results were obtained from item 34.4, which was the cutting of large piece of carpet.
And why's that?
There could be multiple reasons. It may have been too limited in quantity for us to observe or detect. It may be so degraded, like we talked about before, where the quality of the DNA is not sufficient to be detected. But at the DNA step, there weren't any results that were detected in that.
Did you analyze a number of swabs from different parts of a Mazda?
Although I don't have the
You
indication.
don't know it's a Mazda, sorry. Did you analyze swabs of a gear shift, an interior rear driver's side door handle, a driver's seat back near the headrest?
I did.
That's all those.
And
Four-
also
four
swab-
different car swabs?
Yes, swaps from steering wheels.
Steering wheel. Okay, what did you, is this the same type of test?
It is.
And what did you conclude?
The partial DNA profile from item 41, swabs from steering wheel, is a mixture of at least 3 individuals. Brice Rhodes can be included as a contributor to the major component. An estimated one person in 110 quintillion random unrelated individuals could be a contributor to this major component based on the relevant United States populations. Larry Ordway, Maurice Gordon Jr., Christopher Jensen, Lenny Frazier, John Lyle, Emily Sutherland, and Juan Carter, and Ja'Cory Taylor can be excluded as contributors to the major component. Due to the possibility of undetected genetic information, no meaningful comparisons can be made to the minor component.
What about the swabs from the gear shift?
The DNA profile from item 42, swabs of gear shift, is a mixture of at least 3 individuals. Brice Rhodes can be included as a contributor to the major component. An estimated one person in 4.6 octillion random unrelated individuals could be a contributor to this major component based on the relevant United States populations. Larry Ordway, Maurice Gordon Jr., Christopher Jensen, Lenny Frazier, John Lyle, Emily Sutherland, and Juan Carter, and Ja'Cory Taylor can be excluded as contributors to the major component. Due to the possibility of undetected genetic information, no meaningful comparisons can be made to the minor component.
What about swabs of interior rear driver's side door handle?
The partial male DNA profile from item 44, swabs of the interior rear driver's side door handle, is too limited for meaningful comparisons.
We have interior door. What's
I have 48
48?
driver's seat back.
Near the headrest. What is that?
The partial DNA profile from item 48, swabs of driver's seat back near the headrest, is a mixture of at least 2 individuals. Due to the limited nature of this profile, no meaningful comparisons can be made.
Okay. And then rear passenger side floorboard.
I don't believe I have that sample for analysis. Do you have an item number?
Okay. Did you also test some Timberland boots?
I did test boots. I don't have the information of what the
Is
brand.
it item 51?
Item 51, yes.
And you didn't receive the actual boots, right? You just
It's the lesser of
That's
two
correct.
evils.
What did you conclude from that?
Okay, so there are 3 sets of swabs taken from the boots. The male DNA profile from item 51.1, swabs from left boot, and 51.5, swabs from right boot, matches Larry Ordway. The estimated frequency of this profile is 1 person in 590 octillion random unrelated individuals based on the relevant United States populations. This profile does not match Maurice Gordon Jr., Christopher Jensen, Lenny Frazier, John Lyle, Emily Southerland, Brice Rhodes, Anwan Carter, or Ja'Cory Taylor. Additional DNA is present on item 51.5, swabs from right boot, but is too limited for interpretation.
What about 51.2?
The male DNA profile from item 51.2, swabs from left boot, matches Maurice Gordon Jr. The estimated frequency of this profile is 1 person in 920 million random unrelated individuals based on the relevant United States populations. This profile does not match Lori Ordway, Christopher Jensen, Lenny Frazier, John Lyle, Emily Southerland, Brice Rhodes, Anwan Carter, or Ja'Cory Taylor.
When was your report complete and made available to OMPD?
This report was completed and made available on October 23rd of 2017.
And prior to that, was it reviewed in some way? What is your process for review?
After I complete my analysis and make my interpretations, I'll write a report, and that report, along with my entire case file, is then technical reviewed. This means that another analyst that's qualified in the analysis that I perform reviews all of my notes, they review all of my interpretations, they're reviewing the entire case file to make sure that I followed all the laboratory protocols for the case, and to ensure that they agree with the interpretations that I made in this case. After that review is complete, it's then administratively reviewed. The administrative review is similar to a tech review in that they're looking to make sure all the correct information is documented, all the correct lot numbers were used. They're looking for typographical errors and things of that nature.
And why did it take until October of 17 for this to be completed?
This case was assigned to me in June of 2017. It took me about a month to do the physical analysis and the interpretations, and then it took about 4 months for the review process.
And would there have been a similar time pressure down before it got to you?
I don't recall the circumstances before the case, whether or not there was like
COVID, backlogs, and the defendant being a
generally on a
dick.
bit of a backlog.
Yes, typically the lab is at least a year for results from the initial submission.
And is that just because of the number of cases in the Commonwealth of Kentucky?
Yeah, and especially at this time, we had much fewer, about half the staff of analysts that we currently have, and even now we still have that same backlog. The case submissions have been up, but a lot of it has to do with the number of analysts that we have and the amount of work that is submitted to the laboratory.
Thank you. No further questions.
Now for the gripping cross-examination.
Good morning.
Oh, that answered the question. She's positively identified as female. I was just kind of wondering there. I assumed, but I wouldn't want to assume. But because it kind of looks like the kid from Family Guy. Just a
There
comment.
were about 27 items submitted to you for this DNA analysis, correct?
I believe that's roughly correct.
And so you conducted the DNA analysis on roughly 18 of the items against 9 DNA standards. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And of the 18 items that you conducted that DNA analysis
Stop
on,
talking
only
like
2
this,
items came back as
please.
a positive DNA
I'm already
match to Brice
annoyed.
Rhodes.
If I could restate that just a little bit, there were 2 items that had an association to Mr. Rhodes. One was item 41, swaps of the steering wheel with an estimated frequency of 1 person in 110 quintillion. And the other was item 42, swaps of the gear shift with an estimated frequency of 1 person in 4.6 octillion.
Thank you. And the remaining 17 items were either tested for a match against Brice Rhodes or were inconclusive or unable to be tested, correct?
I believe there's 16 items remaining where comparisons could be made to the profile. They did not match Mr. Rhodes. There are portions of these profiles that no interpretations could be made. So nothing can be said for or against inclusion at that point.
And there were a number of items, I believe about 5, that you were ultimately unable to obtain results for. And I can walk you through those 5 if that helps.
There were 5 items. 20.1, which was the swabs from the knot from the leather strap. 20.2, the swabs from the staining on the leather strap. 34.4, the cutting with a large piece of carpet. Item 44, swabs from the interior rear driver's side door handle. And item 48, swabs from driver's seat back near headrest that were either too partial to obtain a profile or too partial to make any interpretations to.
And you were, let's talk about the car for a minute. You were only given 4 samples from this car.
Yes, I was given 4 samples from a car.
And I believe you testified you didn't know what car it was.
That's correct.
Because you're not taking a car and putting it through a machine.
That's correct.
You're taking swabs. Are they like Q-tip swabs?
Essentially, they're a little longer. And Q-tips only, or the cotton's only on one side, but they're essentially very similar to that.
And before you obtain those Q-tip type swabs, there's a number of people who handle the evidence before you get those swabs, correct?
Those swabs were collected by the agency, I believe, and then submitted to the laboratory, and they would have went through our chain of custody. When I received those swabs, all the seals were intact on those. But yes, they would have passed through multiple people.
And you're not present at each step of the process?
No, only from when I received the evidence myself personally do I have physical custody of those swabs.
But you're generally familiar with the processes that those folks would have gone through?
Typically, yes.
So that the first step would have been either a detective or a lab on the scene identifying what could be blood or DNA.
My understanding is that they do have individuals that collect those samples. I don't know if they determine at that point whether it's blood or through any analysis. It may just be through visual observation.
So it could be visual observation, or there's a luminal test that they could do with a spray.
They could, although I'm not aware of their actual procedures.
And but you are familiar with a luminal spray?
I am, yes.
And a luminal spray is not a conclusive test for blood or DNA.
It is not. It's what we would consider a presumptive test for the screening for blood. And presumptive means that it's an indication that the possible presence of blood may be there, but it's not confirmed.
And so you only tested 4 samples from this vehicle.
That's correct.
So there could have been more swabs, but you only handled these 4.
That's correct.
And these 2, the item 44 from the interior rear driver's side door handle, that one was
we're almost done with
was
him.
too limited to compare.
That's correct.
And then the item 48, the driver's seat back near the
about
headrest.
5 more minutes.
It was a mixture of 2 individuals, but again,
I'll
it
be
was
right
too
back.
limited. And you
Don't
can't compare it
abandon
to
me.
your standards.
Yes, that's correct.
3 of the samples that you analyzed, I believe, were fingernail scrapings or clippings.
Yes, 2 fingernail scrapings from Larry Ordway and 1 fingernail clipping from Maurice Gordon Jr.
And the only DNA match, and I apologize if I'm using the wrong word, that was found from Larry Ordway's sample was his own.
Yeah, no DNA profile foreign to Larry Ordway was found on the scrapings from the left hand or the right hand of Larry Ordway.
And then the only DNA found from Maurice Gordon on his sample was his own.
That's correct. No DNA foreign to Maurice Gordon Jr. was found on the right hand fingernail clippings for Maurice Gordon Jr.
And then there were 3 samples from these Timberland boots, 51.1, 51.2, and 51.5.
Yes, that's correct.
And I believe you told us that you don't have the full boot. These are swabs.
Yeah, these were swabs that would have been collected by Lauren McAn and then sent on for DNA analysis.
And the only DNA that was conclusive on these boots were Larry Ordway and Maurice Gordon, correct?
2 of the samples, 51.1 and 51.5, which was a swab from the left boot and the right boot respectively, matched Larry Ordway with an estimated frequency of 1 person in 590 octillion. And the other sample, 51.2, swab from the left boot, matched Maurice Gordon Jr. with an estimated frequency of 1 person in 920 nonillion.
And all 3 of these samples were compared to the 9 folks that you compared them against, correct?
Yes, that's correct. All 3 of these samples were compared to all the standards that we had available.
And there was no match to those profiles.
It did not match any other individuals. That's correct.
Let's go back to the car for a minute. You weren't asked to test any additional samples or items in this case at perhaps a later time.
I was not.
And there was no car seat that was submitted to you in evidence to test. No physical car seat was given to you to test.
Not to me, no.
And the only car seat samples that were submitted to you and testify you were the ones we've just discussed: the driver's seat back near the headrest, the door handle, the steering wheel, and the clutch.
Yes, that's correct. We have, yes, the gear shift.
And you did not conduct DNA analysis on any samples taken from the floorboard of the car.
No, I did not.
Or from a back seat of the car.
I did not.
And all of the items that you ultimately conducted DNA analysis on were brought to your lab by someone else.
Yes, the items themselves were submitted to the laboratory by the Louisville Metro Police Crime Scene Unit.
And you yourself didn't collect any of these items.
The only items that I collected were items 20.1 and 20.2, which were the swabs that I took from the leather strap, one from the knot area and one from the stain.
But when you're collecting them from that strap, you're inside the lab, or they've already been brought to your location.
And I'm sorry, I did misspeak. I also collected swabs from the right-hand fingernail clippings. But yes, you're right. All those are items that were submitted into the laboratory, and then that collection took place from those items in the laboratory. I did not physically collect any of the items to bring them to the laboratory.
And you also, so you weren't physically there at any of the scenes when these items were collected.
I was not.
And you haven't reviewed a video of the collection of these these items. And you have to rely on a lab number or notes to know where they come from.
Yes, we received a submission form that has some general information about where items were collected from. At times, we may need additional information from the agency, and we'll make contact for that. But in this case, we did not, or I did not, excuse me.
So you yourself personally, you have no personal knowledge of how any of the DNA or blood gets onto the items that you were testing.
That's correct.
And you don't know how long that potential DNA has been on the item.
I do not.
And you don't know if any swab of blood is from, say, a paper cut or another injury.
I would not know.
You don't know if it comes from someone's saliva from coughing.
Not in this case, no, I don't believe any saliva testing was performed.
So that the quality of any sample is going to depend upon a lot of people before it gets to you.
The quality is certainly depends on a lot of people and a lot of the conditions that the evidence may have been subjected to. When and how was it deposited? Has it been on an item for an amount of time that leads to, it's been through heat, it's been through bacterial growth. Those things affect the DNA quality of the sample. Who collected it, how they collected it, how it's been handled, how it's been stored. So there are lots of factors that could impact the evidence prior to being received at the laboratory.
And you yourself have no personal knowledge of who committed these crimes.
I do not.
Thank you.
If something is burned, does that impact quality of the item for your analysis?
It certainly can. Heat does not play nice with DNA. It begins to break it down and degrade it. So it can. It just depends on how long it was exposed to it and how hot the source was.
What about if something is clean, say for instance with bleach?
Bleach can also degrade the DNA. It could also make it difficult for our other screening tests to work as well.
We're talking about the leather strap. You did the swabs yourself.
Yes.
It's listed as Larry's leather strap for Larry, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you said earlier that there are 3 profiles, but there's too limited. You can't tell anything about those 3 profiles.
So the swabs from the knot was a mixture of at least 3 individuals, and no meaningful comparisons could be made. The swabs from the presumptive blood testing was at least 2 individuals, and again, no comparisons could be made.
You couldn't even identify Larry or Whitney, right?
Since no comparisons could be made to either of these samples, we couldn't say whether or not.
He does
Larry
have the
or
Uncle
Whitney was.
Scrotor head.
So nobody was included and nobody was excluded.
That's correct.
Nothing else? Okay, thank you. You're free to go. Thank you.
Oh, finally, he's done. But it's important. He's got to make the scientific connection. It's just, unless you're Bush
Next witness
McFadden
will come
here,
up.
it's not that thrilling. Why is she walking like that? That's weird. Are we boring
We're
you,
gonna take a
sir?
10-minute break before the next.
Sure.
All right, fast forward that on.
Janelle's contact information.
You don't care about their chit chat. While we're doing that, we do have a couple of super chats that have been stacked up for exactly an hour for Boosh McFadden. Ozzy didn't thank me for joining his channel. To be fair, we were distracted by TNA. Go Virginia. Blood, semen, and saliva. I know what you're talking about. It was from the Regina team. He was watching. Anyway, blood, semen, and saliva. Confirm the test. Thank you so much. And of course, Ozzy cleared that up that he did, in fact, acknowledge you. Anyway, that dog in them. If the one guy who testified for the plea deal dies within the trial, good luck convincing the jury of not guilty. Yeah, that would be really, really sus if he met an unfortunate early end, wouldn't it? Yeah, that would not be good, and you would hope that the jurors wouldn't hear of that because they're not supposed to hear about that. But that would be something hard to keep away, I guess. But we'll find out. Hopefully that won't happen. Let's put that away. Don't want to think about that. All right, we're going to go on to our next witness. Thank you so much for those super chats, folks.
You need to order all people in the courtroom to have no fountains. We have done. You also need to stop law and crime from covering Brice Rhodes.
Oh, wait, we need to stop law and crime from covering what? Oh, now I'm interested. Hang on.
You need to order all people in the courtroom to have.
Wait, we got to boost the volume. They said to stop law and crime from doing something. Now I'm curious. All right, let's boost this thing up all the way.
Have no fountains. We have done. You also need to stop law and crime from covering Brice Rhodes.
I think she just said you need to stop law and crime from covering Brice's trial. Listen to that again. Did she say we need to stop law and crime from covering Brice's trial? Holy shit. I think they did.
And it says, dear judge, you need to order all people in the courtroom to have no fountains.
Okay, this is a letter from somebody. Who the fuck is this letter from?
But someone sends an email to Janelle last night. I'm assuming because, like, if you look me up, our circuit court website has Janelle's contact information. And it says, dear judge, you need to order all people in the courtroom to have no fountains. We have done. You also need to stop law and crime from covering Brice Rhodes.
Oh, it's just someone sending an email saying you have to stop this. Hey, whoever sent that email, go just off you fuck. Just fuck off. We have this thing in America called the right to be participants in watching trials. They're open courts we have in America. We don't have kangaroo courts that are handled behind locked doors. We have a right to be in the courtroom. Media has a right to be in the courtroom. So fuck off, whoever wrote that letter and sent it to the judge. You can just go bite me right fucking now. How about that? Jesus. And people, don't send, I mean, I know none of you here would do that, but don't send emails to judges during trials. Don't send emails to court people during trials. Don't send emails to lawyers during the trial. Just don't. Don't. Well, Jake 80 bucks, that's debatable. Yeah, come on. Yeah, it was just some rando sending a letter saying people shouldn't have phones in the courtroom and make law and crime stop broadcasting it. Oh, go fuck yourself, whoever wrote that email. Jesus. I hate people. I swear to God, I hate people sometimes. All right, enough of that. Let's get moving. Someone in the court staff got the email.
Make law and crime leave the courtroom.
Oh no, there's another one. Somebody is engaging in an email bomb for the court to get law and crime out. I like how it's quiet and then law and crime picks up and they're like, wait a minute, let's pump up the volume.
Neutral. This is not good, judge, at all. Make law and crime leave the courtroom. Death threats are being said in the chat room of the trial being covered by law and crime. I'm just conveying it to you while you're ignoring it.
I haven't been looking at it.
I do.
Someone's accusing law and crime of focusing on documents, and the judge is just saying, "Yeah, we're going to ignore it."
I do not believe that any jurors are in there commenting, but putting it out there so you'll know about it.
Sure, and I think you asked them this morning.
Yeah, they all said no problem. And the only people that should have a cell phone in the courtroom are attorneys or law enforcement.
Oh, don't laugh like that, Judge. All right, so not dramatic. I thought the court was going to chastise them, but nope. All right, let's get through the break. We'll do it the easy way, not go through 5-second jumps. Scroll in, scroll. Oh, we have another. We have a handsome gentleman there on the stand for you ladies, little lady eye candy.
The last part of 2017 going into 2018.
All right.
Tenelli
There
TI.
we go.
Yes.
Oh, that's Officer Tenelli. I bet we're going to get to see some of the interview footage. This is Officer Tenelli, the one that conducted the interrogations of the two other defendants, as well as this guy. So, all right, we might get some cool interrogation footage out of this guy.
Yes, I know it's still warm in here. They say they're working on it. Anybody needs to take their jacket off or anything, of course, feel free to do so.
Ladies, he's taking the jacket off for you. All right, ladies, smash or pass. Now's your chance. 1 for smash, 2 for pass.
Barrett Tenelli. Tenelli TINELLI.
Where do you work?
Louisville Metro Police Department.
How long have you been there?
Approximately 18 years.
And how long have you been a detective?
Approximately 12 to 13 years.
Where are you currently positioned?
Currently in the robbery unit.
Where were you in 2016?
I was in the homicide unit.
When did you switch from homicide to robbery?
The last part of 2017 going into 2018.
Can you describe a bit how the homicide unit works as far as case assignments and distribution of cases?
Okay. So at that time we had, it seemed like a large unit, but it really wasn't. It was like 24, 25 detectives somewhere in there. But it was kind of split down the middle. Part of it was non-fatal shooting. The other half was what we call the fresh side or the homicide side.
Ooh, ladies aren't
And
into the
we had
smash and
rotations
pass
where
poll, huh?
detectives would run
But
a list,
everyone
and as
just
you picked up a
responded
case, the next person would move up,
pass.
the next person would move
Interesting.
up, and then that case would go to the person
Oh,
as it
here's
goes
one.
down.
And it's fresh to distinguish from cold case.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
So on May 22nd, 2016, was it your turn?
Yes, it was.
And do you do all the work on the case by yourself?
No,
Okay. How do you all decide who pitches in to help?
it's all hands kind of evolution, basically. Yes, there's a lead detective. And yes, that lead detective is what I'm doing today, trying to explain the case the best I possibly can so that you can understand the functions of it. But while you're investigating, everybody that's available that can help does help and does contribute to the case.
And do you have supervisors within the
Yes.
unit? Who was your supervisor?
My supervisor on that day was, at the time, Sergeant Donald Burbrink,
And then who was his supervisor?
Lieutenant Kessinger.
And is he in charge of all of homicide?
Yes.
So what happened on May 22nd that alerted you to the existence of this case?
I received a phone call from Sergeant Burbrink that we had a homicide
see
in
that.
4,000 block of Road Park, and that I was to respond to that location.
And how did Sergeant Burbrink know about the homicide?
I believe he was notified by Detective Vance.
What happened or what time did police find out about this case?
I believe we were notified at 12:10 in the afternoon,
And what time did you get there?
around 12:45.
Okay, what did you do at the scene?
As soon as I got to the scene, I kind of refer my notes. Come on. Oh, thanks. If need be.
Yeah, if you can't remember something in particular.
Thank you. First thing I did is I got to the scene and I spoke to Detective Vance and Sergeant Burbrink about what we were actually looking at, what we had before us. Yeah.
And go ahead, sorry.
Oh, and other detectives that were there, trying to understand the totality of the circumstances walking into a situation like that.
What did you notice about the neighborhood?
Well, it was residential houses all around. There were some kids playing on the other side of the alley. Just a residential area.
Did the house appear where the bodies were found in that house appear to be occupied?
No, the house appeared to be vacant. The grass was overgrown, front and rear, boards around the windows.
Talking about where
And
they
how
found
did
the body.
police- Do you know how police even knew those bodies were there?
They got a dispatch run to the location, being notified by a individual in the area.
Who do you all involve another agency when there's a death?
Yes.
And who is that?
Well, in this situation, obviously we notify the coroner's office because they have to respond. And we, the people on scene before Detective Vance, I believe called for arson because there were signs of burning and so forth. We also notify CSU. We also notify Well, the coroner notifies ties.
And ties is the transport agency. we heard about
DSP
earlier.
never looked like that.
So how many
Never.
personnel from all of these agencies ended up on the scene, would you say?
I couldn't guess, but a lot.
What did
Like-
you note about the
Like if
bodies?
DSP was remotely healthy 10 years
Upon
ago,
approaching
maybe.
the children, first thing we noticed is that they were laid out. There was no sign of like a struggle
Crazy.
or
Jesus.
other signs that there was like some kind of disturbance within it besides the actual bodies themselves and the actual burning of the bodies. So the first thing I noticed is that there's a good chance that they were not killed there or murdered there.
Did you have any way to identify them at that time?
No, we did not.
Did you or other detectives search the neighborhood for any clues?
Yeah, other detectives canvassed the neighborhood, talked to individuals in the neighborhood, and spoke to several different people.
Did you look for cameras?
Yes, all the detectives that were on the scene at the time looked for cameras, looked for not just like business cameras and stuff like that, but they looked for house cameras. Some houses have cameras and stuff like that. They looked all over.
Were there any cameras that helped out? Given that there was, did the coroner direct the bodies to be taken to the medical examiner's office?
We did.
Okay. What's left for you all to do at that point?
Oh. Well, at that point, since we have unidentified victims, our job is to gather as much information as we possibly can. Detective Vance was going to handle the scene investigation. Other detectives were canvassing. I was trying to organize the situation, and we were trying to, in any way, shape, or form, identify these two kids that were in the back of this house that were murdered.
Does LMPD have a unit that deals with missing people?
Yes, I contacted Detective Hogan, who was at the time was in the missing persons unit. I instructed her to go through missing persons, go through the database, the local database, the national database, to try to help to identify or get some kind of parameters with the visual inspection of the two kids. So you're looking at these two children and you're trying to guess age, you're trying to guess weight, you're trying to guess all these things to give her as much information so that she can go to these databases and try to get you a range of possibilities, which is extremely difficult.
At that time, did you all identify any possible people they could be?
A list was started, and I know that she gathered that information, but not on that day. It wasn't until the next morning that we got that list.
Okay. So the next day, did you attend the autopsies?
I did.
And what did you observe at the autopsies?
Kids were laid out. You observed just the several wounds to the upper torso, lower torso, and genitals. The strap that was on one of the victims that presumptively restrained them in some way. The burning, the charring, and the other factors.
And were fingerprints attempted?
They were attempted at the I refer to my notes because I don't want to speak incorrectly. I believe fingerprints were attempted at the scene and again at the autopsy only because the fingers were charred so badly. So I do not want to misspeak about that, but I believe it was attempted at both locations.
Okay. Did you come up with another idea for identifying them?
Yes. So
this would be a rough job.
Anytime you have a child that's been, there's the possibility of them being fingerprinted it's minute. So I came up with the idea that we would contact one of our CSU techs that was also a forensic artist. That's CSU tech Aaron Wright. And I asked her if she could do a rendering of the two kids so that if we had to put that on the news or someplace else to have the community help us identify these kids, that we could use them. She agreed, and we took photographs of the kids as they were, and she began her renderings.
Why couldn't you just put the photographs on the news?
Nobody needs to see that on the news. That's your child. To see that for the first time would be, I'm a dad. That would be devastating.
Were the sketches put on the news?
Yes.
And did that result in any leads?
Yes, actually did. Excuse me. The next day, the 24th, we gathered together in the office to come up with because we still hadn't identified the bodies. And we came up with a game plan. And one of the things that came up with was the fact that We had gotten a tip from Olmsted Middle School that the assistant principal thought she knew who the kids were from the renderings that we had placed on the news. So with that being said, she gave Detective Spaulding the information, and Detective Spaulding went to the school, and me and Sergeant Burbrink went to the location that was given to her by the assistant principal at the school.
A location, do you mean address of the children?
Yes,
Okay.
where they lived.
And what was that address?
I know it by heart, but unfortunately I'm a little, I apologize.
ASMR page turning.
17 Cliff Ave.
What neighborhood is that in?
It's next to Iroquois, it's next to the south end of Louisville.
Who was there?
Miss Elizabeth Wren.
Did she have other family members present?
She did. There was another individual there, TJ, who was her brother.
Did you show her the sketches?
And Sergeant Burbrink went up to the mother, started to ask her relative questions without having to show her the picture of her dead children.
I'm sorry, did you say it was her brother that was there with her?
I believe it was her brother, yes, TJ Wren.
I'm sorry for interrupting.
So once we got the feeling that this could possibly be the mom, I asked Sergeant Burbrink if I could show a picture, an actual photo of the deceased child.
Oof.
And she was able to positively identify her children.
That'd be rough.
Did you interview her?
Yes,
They are, and at the station eventually?
yes,
And did you all interview TJ?
yes,
Did you gather enough information that led you to the next step?
yes.
We did, Bush. It was overwhelmingly pass.
The possibility of suspects, and then we started our investigation moving forward. And this is when things started to move very quickly.
So where was the first place you headed?
The first place we went to was to Brice Rhodes' residence to confirm the location of 763 North Height, which we at the time didn't know, but the brother of Elizabeth Wren, TJ, was able to show us the location.
And is that what Sergeant Vance testified about earlier?
Yes.
Okay. Were you with Sergeant Vance?
No, I was not.
Were you still with Elizabeth Wren?
Yes.
Okay. What's going on where you are?
Okay, so where we're at, we're trying to gather as much information as we can. We're also did a consent search of the location to see if there's any possible evidence located at the house.
Did you locate anything?
No. Oh, I'm sorry. And trying to organize that, and then informing other detectives of what we had at that location, and that we have confirmed the identity of the two children. So then we move to talking to people and trying to get as much information as we could and gather that.
Okay, so Sergeant Vance heads over with TJ to.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you all talking back and forth while this is going on?
Now, me and Sergeant Vance are not talking. Sergeant Vance is talking to Sergeant Burbrink and stuff like that, only because I am more focused on the information that we're gathering at the house.
And who were you with?
I was with Sergeant Oh, who was I talking to, or who was I?
Well, who was present at the house with you and Elizabeth Wren?
Oh, Sergeant Burbrink, and then we had other detectives that showed up.
And as we heard earlier, Sergeant Vance was also with other people, correct?
Yes,
Were you notified that the defendant was picked up at the Speedway?
yes.
What happens then?
I leave the location that I'm at, which is on Cliff, and I head back to the office to help to orchestrate the interview.
And we'll get to that in a second. What did Miss Wren give you information about her son's phone?
Yes, she did. One of the questions we asked, which would be a question you would ask any parent, is why didn't you file a missing persons or contact the police?
For
And she
2
had stated
days.
that she had been in contact with one of their friends, and their friends had said that they were out to the store and he was using their phone to call when we get back. And that information led us to another part of the investigation.
Did she provide you with a phone number?
She did.
And were you able to do anything with that phone number?
Yes, we were able to take that phone, considering the information that we had from the house and the fact that a relative time frame of when the kids were last there. We took that phone number and we used that phone number and the assistance of the U.S. Marshals to start pinging that phone and finding out where its location was.
Did the marshals figure that out?
They did.
And is that what Sergeant Vance testified to about going to the location and finding the phone with Mr. Carter.
Yes.
Did you know what car the defendant was stopped in?
Yes.
And how did that lead into, what did you investigate there with the car?
Well, the black Dodge Charger is what he was stopped in. That information led us to holding that vehicle and using it and searching it and trying to find gather evidence from it.
And did you know initially whether that was his car or not?
Not initially. Once we ran it and we understood that it was a rental, then we took that information, found out who the rental party was, and then we passed that information on to other detectives, and they located that individual, Mr. Christopher Jensen.
And is that what Detective Rutherford testified about the direction he took on the case?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, did you all find out about another car?
We did.
And what was that?
That was the Mazda 3, blue Mazda 3.
Is that what Mr. Jensen talks about providing?
Yes.
Was that car also located and held?
Yes.
Is all this going on at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. And where are you?
Oh, now I am back at the office because we have got Mr. Rhodes in custody, and I am preparing to go forward with that part of the investigation.
So did you interview him?
Yes.
Was that interview recorded?
Yes.
Is this all happening on May 24th? So.
Yes.
The court moves to admit and play the interview of the defendant as Exhibit 177.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Armstrong.
Well, here's the thing, man. We are looking for two missing kids, and we don't know. We heard that you might know where they might be.
Sorry, just to backtrack a little. Was there a little introductory part where you all chit chatted before we get to this part?
Have you seen with them or talked to them any way, shape, or form? Anything you can help us to find them, we would appreciate it. Who are they? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. Brice.
And who else?
And Larry.
I know them. Yeah.
Have you seen them lately?
No, I haven't seen them about.
You haven't seen them in a week?
Yeah.
And try to the best you can, we're trying to track these kids down. When was the last time that you've ever seen them, or was it?
Probably at Circle K or Brad down Taylor. Like I see them like maybe. Cause I got a girl that stays in the South area, and I might see them out playing basketball and stuff like that.
Circle K on Taylor?
Yeah, kind of my Circle K.
And I know, like, we're trying to throw this on you, like, all of a sudden, like, ballpark time that was.
Probably around 4 or 5 o'clock.
What day is that?
Probably like, what's the day?
Today's Tuesday.
Probably around last Tuesday, to be honest. Tuesday or Wednesday. Not trying to lie, probably Tuesday or Wednesday.
And we're talking 4 or 5 p.m.
Yeah.
Tuesday or Wednesday.
Yeah, I always see like a bunch of them walk through the neighborhood because everybody goes to Wyandotte Park. Everybody plays basketball, so everybody knows each other.
You play ball?
Yeah, I play. Everybody's always at the park, so everybody, people games, so that's how people kind of know each other. Everybody's always around the neighborhood and stuff and tie up.
You close to these kids at all?
They're cool. We play basketball. I'm cool with a lot of people.
And where do you think they may go?
Where would you think they possibly could possibly? Do you know any friends?
To be honest, outside of that, I mean, everybody's cool, but I don't know. It's like everybody's cool. It's like damn near 50 to 100 people. Everybody's cool. Like people hang with different. One day, me and you might hang and play basketball. The next day, I might not see you for a week, and like I don't know.
Well, let me ask you, how tight were you with them? Did you hang out with them on a regular basis?
That was cool. Yeah, we hung out different times. Different times.
All right. Did
went to the park, play basketball. Night walking or something. That was cool.
Ladies, any girls that
any girls that they know?
He had a lot of female friends. To be honest.
Which one?
I guess both of them. Yeah. I mean, I was at the park. I seen a lot of people. A lot of females and stuff. I mean, everybody was cool. It was like it's a big neighborhood. Everybody hangs with everybody. Everybody's cool.
Nobody in particular ever dated.
I don't really like this business.
Did you ever hang out with any people there, like any certain people that he like that they like other guys you might know that they might hang out with more often than you?
Some people named Joe that hung out with a lot.
Joe? Yeah. Anything else with Joe, like a street name or anything?
No, I said
Black male, white male?
Black male. 24, 25.
Jeez,
Hi guys, I was muted. Boomer. Yep. I was muted because I was actually listening to something else. Breaking news in this trial. We've got some breaking news. That's why I paused this here. This is the last witness for the prosecution. The state rests after this witness. So they've got to tie up a lot of loose ends with this witness. So that's the announcement. The state rests after this witness, and the judge said that we are well on track to be finished by Christmas. So by next Friday, she expects to be done with this case. So next week we'll start with the defense. All right, so this better be a damn, and they're done for the day. So this better damn well be a very, very good remaining hour and however many minutes. All right. Wow, let's hear how it goes.
Like, yeah, different people. How old are you? I'm 25.
Does Joe drive a car?
No, I just hear him always be like, I'm with Joe or this or that. I never really ask questions. Like, people don't really get people's business. That's like you fuck with a girl. Oh, what she look like? I don't know why. You know, who you with? You know, I don't really ask questions.
I got you. Have you ever seen, do you know Joe at all?
Nah.
Not tight with him at all?
Nah, I don't really know who he is. I just hear about him with people. You know, just everybody, just all kind of people. People have different people, you know.
Did they ever talk about going to any other parks?
Just find out.
No other parks?
And that's the only one that basketball for.
Do you know what school they went to or anything like that?
No.
You know the family?
Yeah, I know the mother. Who's not the mother? I used to date the mother, probably like last summer, just talk to myself. Not date her, but like just kind of like hang out. Hang out with her, go to get something to eat or something. But we just quit talking. And then I just see them at the basketball. Everybody was friends.
Can't hear a fucking thing.
Yeah, I've been to the house too.
I mean, you hung out with their mom?
Yeah, of course. What was last time? It's on Cliff. What'd you say?
When was the last time you were at their house?
Probably like Tuesday or something. Tuesday, Wednesday.
So right over the last time you saw him?
Yeah, around last time.
Let me ask you this. Everything cool? How your wife and everything? Any concerns there?
I believe the mother's on drugs now. You know, she's alcoholic and she's on heroin. You know, that's the only thing I know of. And I know they always like they're never home. They always run away. Not run away, but like they're never home. Every time I see them out, you know, I be riding down Taylor or early in the morning. You know, we got doing Wayne's out school, nothing like that. You know, as far as I know, I don't really go over like that.
So did you has anybody said anything about him, anything like that, from the neighborhood?
Actually, TJ, he texted my phone today. Their uncle.
Yeah.
Talking about he's like somebody that were dead or something like that. And I'm like, I text him, I'm like, are you joking? You know what I'm saying? He never texted me back. No, actually, he's like, are you? I'm like, are you joking? Like, then I called him, he didn't answer. I'm thinking like, I don't know, did they run away or like what happened? I'm trying to.
Yeah, they didn't run away.
I don't know. I tried to get in touch with him. I couldn't. He didn't ever call me back. You know.
Did you? Have you? I mean, rack your brain, man. Is there anybody that they would hang out with you would know?
They hang out with a lot of people. You know.
I mean, on a regular basis. You know, it's not like you know the difference between a friend, associate, and friend, right?
Yeah.
Associate is somebody you say hi to.
To be honest, you know, they was in a gang, and I don't know. They hung out with different crowds.
What gang were they in?
I don't really know because I don't really ask them, but I knew they was in people that hung with different type of crowds and things they used to say and stuff like that. At the basketball courts, there always be fights up there. You know, different people. You know, a lot of drama at the basketball.
Right. Yeah.
Me as an older person, y'all don't do that like that. Talking to all the young kids, all the people too. We come here to play basketball. All the negativity, y'all can take it around the corner somewhere. And there's a police station across the street. You know, so we come here to play basketball.
And I think you grew up in the area.
No, I just.
You come from on the street.
What's that?
I mean, you come from on the street, like you're street smart, right?
What's your name,
I mean, like you know, like you don't talk to people about stuff when you don't have a relationship. Like you can survive on the street, right?
I mean, I guess.
So I mean, we got gangs. You know, people are in. Kids are like, yeah, we're the new clique, but they're not really doing anything. You know, they from the people that they were hanging out with, are you getting the impression that this was more serious? Or just a bunch of kids running around like
To be honest, I didn't really. I just talked to mom last summer and stuff, and I never really did talk to them. And like as it got hot again, everybody got basketball. And it's like, oh hey, we got that. You know what I'm saying? Because my mother broke up. We got into an argument. You know, over, she thought it was cheap on or something like that, but it was nothing serious, over some money, I think. And that was back last summer, you know what I'm saying? And so I seen them, you know what I'm saying, this summer, everybody's in the basketball, they want stuff, they hang with different people and stuff. I don't ever ask who's this and who's that, but, you know.
Where'd you grow up at?
I grew up on
Down in Market? Your, is that your car?
17. What's that?
Is that your car? Your
No,
truck?
that's actually my friend's car. He just lets me get it. Not really just like going to work. He's going different places and stuff, you know.
I didn't know, man. I was just asking. Is it a rental?
I believe so.
How long have you had the car?
I just got it today, actually.
Just got it today. Does it let you use it on a regular basis or no?
You know, here and there. You know.
So you used the car before?
I mean, yeah, here and there.
How long you been using it?
Just like today and a couple times last week.
So like, I mean, the way you said that kind of suggests that, well, like historically borrowed cars from him, has it been different cars?
Not just that, you know, he might get a rental or something. I'm like, you know, just want to hear that.
Okay. But you've only been using this car for a week and a half?
Not just, yeah, probably, yeah, so, not probably a month.
Both? Okay. Is there anything we haven't asked that you think might be wrong? Might help?
I mean, y'all want to answer the questions.
Well, man, we're just trying to find the kids.
Y'all got the questions, I'll answer, you know.
No, I mean, I respect that, but I'm saying, is, like, oftentimes, people won't tell you something because you didn't ask the right question. So is there something that we're not asking that, like, you think maybe?
Where they run away to? Like,
We'll figure that out, we won't be here. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, wish I could help you with it, you know.
All right, man, we'll be back in and we'll figure out and get you over to where you got to be, all right? Appreciate that. Thanks, Bruce. Appreciate it, man. Yeah.
I hope there was a lot more to the interrogation that we weren't shown. I hope that wasn't it.
Did you all leave at that point?
Yes.
And did you come back a few minutes later with a follow-up question?
Yes.
Okay. He's all sexied himself up in the last 6.5 years, hasn't he? Hit the gym, grew a beard.
Hey, man. We're just gonna be completely honest with you, man. We got video of your truck being there on Saturday. Were you there Saturday? In front of Maurice's and his house. Okay.
Okay, so obviously at this point you knew to get to that, right?
Yes.
Why were you acting like you didn't know that when you were talking to him?
We used.
Brent says, can you summarize the interrogation for those of us that couldn't hear? Those of us that couldn't hear were everybody. What I got out of that, the main takeaway was, I don't know where we're trying to find the kids. Where are they? I don't know. I don't know where they, I don't know where the kids went. Maybe they ran away. Where would they run away to? I don't know. That was kind of that was the big takeaway I got from all of that. And they lied to him a little bit because they can. And now she's asking, well, why did you say why she's basically asking, why did you lie? And he's going to say, because it's a technique and we can.
Various investigative techniques to get the individual to tell us things, to get to the truth.
Did you have a video of the charger in front of Elizabeth Wren's house?
No.
After you interviewed.
See, I fucking hate that. I hate the fact that the cops get to lie. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. They said there's video of the charger in front of the house when there wasn't. That was their lie. That was their investigative technique to get them to talk and say something.
Him.
Hate it.
What did you do?
Oh, okay. In this process, once we were done interviewing Mr. Rhodes, at that point, I believe Mr. Anwan Carter was already brought down to the thing, and I switched my attention over to there.
Okay. Did you conduct the interview with Mr. Carter?
I conducted the very first interview with Mr. Carter, yes.
How did that interview initially go?
Not well. Not well at all.
Did he tell you what he told us here in court?
No.
Okay. What happened to conclude that interview? How did that interview? Did he ask for a lawyer?
Yes.
Okay. So when somebody asks for a lawyer, what do you do?
That's why it was short.
What happened next with him?
He wanted to talk to his family. We let him talk to his family.
And who was his family?
His sister and his mom.
Okay.
And then the sister approached us and told us that he wanted to reinitiate and talk to us. At that point, it's important that we follow the rules so closely. Mm-hmm. So I talked to another sergeant that was in charge of me at the time, Sergeant Lesher, And I requested that Sergeant Lesher go back into the room, reread him his rights, explain to him the situation, and then he conducted the second interview while I observed it from another room.
Was that interview, did he tell you what he told us in court?
Yes.
So what were the crucial pieces of information that you gathered from that interview that helped your investigation?
Yes.
And what were they?
Okay, well, obviously the story that you heard in testimony.
Did this now let you know where the murder happened?
Yes.
While you're doing all this, was the first search warrant at Height going on?
Yes.
Okay, so did you all get new information that caused the second search warrant to happen?
Once Anwan reinitiated and Sergeant Lesher began talking to him and gathered the information, we took that information, and once we had enough and we realized that it was no longer looking for a murder weapon, we were looking at a murder scene, we had to change the dynamics, write another search warrant, and go back over to 7663 North Height.
Why didn't you just pull out the carpet the first time you were in there?
If we pulled out the carpet of every single house we went into for every single search warrant, I don't know if we could, there would be an uproar, would there not? We don't pull up the carpet because we don't have any evidence to support the idea that we need to pull up the carpet.
The carpet warehouses
You're
would
looking
love
for,
it.
when you do a search warrant, you're looking for specific items, right? So the initial search warrant, we're looking for a murder weapon. We're looking for anything that would lead us to the next step. Once we gathered this information from Mr. Carter, that the murder actually occurred at 763 North Height, well, now we have to change our gears. We have to write another search warrant and start a more forensically motivated search.
And at the time that Detective Middleton collected the two knives, did you have any idea if those were the murder weapons or not?
No.
So do you all just collect things just to be safe?
Well, we knew the kids were stabbed. So those two knives were under a bed. Logically speaking, okay, let's take those knives.
Was this the first time you all had information that Christopher Jones was murdered?
I wish you would stop fucking wandering around the courtroom.
I notified Detective Griffin.
And did you get information on a third individual from Mr. Carter, Ja'Cory Taylor?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, we did. He referenced Mr. Taylor several times as Corey and explained to us that little Corey and Ja'Cory was the individual that was also at the location when the murders took place and participated.
What did you do with that information?
Detectives went out. Actually, let's make sure we go in line here. While this information is coming to us, and while we're conducting the other search, and while we're doing all this other stuff, more information is coming in from other people. Detective Vance is giving us information, and we're gathering information about everything that was going on that day. I believe it was, I don't want to misspeak. Oh, yes. Well, this is going on. We're also, Detective Rutherford also interviewed Mr. Christopher Jensen. And during this interview with Mr. Christopher Jensen, we located the blue Mazda. And it was relayed to us about the unbelievable smell of bleach coming from the Mazda and the missing backseat.
So what did you all do with that information?
That information, Sergeant Lesher gathered more information from Mr. Carter, and
No close-ups on her hair, please.
Detective Peters, who you heard testify the other day, and Detective Messler out to go look for the backseat and the burnt dumpsters.
No close-up on his head either,
Did you
please.
receive word that a dumpster had been identified as possibly containing a backseat?
Yes. Detective Peters called Lieutenant Kessinger, and Lieutenant Kessinger told me we found it. Found the backseat.
Oh, they found the backseat.
Did you or a detective arrest eventually Ja'Cory Taylor?
Yes.
When did that happen?
The 25th.
Was he interviewed?
Yes.
And did he testify, or did he state what he testified to in court at that time?
Yes.
Did he admit to this case at that time?
During which interview?
Sorry. All right, on May 25th, did Ja'Cory Taylor admit to the crime?
No.
Okay. In fact, he interviewed for a long time with you and
Yes.
denied it, correct?
Yes.
Did the interview of did Ja'Cory Taylor and or Anwan Carter tell you about other individuals being present with Brice Rhodes and them and Larry and Maurice at Hyde Avenue?
Yes.
What information did you get from them that could or did not help with further identification?
From which one? I'm sorry.
from, let's say, did Corey give you any information that helped?
He just told us about a light skinned male and a black skinned male. He did a dark skinned male. He didn't give us anything other than that. Really.
Okay. What about Anwan?
Anwan Carter on the, I believe it was the third interview. We were able to deduce some of the information that he gave us and come up with a possible individual. And we conducted a photo pack. That photo pack gave us an individual that I went forward. And,
That's what he said.
Arrested, and his case was adjudicated separately.
And are we talking about down the road when they came in for their later interviews that you got this
I
information?
didn't lock up the fourth subject until November, I believe.
And what is his name?
Tareen Coleman.
Okay, and that was handled separately?
Yes.
Okay. What did you ever get information on this fifth person? Was Taryn Coleman believed to be the dark skinned or lighter skinned?
Dark skinned.
Okay, what about the lighter skinned male? Did you, if you had that
would have pursued
information?
it.
I'm
I
sorry.
mean, in November, this happened in May.
It's like William Shatner.
And we could confirm the identity of Tareen Coleman.
Spa.
We don't stop. We go forward. We go get the bad guys. That's our job, right? So yes, if I had any information at all that would relatively tell
The
me
William
what
Shatner
it
School
was,
of
I would pursue
Theatrics.
that as any detective.
When do you recall when the second, well, so you had the first interview of Carter, which was broken into two parts with
Yes.
his family talking to him in the middle. The second interview of him, do you recall what day or what month that was?
The second interview?
Well, the second time that he was interviewed. Like,
Sorry.
okay, you had the first day, May 24th.
Right.
Is there a second time that you come back and interview him?
Yes,
And
yes,
when
yes.
was that?
That was when you were present
Yes.
along with his lawyer. I'd have to refer to the, gosh, I don't know.
Was it months later?
Yes,
Okay.
months later.
And same for Ja'Cory Taylor. Do you recall when that happened?
It was months later.
Okay. Was that also in the presence of his attorney?
Yes.
And me? We talked about a lot of addresses and the jury know where these are. I'm just gonna bring up Google Maps and show these locations.
It's okay, officer. You don't have to look distraught over Google Maps.
4028 River Park Drive.
And so they would have actually been behind that house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did the children live?
They lived at 4817 Cliff Ave.
Okay.
Somebody playing Doom on the courtroom computer?
763 North Height.
Barry Humphreys died. No.
Having your notes, the address of the dumpster.
Oh,
Yes.
I thought he died a long time ago. He died a long time ago.
Address 1 second, please.
Barry Humphreys died like ages ago. Yeah, he died in April.
6508 Hackle Drive.
I knew he died because I remember talking to Ozzy about it.
All right, I want to make a chart of what was happening on each day, just because I know we've thrown out a lot of dates. And I want to make sure that the jury understands what was happening when. So this started on May 22nd. Just a summary of police involvement in this case on that day.
Yeah, we went to River Park, 4028 River Park. Canvas did our initial investigation. Detective Vance was the scene investigator. And spoke to the area, looked for cameras, looked for people.
This involved police, CSU.
Arson, everybody. Corner.
Prosecutor, the 1980s called and they would like they'd like their chart back.
May 23rd. What happened that day?
Autopsy.
And how quick is autopsy?
It's not fast.
Were you there all?
The whole time.
What else is going on that day?
May 23rd. Okay. So May 23rd, we're doing the autopsy, we're gathering information, and we're also doing follow-up on trying to identify the children.
And is that including the missing persons database?
Yes. Missing person database, the sketches, talking to the news and media to try and coordinate it to do it the most tactfully and best way to put that information out.
All right, next day, May 24th. So is that the day that Olmsted?
I would have to refer to Detective, well, at the time, Detective Spaulding's letter. I don't want to give the wrong information, but I got the information, me personally, on the 24th.
Children identified. Is that the day you went to Elizabeth house?
It is.
And is that the day that Sergeant Vance took TJ Wren to Height Avenue?
Yes.
Is that the day that the defendant was stopped?
Yes.
At the gas station and taken into
Custody, yes.
Is that the day that the first Height search warrant happened?
Yes.
And is that the day that Sergeant Vance went into Anwar Carter's residence and got the phone?
Yes.
Let's see. Did you interview the defendant that day?
Yes.
Did you interview Ms. Wren also?
Yes.
And I believe you said you went straight from that interview into Mr. Carter's interview?
Yes. Relatively speaking, yes.
Is that the day of the second search warrants?
Yes.
On Height Avenue?
On Height, yes.
Is Detective Rutherford out there interviewing Christians that day?
Yes.
Why is she writing this down?
Is that the day Detective Boyce processed the charger?
I believe so. I want to make sure about that. I'm sorry. Yes. As stated in his letter.
Okay. And are other detectives out canvassing Height during this? Or at least that apartment complex?
Yes.
Okay. Did a detective go talk to a child at Olmsted?
Yes.
Did you all attempt to process the phone that was from the 21 partner?
Yes. Detective Mickey Kahn did. We didn't get anything from the phone. Our cell write machine wouldn't download it.
Strawberries snoring up a storm over here.
Not according to the information that we received.
And when we're talking about the phone, it would have been Maurice's phone that Anwar Carter ended up with.
Yes.
If you could refer, if you need to Detective Vance's letter dated on May 26th, the boots at Liberty Belleville Way, Alicia's apartment. Oh, I'm sorry, I just skipped it.
Yeah, that was on the 25th.
Okay, May 25th. May 25th, is that the day you all processed the Mazda?
I believe so.
And I believe we heard from Detective Silveria that other detectives, I believe Rusty Holland brought her buckle swabs and clothes of the defendant and Anwar Carter that day.
Yes, I believe so.
And that was the day that the other was arrested.
Yes.
And were his buckles selected?
Yes.
Not buckles, we need swabs, they set up.
Yes.
And was that the day, the 24th into the 25th of Detective Peters being announced?
Yes.
Joey, have you ever seen a grown man naked?
Yes. Yes.
Joey, have you ever been in a Turkish prison?
Was that the day?
Yes.
So when all this wraps up, do you just stop working on this case?
No,
What were you doing?
there is unbelievable amounts of paperwork, unbelievable amounts of information that you have to process and continue. We were doing
Yeah, his
research and trying to
theatrics
find out
are
who the
starting
two
to
individuals
annoy
were
me.
that were in the home at the time of the murders. We were trying to gather the evidence that we had on the house, the suspects, and the victims.
And I believe we've heard from Detective Silveria. In fact, in July, in fact, you do the cutting out of the also.
We did.
So you keep working on cases.
Yes.
Did you start the court process?
Yes.
What day was the preliminary hearing?
I don't know the exact date. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Just real quick here. I know he's been annoying the whole time. It's so fucking fake. Look, at the beginning, I was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt when he's testifying about finding the bodies of a 14-year-old and a 16-year-old who had both been stabbed. Like one was stabbed over a dozen times, one was stabbed 21 times, thrown in a dumpster, and their charred bodies are laying there. Okay, I was giving him the benefit of the doubt for being a little emotional and you know, being that way. But then everyone's like, and after all this shit you did, and that's all that was just a litany of what he did on the 24th that she was writing down. After all of this, did you just stop working on the case? And it's like, oh, no, we have so much paperwork to do and other things. Yeah, okay, now it's a bit overwrought. Now the theatrics are a bit overdone. My ability to give him the benefit of the doubt on the genuineness of his actions is gonna give him a my adult right. All right, let's keep going here. We are in the home stretch with at the speed we're going, about 45 minutes left. I think is there a break in there? I think there's a break in there. There might be a break. If there's not a break, no, there's not a break. We got about 30 minutes left. All right. Oh, damn it, Rosalind, I hate you. Rosalind says I'm too distracted by the tie knot. Now the fact that it's like a half an inch to the left is annoying me. Damn it, I didn't see that till you mentioned it. Crap. All right, well, now it's going to distract me for the rest of the time. What, Strawberry? Are you being bored? Are you being bored, little doggy?
Did you saw a transcript with that refresher recollection?
Yes.
I'm sorry, what did you say you were trying to?
The date of the preliminary.
Hey, there you go.
June 3rd
Of
of 2016.
And then do you ultimately testify on the grand jury on this case?
Yes.
That July.
Yes.
You recall the exact date?
I think July 13th, maybe. I don't know. Of 2016. Sorry.
So then later, after all this, we have October. You interviewed her again? Do you remember?
No, I don't remember the date. Months later, yes.
And from that interview, you got information on them.
Not from yeah, you're talking about Carter. I'm sorry. Yes.
License to enrollment.
Mm-hmm.
Later, you interviewed Corey. Yeah, correct.
Yes.
And then like on May 25th, do you have all reports?
No.
When do you get reports?
Months later, like months later. CSU is
When does
processing
CSU give you reports?
at various times throughout. Like I know for example, I believe the report for they're emailed.
To use an example, Detective Kimmer's report.
Detective Kimmer report was 9/7 of 2016. I think. Yes.
And that was the report about the dumpster.
Yes, ma'am.
And we've heard from the lab analysts that they're sending you reports in 2017. Is that approximately when you received those reports?
Yes.
And during all of this time, this is your own case.
No.
What else are you doing?
No. Oh my gosh.
2016,
He dropped an oh my gosh
homicide.
bomb.
We broke records on homicides. We had over 120 homicides, one of the highest epidemics of the heroin epidemic. Homicide is in charge of not just homicides, but also death investigations, suicides, overdoses. No, this is not my only case. In fact, I think in November of that year, I was also the lead detective on the double homicide with 9 people shot during Thanksgiving at the Juice Bowl.
I have a question. I'm gonna ask you a question about the lab testimony we heard earlier. We were all using a lot of numbers. Jury doesn't have reports that you have for the case. Was this the leather strap we've seen in the photo that was on Larry's arm at the time of his death?
Yes, ma'am.
And were these the knives that Detective Middleton brought from the house?
Yes.
And were these the carpet cuttings from the Hyde Avenue house?
Yes.
And what about these items? The blanket, pillow, towel sheet, carpet, latex glove, and the Reebok shoe?
From the dumpster.
Oh, he's crossing his legs in court. Oh, I hate that. I hate when people cross their legs in court.
Obviously, the car items came from the Mazda.
It's just a personal
Yes,
thing.
ma'am.
It's way too informal. It looks bad. I hate that.
Yes, ma'am.
Who has other people that the lab analyst read? Emily Sutherland, John Lyle, Lenny Frazier. We haven't heard their names before.
Those are all individuals that could possibly have been in the Dodge Charger at some point. We have to take swabs of individuals so that we can exclude them or include them in the analysis. So when Detective Rutherford does his investigation and talks to Christopher Jensen, one of the things we do to make it easier for the lab and for the processing is to get as much information as we possibly can, which includes getting anybody that could possibly be inside that vehicle at any given time.
And were those acquaintances of Christopher Jensen?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we've heard a lot in this trial of questions about the backseat of the car. Can you tell the jury what you know about the backseat and when you knew things about the backseat?
Okay. I know the back seat was cut out of the car.
Well, yeah, we all know
That
that.
we know.
Yeah.
I know that I was informed when Detective Peters got to the dumpster and he told Lieutenant Kessinger that they found it. I understood that they found it.
Ha ha, cops lying to other cops. Ha ha. Oh, I'm sorry.
I know now.
Oh, I like that. Cops told him that they found. Cops are lying to cops and confusing cops. That doesn't look good on the stand. Not like we don't have it, but just tell him we do. That's funny. Nice. See, cops will even lie to other cops in the middle of an investigation for whatever the fucking reason.
I understood that they found it. I know now that we do not have the back seat. We never had the back seat. And it wasn't until months later when Anwan Carter gave the distinct and clear testimony.
With interview
of where a possible location of the backseat could be.
Oh my God. Oh, this is not, as I said, we know this is the last witness for the state. This is not the way you want to end your testimony with the cops saying, yeah, we lied. Cops actually lied to us. We didn't know what the fuck was going on. We thought this was happening. I thought they had the seat because some other cops told me we had the back seat, but now I found out that we didn't have the back seat. So not only did I lie to everybody, but people lied to me and we all lied. And this is not a strong way to end your case. And as long as we're stopped and taking a little bit of a breather, Bush McFadden a long time ago said, no jacket, no tie for Rambo today, Jeff. That is correct. Thank you, Bush. And we just got a $2 super chat from Let's Go Brandon says, hey, you. Well, hey, you. Let's go, Brandon. Nice to see you here. Been a minute. All right. We are good to go. We've got a little bit more here to go. Let's see how many more times. Let's see how many more bad choices the prosecution can make for their last witness. The lying liars and the lies they tell. Here we go.
I went into depth with Anwan Carter on several levels to try and figure out where that backseat was. And I could not locate it in any way, shape, or form. I tried desperately.
Did he tell you a neighborhood?
He told me a neighborhood, but as I'm sure you're well aware of, you can't go to a judge and get a search warrant for a geographical area without some specifics.
So until Carter's interview on October 16th, did you have any direction to take about where to locate this backseat?
No.
And until you got Kimmer's report on the dumpster.
5.5 hours, Brent. 5.5 hours.
No.
But you searched anyway, right?
Does anybody need a break before we begin cross-examination? All right, great.
Oh, good. It's her. She is going to light his ass up. Holy shit. Okay. One, that's not how you want to end. You don't want to end your case with the cop. Literally, the last thing he said was, yeah, other cops lied to me about having the seat, and I lied to everybody. And after all these lies, I thought we had it until just recently when I found out we didn't have it. Now she's going to eat his damn lunch. She's going to eat everybody's lunch, but especially his. Yeah, they never had it, even though we said they did. She's gonna crush him, like literally.
Detective,
And
you were lead on the case of Larry and Maurice, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And not in.
Oh my God! Way to point that out. So now we've got the lead detective. The lead detective on the case does not know they didn't have the fucking, the cops are lying to the lead detective. The lead detective didn't know they didn't have the seat ever. Oh,
Involved
right
in
off
the
the bat.
investigation of the Christopher Jones shooting, correct?
No, I was not.
So only what we've been referring to as the May 22nd incident, we'll say, is what you were lead on, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, as lead, that means that you oversee the case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You, as lead, are responsible for the investigation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
She's gonna crush him.
Part of that includes supervising the roles and duties of other officers
Yes, ma'am.
and overseeing the collection of evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
So you were responsible for the evidence that was sent to the lab for testing in this case?
Like, and what form? I'm sorry.
Responsible in, I guess, as lead, deciding what to send to the lab.
There were several discussions on a round table as far as what we should send, what we shouldn't send.
All right, we must interrupt the stream here for a couple of reasons. Just a couple of very, very short reasons. Hang on a second here. I had to just stretch over here for a bit. Yeah, first of all, we have Brandon Lesko here in chat who has just given us the magic number we need to release the hound. So for the last few minutes, we can bring up our co-host, Strawberry. Oh, you just woke up just in time, didn't you? Hey, what's up? You're on camera now. We just unlocked Doggo Cam achievement. Thank you so much for that. Let's go, Brandon. You inadvertently did a very nice thing. And he's mentioned some of the things that we've mentioned. I'm tired dog. I want to run this by you. Is this guy late for a wedding? No, he is in fact. He's either just coming to or getting ready to start his shift at Olive Garden. We worked that out earlier. Are his eyes a centimeter away from a 60 IQ? Yes, we've already decided he has crab eyes. And those ears and the head shape. His head wasn't always shaped like this. He was thinner, and his head wasn't always shaped like this. The guy definitely took a pounding in the middle school he never recovered from, right? Okay, we absolutely agree with you. So yes, you've hit the highlights of the trial today. Let's go, Brandon. Good to see you. Thank you so much for putting us over the edge with Doggo Cam. You can go back to sleep now, Strawberry. All right, let's go. Rachel K, I don't like making fun of people like this. I know free speech, but yeah, well, you don't have to make fun of him. We'll do that for you.
As a lead detective, you have to rely on the people that are around you and the CSU techs, because honestly, that's not my profession.
But you would agree that you're the case officer listed on the laboratory forms.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you requested several examinations of evidence in this case then, it sounds like,
Yes, ma'am.
including the shoe and tire print identification.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you asked the lab as part of that to compare the tire tracks and the shoe prints that were found at the scene of where Larry and Maurice were located, to compare those to Mr. Rhodes' suspected vehicles, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And his suspected shoes.
Yes, ma'am.
And you could not identify Brice's vehicle as making those tire tracks.
I believe, and I could be wrong, ma'am, but I don't think they included or excluded it.
I just want to know, did you get a positive identification on those tracks belonging to either of Brice Rhodes' vehicles that have come up?
I don't believe we got a positive or a negative, ma'am.
What?
I think that how they stated it in they could not be included or excluded.
But the question is, you didn't get a positive to match.
No.
Okay. And Brice's shoes were not a match to the footprints.
No, ma'am.
I told you she'd wreck this guy.
You showed the jury, I'm sorry, you didn't personally, one of your colleagues, I believe, showed the jury a picture of the blue Mazda in this case, in which luminol had been sprayed.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
do you recall seeing that
No, I
photograph?
was not here that day.
Okay. Have you seen that picture before, though, at some point in the investigation? And there was some blue lit up in that vehicle that I guess law enforcement believed to be blood.
We interpret it as such, yes.
But when it was sent to the lab, it was not in fact blood, correct?
I don't think every part was. I would have to refer to I mean, we just had the testimony, and I don't want to say differently than what the testimony said.
Of course you don't, because that would make you a liar, huh?
A specific part? Can you give me a specific?
I can flip back, but what I'm referring to is the picture that the jury saw. It had a bunch of blue on it, but that wasn't blood when the results came back.
I don't believe so, no, ma'am.
Oh my God. She's beating
You
him
also
worse than I
requested the
thought.
lab perform DNA analysis on the evidence, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you tested under Larry Ordway's fingernails for DNA foreign to him. You tested the carpet, the blanket, other items. None of that had Brice's DNA on it, correct?
No, ma'am. It did not.
And in fact, the only piece of evidence that had Brice Rhodes' DNA on it was his steering wheel and the gear shift of his own vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Oh my God. Yeah, great.
The leather
She-
strap
I love her.
that
She's
was
a great
spoken
lawyer.
about to restrain Larry Ordway.
Yes, ma'am.
That did not have Brice Rhodes' DNA on it, did it?
No, I do not believe so. I don't believe it had anybody's. I don't think they could pinpoint because it was too small to sample.
Yes.
Yeah, so this lawyer has testified the tracks did not, the tire tracks at the crime scene didn't match his tire tracks. The shoe prints at the scene didn't match his shoe prints. The picture they showed that was presumptive for blood was tested and actually wasn't blood. His DNA isn't anywhere, only on the gear shift and the steering wheel. Holy shit, what a great, and also they still have no idea what happened to the back fucking seat of the car. The entire back seat of the car. That he thought they had until someone told him they didn't have it. This ain't good. I mean, I think it's probably guilty as fuck, but they haven't. Yeah.
And isn't it true Carter was interviewed?
Yeah, I can't imagine.
Detective, you testified that Ann Juan Carter was interviewed by you.
The first time, yes, ma'am.
And isn't it true that Mr. Carter did not involve Brice in the death of Larry and Maurice until after you told Mr. Carter in that interview room that Brice was throwing him under the bus and blaming him for all the murders?
I would have to refer to the interview. If you have it, I'll be happy to refer to it. If you could show me the page and information, that'd be great.
Thank you, ma'am. And this is a long transcript, Detective, that I've turned to the page of where I believe that you said that.
Can I?
Help?
Can I-
Sure, sure.
Thank you
Feel
so
free
much.
to, feel free to
I
look.
appreciate it. Thank you.
And the defense still gets to put on a case. Who they'll put on, I don't know if they, I mean, if they decide to. I'm assuming they're going to put somebody on the stand.
Are you sure
They
this
still
was-
get to hammer it even more.
This was from the first interview on May the 24th, but during the second part,
Right, I believe that was Sergeant Lesher.
you were, but you were present
No, ma'am, I was observing.
from another room?
Yes, ma'am. I don't believe this was me. I believe that was Sergeant Lesher. I could be mistaken because their names are not on there. Our transcripts have names.
I understand. But you will acknowledge that that was said to Mr. Rhodes, or excuse me, to Mr. Carter.
As an investigative tactic, absolutely.
Can you remind me what it was? I'm sorry.
Judge, my question was that to Detective Tenelli that, isn't it true that Mr. Carter did not mention Brice Rhodes being involved in the murders of Larry and Maurice until after one of the detectives told Mr. Carter that Brice had been throwing him under the bus?
Thank you.
But we just watched Mr. Rhodes' interview and you did interview Mr. Rhodes.
Yes.
And that was not true, was it?
I'm sorry, what?
That Brice had thrown Anwan Carter under the bus?
We use investigative tactics together.
That's not a
Ma'am,
question.
but, sir, but I'm asking you
Ma'am.
if it is true that when you told Mr. Carter that, had Brice Rhodes actually thrown him under the bus? Was that true? A true statement to Mr. Carter?
But ma'am, I was not the one that conducted the interview.
That's not the
Tenelli,
question.
is it
The
yes or no?
interview
Was
with-
it true or not?
But I wasn't the one that.
That's not
You
the
know if it
question.
was true or not, don't you?
Oh, yes, yeah. I'm
Okay,
sorry,
please
I'm sorry.
Then
answer.
answer the fucking question.
Yes. No, it was not true.
Jesus
And
Christ.
Brice hadn't actually said anything about Anwan Carter at that point.
No, ma'am.
And to persuade Anwan to talking to you, you also, or possibly Miss Sergeant Lesher, told him, "Don't worry about the truck you stole. We're not concerned about that."
I don't know if he said that, ma'am. I would have to see the transcript, but I'm sure another investigative tactic that we would use is to lessen a lesser crime.
Everything you don't agree with, everything you lied about.
You
That's all
also
an
told Mr.
investigative
Rhodes,
technique.
I believe that there was a video of him in the Charger, and that wasn't correct either, was it?
No, it was an investigative tactic, ma'am.
So everything you've said is a fucking lie.
You also told Anwan Carter and Ja'Cory Taylor, in an effort to get them to talk, that you had collected a back seat, correct?
It's possible. I don't remember and don't recall.
During the interviews, there were several of Anwan Carter, several names, other names came up. Is that true? In the course of his conversation, a lot of names were thrown out there, correct?
I'm not sure, ma'am. That's 7 years ago, but if you gave me the transcript, I'd be more than happy to look through it.
Well, let me ask you specifically, do you remember him telling you that when Larry and Maurice were killed, that there was at one point 2 black men and a white woman there?
Yes,
And do you remember him also talking about a light-skinned man that was there?
I believe in the context in which you're speaking, and I'm not trying to confuse the situation, he was describing the 2 that he had mentioned before. So he was saying there was 2 other gentlemen there, a light-skinned individual and a dark-skinned individual, and a white female, and the white female had left before anything
But
happened.
that's not what he told you. That's your interpretation of it, correct?
I believe that's what he told me. If it's my interpretation, that's what
He also told you that his cousin Q had dropped him off that night.
yes.
And you did not push him. Isn't it true? You did not push him about any of these people, whether it be their identity, their alibi, like you did when he brought up the name Brice Rhodes.
No, ma'am, that's not true, because in the later on, months on the road, when we did the third interview with Mr. Carter,
Right.
we also did the photo back and got another individual that was involved in the crime. And
But my question to you, Detective, is you testified that someone had told Anwan Brice is throwing you under the bus. You didn't tell Mr. Carter, these other people are throwing you under the bus, or even try to find out who the light-skinned person was that was there. I think is what you testified a while ago, that you never found out.
well, ma'am, we can't invent people. We have to go off the evidence that's presented before us. We take that evidence, we research it, and then we go forward. If we can't find anything, we definitely can't invent it.
So Anwan and Ja'Cory were able to describe
You invented the fact
all
you
of these
had
people
the.
that were there except for this one
Oh,
individual?
for fuck's
Is
sake.
that fair to
They-
say?
I mean, ma'am, they did the best, I guess, the best they could with the description as far as, it's just like the white female. We don't know who she is. They described it as a white female and a light skinned male and a dark skinned male.
Detective, you wrote an investigative report in this case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're familiar with that report?
Fairly familiar, yes, ma'am.
Let me find it here.
Well, she's finding a fire and I says, cops are allowed to lie and get a confession or to figure out more facts of the case. You may not like it, but it's an investigative tactic. We know that. We all know that. That's just basic cop investigation shit. They do get to do that. But what this guy is doing here is everything she pins him down on, every inconsistency in his statement, he says, oh, that was just an investigative technique. Oh, that was just an investigative technique. Every time he gets called out on an inconsistency, on just an outright falsehood, not every single thing gets to, is it an investigative technique or did he just get called out on it? He's just passing everything off as an investigative technique. And that's where, and then he's being a belligerent asshole when it comes to answering the questions. So this cannot be sitting well with the jury. And is it an investigative technique where, and one of the things he's talking about is, he said that while they were doing the initial investigations, the sorry, I was distracted by chat there. Something he can't write this off as a investigative technique. While they were conducting the initial investigations, he's the lead investigator, the guy that's supposed to know everything about the investigation. Some other cop is telling him they found the missing backseat to the car. His own cops are lying to him, the lead investigator. He didn't know they didn't actually have the backseat of the car until well later down the road. So the cops are lying to the other cops, to the lead investigator about what they have. That's not an investigative technique. That's just some bullshit. No, fucking Friday doesn't start until
The date on page
5
1 of your
hours and a
report,
few minutes from now. Now
is
it's
listed
just
as what?
May
hanging
22nd,
out.
2016.
And that's, I'm assuming, when you started the investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what that date reflects?
Yes,
A
ma'am.
$100 super chat will get a drink, but not just an
And
aggregate.
if you flip, officer,
You know the rules.
to page 10 of your report,
Yes, ma'am.
there is a spot at the very end.
Page 10 of my report,
Yes,
of my investigative letter.
yes.
I have page 9.
I'm looking at page 10 that says conclusion.
Okay, that's 9.
Is it a different number?
Yes,
Mine says 10, I apologize.
Yes.
On that page, on the last page of your report, we'll call it, there is a spot that says investigator signature and supervisor signature. And you did not sign that, correct?
It's signed. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the copy that I have, if I may approach the witness.
You may.
Uh-oh, different copies? Oh, God.
Does not purport to have any signature on it, correct?
Oh,
Oh, not my copy.
Not your
Any-
copy.
This and this.
The defense now has a copy of this report that's different from the one the prosecution has. That shouldn't happen. It's got different numbers, that doesn't have his signature on it. Do we have a possible Brady violation here for not turning over all of their evidence? What's the difference? Why are the numbers different? What's missing? Oh, I've got questions now. And the jury heard this. This is a problem.
This is the only copy I've ever seen.
Okay.
So I don't have any way of telling when this report
7 p.m. Eastern time.
ended. And I don't have any way of telling if it was approved by your supervisor.
We
Is
don't do
that typically
cumulatives
what
on
these
regular
signatures
normal
are for?
streams.
No, we don't.
What is the signature at the end of the document for then?
As you can, on my copy right here, you can see, you sign it and put your code number, and then your supervisor signs it and puts your code number.
Prior to the date, May 22nd, 2016, there weren't any suspects in the Christopher Jones murder, as far as you know. I know you said that you were not lead detective.
I didn't do anything on that case. I honestly don't know.
To your knowledge, was Brice Rhodes a suspect in that case at that point on May 22nd?
Like I said before, ma'am, I have no idea.
I think your testimony a while ago
You're the
was
lead
that
detective. What do you mean you didn't have any
first
fucking
learned,
idea?
That Christopher
I hate this
Jones,
guy now.
That you thought these two incidents were related, not up until this point, right?
Correct. Like, I didn't know they were related at all until the interviews were conducted, and then I made the phone call to Brian Green because I had no information about his case.
He's getting flustered.
On page, well, I know our page numbers appear to be a
That's
little
okay.
bit different.
We'll do the best we
On
can.
page 8 of my report,
Okay, what's the title?
subsequent investigation,
Okay, ma'am.
do you see that part?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On that part of your report is where you talk about the backseat of Bryce's car having been removed in an attempt to possibly hide evidence of crime, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that report, you reported that the back seat was recovered from a dumpster fire, correct?
That is what I knew at the time.
Not anymore, Bass. I'm changing it. Don't worry.
You talked about testifying at the preliminary hearing in this case on June the 3rd of 2016, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that
She
would have
tec-
been
she
the month
technically- never mind.
following
No, technically, she
the
technically
deaths
still is.
in this
but
case,
anyway.
correct?
Well, that would have been like 7 or 8 days.
Right, but the following month.
Yes.
Let's see.
And you testified at the preliminary hearing, and the testimony is an effort to continue charging Brice with these accusations.
It's called a PC hearing. Yes, ma'am.
And you were under oath when you testified, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you told the judge at that time that the backseat of Bryce's car had been removed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you also told the judge that Brice acted alone in transporting the bodies of Larry and Maurice after they were killed. And that wasn't true either, was it?
At that point, with the information that we had, I believe that, I don't know, that's 7 years ago, ma'am. I don't know if we knew of the other 2 participants transporting the bodies with Brice or not.
So where did you go back and submit a supplementary report or
After
correct?
that, in July, following month after preliminary hearing, July 13th, 2016, you testified to the grand jury, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was also under oath.
Yes, ma'am.
And you had sworn to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
You told the entire grand jury that you had located where Brice dumped the back seat, correct?
Yes, and during that grand jury, the only thing I can say is that in the preliminary.
Now see, this is not an investigation technique. He just admitted to fucking lying to the grand jury. And now he's going to try to explain he didn't know it was a lie because his other investigator lied to him. Lying to a grand jury is a whole other thing. I'm fucking livid now.
Correct?
Yes.
Sworn to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
You told the entire grand jury that you had located where Brice dumped the back seat, correct?
Yes, and during that grand jury, the only thing I can say is that in the preliminary hearing, PC hearing, I caveated with the statement that we believe we have the back seat. It's in the transcript. We believe we have the back seat. We're waiting for the forensic analysis. Up until that point, and when I went to the grand jury, I went to the grand jury and testified that we had the back seat. I did not put the caveat in there, but I had not.
So that's a fucking lie is what you're saying. There is no way to worm out of this one, you fucking liar. I'm livid. See, this is the bullshit that I get ranting about. Lying to a fucking grand jury with zero consequences.
Received the CSU reports, and I was going on good faith of the information that I had received during the investigation.
Fucking liar.
I said I wasn't going to use that, but I think the jury can still see it.
Feel free to move it if you need to.
Yeah, I just want to, you had a lot going on.
Yes, ma'am.
It sounds like.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I think that's fair to say that, correct me if I'm wrong, but you are just physically unable to be everywhere at one place, right?
Correct.
And would it be fair to say that you may not know approximately, or you may not know exactly, but if you could tell the jury approximately, if this is correct, that there were about, when I looked through the
lack of
evidence, there were
four-leaf
about
clovers is what I get mad
41
about.
law enforcement officers involved in this case, 27 lab techs, 7 property clerks, for a total of around 75 people
Damn
that are even
straight.
just listed, not to.
And you don't even have to wonder whether he just admitted to committing perjury in front of the grand jury. Sworn to tell the truth, says they have it, admits to not putting a caveat in, and admits to not actually having it. He has just admitted to committing perjury in front of a grand jury. Absolutely. Absolutely, this fucker should lose his job. Absolutely, he should be railroaded I mean, this is just fucking hell.
To mention the ones that weren't. Is that fair assumption to say that many people were involved in investigating? And
I don't want to speak to numbers, ma'am. I can't. I mean, if you looked at it, I mean, I don't think you would lie. So I don't know.
and you cannot monitor every single one of these people 24/7 as to what they're doing and if they're doing it appropriately, correct?
Correct. But we are all trained the same way and we are all doing the very best job, especially when we're dealing with.
That's your
such a
very
heinous,
best
heinous
job, to
situation.
lie to the grand
And
jury.
one of the biggest things it sounds like that you guys had going on was communicating information back and forth during this busy time, right? I mean, is that fair to say?
I mean,
had to
information
talk
is,
to each other and-
information is constantly flowing, but you got to remember that this is not the only case that's going on.
Right.
I mean, yes, information is flowing, but it's not the only case.
Oh, so you make mistakes.
So you told the jury today that you testified to the preliminary hearing in June of 2016.
Correct.
You testified at the grand jury in July of 2016.
Correct.
Do you remember 3 years later, in September of 2019, this court held an evidentiary hearing?
Yes.
Do you recall that?
I did, ma'am.
And do you recall the judge specifically asking you, what evidence are you going to bring up to the courtroom for this hearing?
Absolutely.
And
He's
so
getting pissed.
3 years after you had told the grand jury that you had a backseat,
Mhm.
you told this court, I'm going to bring the backseat up to the courtroom, judge.
That is not what I said, ma'am.
Tell us what you said.
We were inside the court. It was at the end of the court. We were trying to decide because there's over 200 pieces of evidence inside this case. And the judge asked, what's the biggest piece of evidence you have on the spot? And I was thinking and racking my brain. And I said, I don't know, the back seat, the carpet. I don't know, sir. And that's exactly how it went down. It was a
So you said you were going to bring the biggest piece of
misspeak,
evidence,
if you will.
A
But
misspeak. You fucking asshole.
I didn't,
all right.
at that point, was not under oath. Didn't say anything
Oh,
of that nature.
so you can lie.
Just,
Dude, if a judge asks you what evidence is your biggest piece of evidence you're going to be bringing to court, possibly, you don't get to lie to the judge because you're not under oath. You don't get to lie to the judge. That's not an investigative technique. Holy Christ.
blurted it out.
Blurted
And
it
there's no
out.
backseat.
No,
Misspoke.
ma'am, there is not.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, I knew she would wreck him, but I had no idea it would just that was just a mauling. She mauled his ass on the stand. Now, on this redirect, the prosecution better literally hope that God himself gives some direct revelation for shit for him to say to convict this defendant. Outside of that, he's fucked as far as I can see.
Coach, just for a moment.
All right. Well, while they're doing that, we do have one. Giselle T is asking if we're going to be doing the Chad Daybell trial. Probably not Danny on. She has that very well covered. I'll probably be hanging out with her as much as possible, and doing a Danny on direct. She's got the Valo Daybell stuff well and truly covered. And let's go, Brandon, the $5 super chat. We are doing Fuck It Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern. We'll do it 7 p.m. Eastern is when we're going to start. That is a Christmas present right there. But you are being cheap on not honoring the cumulative on this. We don't do cumulatives. We just do the one-offs. We've never done cumulatives. That's just the way that one goes. Well, we do like 300, I think, is the cumulative we decided on a while ago. It's rare. And Volpe Fox just dropped another one. Good job, ladies. We knew he was off from the start. Yeah, almost every one of the ladies in the Smash or Pass poll said pass because they didn't like him. It's women's intuition, folks. Dude, holy shit. That was brutal. All right, we'll see how this redirect goes. And this redirect appears to be very short. So we'll hear the redirect, and then those rules have never changed. Never. That's been from day one of YouTube. That rule has never changed.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Jones.
When we were here in court 3 years after the fact, talking about evidence to bring up, how many murder cases did you have while you were in homicide, of which you were lead?
Bad memory's not an
That I was
excuse.
lead on over 9, I don't know.
And then how many did you assist on?
We had, I think, somewhere around 100, over 125 homicide cases. And if you were working, you were involved. Unless you were presently investigating a case at that moment, if you were working, you were involved. If you had downtime, you were involved. Overtime, you were involved. So,
Bad memory is not an excuse for lying to the court.
when-
Trust me.
Did you all also have overdoses?
oh, yeah, and hanging, well, I'm sorry, suicides and overdoses and death investigations.
Triple homicides, what about those? Okay, I need to shut up. All right,
Uh,
shut up and
Did you
listen.
also,
I'm-
did you all have shootings or was that separate?
Okay, so shootings were separate.
And by shootings, we mean where people are shot. and
Yeah,
live.
we call it non-fatal. They didn't die. Yes, they were included in homicide and we assisted with them, but we were not the lead detectives in those non-fatal shootings.
So in this case, you learned from, did you say Sergeant Lieutenant Kessinger?
Lieutenant Kessinger.
Lieutenant Kessinger, that Peters has identified the dumpster where he thinks there's a backseat.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know, was Peters talking about an intact backseat like you would extract from a minivan, or was he talking about fabric cut out of a backseat that would be in a smaller car? Or did you know?
I didn't know.
Okay.
And I honestly couldn't recall.
Okay. And when you thought that the backseat had been part of the many items recovered from the dumpster, did you return to this case to
Judges
confirm
don't charge
what
with
had been
perjury.
recovered and sent to the lab?
No.
Did you just let things happen at the lab?
Yeah.
And why is it?
Because, I
That's
mean,
a
well, first of all, our
prosecutor
CSU
gets to
text
do
is a
that.
controlled and very much, we don't have access. We can't just walk down and walk in there and look at evidence. It's not how it works because it's evidence. So when that starts motion, the lead detective does not have access to it unless he's accompanied or let in there to get access to it. So there's no way that you wait for the CSU reports to come to you.
So you don't have
and
access to it
so-
unless you go and access it.
While this is
Good
going
answer.
on, do you like call the lab every week to see what's going on?
No, actually, well, we all know at that point with the situation that we have at the lab, it's about a year out before we get any results from the lab itself. So we're not calling because every time we call, we're taking away from their time at the lab. So,
bullshit.
And would it have made any difference to your analysis of this case, the arrest that you made, the investigation that you took, if you had realized that what Peters found in that dumpster was blankets and sheets and not a backseat?
No, absolutely not.
When you
Crock
got
of shit.
information about where the backseat was from Mr. Carter, did you attempt to walk him through did you pull up a map on a cell phone and attempt to find it?
Yes, in the interview, we were trying to locate it as best we possibly could. We were expanding. I mean, everything.
Do you wish you had the backseat?
Yes.
When
You wish you
interviewed
had
Mr.
it so
Carter,
much you
that
fucking lied about it.
Told you of these. Well, how many people did he tell you were also involved that we have not?
That we have not.
That we have not heard from the court?
That we have not. Okay.
Or heard. All right, he said Brice Rhodes was involved, right?
Yes.
He said, obviously Maurice and Larry were there.
Corey Taylor.
Okay, who else did he say?
He said that a dark-skinned male, a light-skinned male were involved.
Okay, and he said a female who left.
Who
was
left
not
before
involved.
anything started.
What information did he give you about the dark skin?
I would have to recall, I would have to look at it, but I'm paraphrasing here, and please forgive me.
No.
I know he told us it was a dark-skinned individual, and he might have, I believe he said he might have recognized him from one of Bryce's videos.
Were there YouTube rap videos out?
Yes,
And was he able to direct you to a video so that you could see a picture of this man?
yes.
Okay, and is that how you identified the dark skin? Who will call the dark skin male?
That's how we went forward with it, to try and find the dark-skinned male. Once we were able to do that, we contacted, I believe it was KSP, and created a photo pack, and Juan Carter was able to pick him out of the photo pack.
Was he able to give you this sort of information about who we will refer to as the light skinned male?
No, said he did not know him, did not who he was, had never seen him before.
Did you ever get any more information than light skinned male?
No, I did not.
Oh my God, I'm clenching my jaw. My jaw hurts.
During the interview with Anwan, you were asked whether other people were identified, such as Q Taylor. Did somebody interview Q?
Yes,
Okay. Did you all have any reason to get Q involved in this case for dropping his friends off, cousins off at a place where as far as they knew at that time, a party was gonna happen?
No.
As to the police car on the Mazda, was the whole Mazda shipped to the lab?
No.
How do you all get possible DNA from a vehicle to the lab?
We swap.
Yes.
And what do you, for each swab, and have you seen these swabs take place? For each swab, do they swab the whole car, or do they just swab a spot?
You swab specific points. You have a control swab, and then you have another swab. You moisten the other swab it, and they're kept separate in a separate box for each one.
And we heard from the lab tech a discrete number of swabs were sent.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
The shoes, so you had a shoe print at the scene.
Yes, ma'am.
And that you asked the lab, or somebody from homicide asked the lab to test that against certain items, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What did they test that against?
I believe they tested against other shoes that were collected.
How many shoes that were collected did you know were associated with Brice Rhodes?
Actually, I don't know if any of them were. Maybe one.
Well, was he wearing shoes when he was arrested?
Yes.
Okay, were those shoes sent?
Yes.
Okay. Did you all go back to Hyde Avenue and collect shoes?
I don't believe so.
Have you reviewed the search warrant? Is there a page at the end of a search warrant where
Yes.
you list what was collected?
Yes, ma'am.
Were any
I can get
shoes, were any shoes collected from Hyde Avenue?
No.
Thank you. No further question.
Judge Matt?
Yes.
I just have a quick question for you that I want to clarify something for the jury.
Sure, ma'am.
You testified when Ms. Jones-Brown was just, or originally questioning you today. You mentioned something called Cellbrite. And you said the Cellbrite machine wasn't working.
No, it was working. It just wouldn't read the phone. It's in Mickey Khan's letter. If you can refer to that, he is the individual, Detective Khan is the individual that did the analysis.
Can you tell the jury just what is Cellbrite?
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not a Cellbrite certified.
I know, but do you know what it is?
Yeah.
What kind of evidence you can get from it, or what is? Just give them a general idea. It doesn't have to be a.
Sure. If the Cellbrite machine hooks up to the cell phone, it can do a download.
Light bright, making things with light, light bright.
I can't get into the specifics because I get a disk, a download disk, or a copy of whatever, and then it's interpreted for me.
And
Or those
if that
stupid
machine
something
had worked,
bright
you
dolls
said
that
you
my
tried to use
sister
it. Whose
played
phone
with.
did you try to?
Maurice's.
Something
And
bright.
if it had worked, it would have shown who Maurice had texted, what websites he had visited, his contacts, his documents, his downloads, all of that kind of thing, correct?
I don't know if it
You
was
don't
shown.
know if that's no, I'm talking about, is that the normal kind of information you receive from a Cellbrite report?
At that
Rainbow
time,
bright, that's
in
it.
2016, I don't. I really don't know.
All right, I asked what these stupid bright dolls my sister played with. How come only the dudes answered that question? Only the dudes said rainbow bright. You guys freak me out. Well, Ariel said it first, but then we had like two guys. All right, you guys worry me.
Because it's been so long. Nowadays, when we do a download on a phone, yes, that information is available now. Because we use a similar, it's no longer called Cellbrite, but we use a similar machine now. I'm in Robert, we use a similar machine now that gives us all that information. If you're asking me if we were accessing that information in 2016, I don't recall, ma'am.
Do you recall if you attempted to run Cellbrite information on anybody else's phone, Mr. Rhodes' phone, anything? Anybody else involved in the case?
I do not recall, no.
Oh yeah, JTK. So you're saying it was an investigative technique?
All
Is
right,
that what you're
now you
saying?
can sit down, thank you.
Wow, she didn't even do a recross.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to break. I just want to ask the lawyers one scheduling thing.
All right, that is it. Oh wait a minute here.
Come up.
Well, we got the big important announcement here. We'll hear that. We'll bring it down to normal speed.
Going to go.
Your Honor.
Here comes the big announcement.
All right, and just to be clear, does the Commonwealth have any further witnesses?
Your Honor, that is the case for the Commonwealth.
All right, thank you very much.
The state rests. The
We are
Commonwealth
going to
rests.
Go ahead and break. I'm going to read the full admonition to you again. Maybe.
And that's it. The state/Commonwealth of Kentucky has rested their case. Didn't see that coming either. I assumed they would put on a whole lot more evidence tying this guy to the crime. Well, that leads us directly into our like and subscribe poll after that ass whooping. Jeez. The new like and subscribe poll was the same as the one we did earlier, because we had the witness Jacory decide he wasn't going to answer questions and just stiff armed the prosecution until they had to come to Jesus meeting about facing 3 murder charges if he doesn't testify as promised. And I thought it wouldn't get any weirder than that, must admit. So I probably would put a as my vote, which was the lowest vote. The question was, how bad will this trial get? 22% of you just said, meh. Well, nearly 1/4 of you were clearly wrong. And I voted, so plus 12%. So 34% of us were clearly incorrect. Now, I don't know I don't know exactly which level that last round of testimony rose to, but how bad will this trial get? 20% of you said, that wasn't on my bingo card today. I feel it's a little more serious than that. I think what happened definitely fell into what nearly half of you, 46% of you, had some sort of premonition that said, how bad will this trial get? It will get what the actual fuck is going on bad. I think that's it. I think that's it. That was bad. that was really bad. And I'll tell you right now, my gut says, dude probably did it. But right now, if this thing went to a jury and the prosecution has rested their case, and we'll run this, think about it over the weekend. We'll run this for our poll on Monday. If this were to go to a jury based exclusively on what the prosecution has put on in their case in chief, and if I was on that jury, I would have to vote not guilty. I would have to vote not guilty. I have all kinds of reasonable doubt. Gut tells me he probably did it, but that doesn't matter. My opinion, my thought, my bias, whatever prejudice you come into this thing with, you can't let that rule over the evidence that's presented. You have to put that aside. You have to put your personal biases, your personal beliefs, your personal thoughts aside and analyze the evidence and see if there is another reasonable explanation as to what could happen. And I got it. Holy shit. I said that if he's ultimately convicted, the second witness, Jacory, would be one of the reasons why he gets convicted. Conversely, if he walks, that detective right there will be the primary reason he walks. Cindy LaHoo says, I really doubt the average jury is as analytical as you are. And of course they're not. Yeah, they're bus stop people, remember? Or as my tort teacher used to call them, the ignorant slobs. They're just normal people. This is a good example. We talk about it pretty much every trial. It is extraordinarily rare for a lawyer to ever get seated on a jury. It happens occasionally. You hear legends of it happening. But by and large, lawyers never get sat on juries because one side or the other doesn't want someone analyzing their evidence too closely. I'm talking about criminal trials. Civil trials, sort of kind of the same, but sometimes you want a smart guy on the jury. Not that other people aren't smart, but you want someone who's trained in law and analysis. But usually the other side, again, would not want you there. Yeah, my con law professor got seated on a jury last year. He was so excited about it. Yeah, because it doesn't happen that way. It's a unicorn thing. It's a unicorn thing for a lawyer to get sat on a jury. Man, probably my gut. I can't say he probably. My gut tells me he did, but if I was on a jury, at the end of I'd have to let him walk. Actually, the state just didn't prove it. Oh yeah, let's go. Brandon mentioned that was it yesterday or the day before? I think it was yesterday. The defense punted your wife from a trial, and she's a perfect liberal. Guy is definitely guilty. Have you ever done voir dire selecting a jury? In law school, yeah. When I was doing my third year practice it was a ridiculous assault and battery case that didn't amount to anything. But I mean, it wasn't dramatic, and it was a very, very small jury pool. So yeah, it wasn't any cool type of voir dire, or as we say back home in Utah, voir dire. No, it was a real trial. It was called a third year practice rule, where I did my internship at the Salt Lake City Public Defender's Office, and you actually get to try cases under the supervision of an actual licensed lawyer. I mean, they don't give the third year law students the really heavy duty cases. You're limited to misdemeanors and the smaller ones at that. Oof. That wasn't good. The prosecution has really just been a mess from opening statement. So, I mean, how do they convince me there has to be some catastrophic event that happens during defense? But we'll see. The judge also said that Monday morning she has some other stuff to do on other cases. So they're going to start at 12:30 Eastern time. So we'll pick it up at 12:30 Eastern time on Monday, which for me is like 2:30. So it's like 2:30 a.m. So I'll go. That actually works nice because I can come home from work and go to sleep 7 or 8 o'clock, sleep 5, 6, 7 hours, and be all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Whew. Yeah. Ona Wall says, even I, my most pessimistic, did not foresee this. No, I didn't see this. To have that be your last witness, first of all, was wild. I expected way more evidence to come in, or way more experts, shit like that to come in. But to have that guy be your last witness, and then to have him just be so utterly eviscerated by this defense lawyer. Unexpected. And see, I'm old enough that the O.J. Simpson trial, the murder trial, happened the second half of my second year of law school and the first half of my third year of law school. And I skipped a hell of a lot of law school to watch that. I pretty much watched every minute. I recorded it on them old videotape things. And I pretty much watched every minute. And the only thing I can really compare this to is the Mark Furman beatdown that F. Lee Bailey gave him for dropping the N bombs to the same extent. I mean, the cross-examination of Dennis Fung by Barry Scheck wasn't a surprise. It just had me awestruck because it was such a masterful cross-examination. It was 1995, Bush. The trial started in 1995. Damn. Wow. So interesting to see that all of you thought it was shocking as well. Now I want to go back and see what Law and Crime chat was saying. Holy cow. Kaufman 921, new member. Thank you so much for joining the Clean and Sober crew. But I have an appointment with alcohol in 4 hours and 45 minutes. So yeah. The murder and the charges were in 1994 and the trial began in 95. Yep, you are exactly correct. No, he wasn't a Nazi. He was an enthusiast collector of World War II memorabilia. So draw your own conclusions from that. And he lived in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. He moved to Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, which, among other things, is known for being a compound for for white supremacists. As some of you, I know there's a couple of people, I don't know if you're in chat here now, but I know there are some usual regular viewers that live in the Coeur d'Alene area. Yeah. Anywho, God dang. So, all right, everybody, here's the deal. We're going to shut it down now. And I'm going to get as much sleep as I possibly can. Hopefully about 3.5 hours, I hope. So I can get some carbs and protein in me and a bunch of water before we start Fuck It Friday. The Fuck It Friday stream is, for those of you that aren't aware, something we do once a month. This is the Merry Fucking Christmas Friday. We're gonna have a good panel. Let me see what we've got lined up here so far with the oldie panel. And some people won't show up, other people will, and then we'll add some more people to it and whatnot. But right now we have, as confirmed, guests are Nick Ricada, Andrew Branca, Andrew Esquire from Legal Mindset, Ian Runkle, Natalie Wisco, Danny On, Flux, potentially Criminal Sean, Chandler Remington, Sally from Talk with Sally, Aussie Overlord, Nicholas Starov, Lady Law 5791, MG Law, and possibly more. So stay tuned for that. That will begin at 7 p.m. Eastern time, which is midnight UK time. That's what we'll do. Oh, Kaufman 921. Hope you're feeling better, Jeff. Do you have any plans to read stories to us for Christmas? I was thinking about reading one particular story for Christmas. We'll have to see how it goes. Right. Well, that's it. The link, just go to my page. The link there to F It Friday is there. I'm still bewildered. I'm trying to, my brain is just like going, okay, one side of it is saying, shut the stream down and go to sleep. And the other side is like, what the hell did I just witness? All right. Mods, thank you for being here and doing super moddy cool stuff. You guys are awesome. Deeply appreciate it. Chat. Could not do this without you. Wouldn't have any reason to do this without you. Vice Squad chat is the best chat. You guys rock. Wow. And thank you for the support. Let's wrap it up and we'll see you in 4 hours and 41 minutes. Take care, everybody. See you on the flip side. Take care. Peace out.